The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
And we want to give you a big welcome to the 2025 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew. I am one of your announcers today, and my other co-host here.
I'm Suzanne Williams, and yeah, we're so excited to be back. Third year, getting the band back together.
Yes. We're excited. We're hoping the weather's going to hold for this weekend. It looks to be a pretty nice weekend. Today hopefully won't rain too much, and tomorrow should be a bit nicer.
That's true. You know, we always say that paddling is a water sport, so paddlers are prepared for all of this.
Yes, indeed. This 2025 Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is, I think, the biggest in history. Correct?
It is.
212, 213
you
teams.
got it. Yeah.
It's a lot of teams over 2 days of racing, including 500 meters, some knockout 100s, and a classic Guts and Glory 2K.
That's right. There's a couple of those as well. One at the end of each day, today and tomorrow.
That's right.
We also have teams from 9 different countries.
That's a lot of countries.
Yeah, mostly Canada and the U.S., of course.
Of course.
But we have friends from Australia, Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, Panama, the U.K. as well.
Terrific. Wow.
Yeah.
I know there were also a couple other countries that had entered provisional registrations, but I think there were some issues and they weren't able to come. But still, 9 countries is a lot.
It's pretty
impressive.
good. Yeah, that's I think, our record for the Concord Festival.
Of course. This festival, as many know, is now the largest event in North America, really by far. I think the second largest is maybe 150 teams or so, something like that. And it's among the largest in the world. In fact, this race is now bigger than the Hong Kong Carnival.
Yes.
This year, Carnival was, I think, 194, 193 teams, and we've surpassed that by about 30.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, we've been here for over 30 years now, so we've had a little time, but
absolutely
not as long as Hong Kong, but we've had a little time to build it up.
Yes, absolutely.
Since Expo 86.
Yes, and as many know too, this festival is the flagship event for Dragon Boat BC, also known as the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society, which runs events around BC here and operates one of the world's largest paddling clubs in Vancouver year-round as well, here on beautiful False Creek.
Yes. So can you imagine paddling here in December?
Must be fun, but luckily not too much
snow. It's pretty chilly, but
right?
yes, we don't get a lot of snow, but it can be pretty chilly. But yeah, there's some really dedicated competitive teams that they do cross-training with the outrigger canoes as well all year round.
Terrific. Our founding partner, Concord Pacific, is also marking 10 years this year as the title partner of our Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, which is a huge achievement, so big congrats to them and big thanks to them as well. We're getting ready now for our first race, which is set to kick off at 8. The boats are already at the line, if I recall, and I think they're just lining up. It's going to be a great festival. This first race has, 6 teams.
Yep.
We'll talk about the teams in just a little bit, but like we were saying, we're hoping that the weather holds today here. Hopefully it doesn't rain too much.
Yeah, it's, it doesn't necessarily affect the teams too much. I want to say maybe the Vancouver teams have a bit of a home course advantage.
Used to it.
We're used to it. But yeah, we're used to all of that. I think dragon boaters are pretty hardy.
Absolutely.
Hardy people.
Yeah.
We have some really competitive teams in this first heat, so maybe we'll explain what's happening through the day here. So we have some heats this morning. All of the first heats are this morning. Second heats will be this afternoon. Then we have semis tomorrow, and then finals tomorrow afternoon.
Correct.
As the races go on through the festival, they'll get more competitive. So you might see a lot of differences in the kind of competitive nature of the teams as well. But that'll kind of even itself out as we go through the weekend.
Definitely. As everybody seeds themselves into the divisions with other teams that are their speed, into the semis and the finals tomorrow. But like Suzanne just mentioned, today's first couple of races, there may be a somewhat larger discrepancy among the different teams' performances here.
That's right. You'll be able to see as well how they place the teams in the lanes.
Yes.
So this is always interesting. A lot of people ask, why is it that the middle teams seem faster all the time? Why is that, Matthew?
That's where we seed them.
Yeah.
That's typically at any dragon boat race and in the international level too. The standard is you seed the fastest teams in the middle lanes, and then you spread them out evenly, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 typically are the next fastest.
Yes. Yeah, so then you have this kind of nice V formation as they come down the course.
Correct. Flying V.
The flying V.
That's
right.
right. Now, as some may notice, this year we have a couple changes actually for this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. This is our new home now. We had to shift maybe 100 meters, 200 meters down from where we previously were, closer to Science World and the expo. The change was pretty significant. Do we want to talk about why?
We can talk about why. So the seawall around Science World on the south side of Science World is structurally not super sound right now.
Not great.
It's been in use for a very long time, since Expo 86, and so they need to do some repairs. They have built a temporary path, but it really just means that our course had to be shimmied over onto the north side of the creek and basically west of Science World. Yeah, so the paddlers have a little further to go, so you're going to see them running along the seawall a lot today, marshalling a little bit earlier than they would normally marshal.
Yeah. Probably 12-minute, 13-minute walk over to the docks, I would say. Normally, I think it's 10. So
That's right, yeah.
not too bad.
Yeah, so this is the first time that we have the site over on this side. It's going to be a few years, and there's other, definitely other dragon boat regattas that have been affected as well.
Gotcha, yeah. As Suzanne said, estimates for timeframes to redesign and fix all of that will probably take a couple of years. The city's going to look at different options around the future of the seawall, and building all of that is going to take a little bit of time.
It's amazing though, because even though it looks like we're in a tighter space, the festival site is actually bigger.
It's bigger,
yeah. It's kind of deceiving. So this is not a pared down festival. It's actually an expanded festival,
Definitely.
which is pretty amazing.
The largest, really by far. Yeah. In other terms of expansion, too, we've had a much larger cultural program than ever. We had Lights and Felix Cartal, two really, really huge artists local to the BC area. They're headlining the TD main stage this year, which is terrific. They're also both Juno Award-winning artists, which is great. And as some folks here have maybe noticed, we have a second stage for the first time ever, the Concord Community Stage. That's where medal presentations will start. There's also a full lineup of dancing, storytelling, protocol, and some other things there as well.
It's going to be a great cultural program this weekend. There's cultural pavilions as well. We have a Chinatown, Indigenous, Pride, and Abreast in a Boat pavilions that are already out there, ready to welcome the folks that are visiting the site.
And it looks like we are, in fact, off with the first race.
Here we go.
Heading out there, out in number front, that's boat number 5. That's DH Swordfish. Dragonheart's a local team here from Vancouver. Looks like boat 4 is next to them. That's Starbucks Wave Runners, also a local team. In boat 3, that's Gig Harbor Storm, the Gig Harbor Dragon Boat Club from Gig Harbor, Washington, just out of Tacoma, kind of near Seattle. In lane number 2 in the back there, hanging back a little bit, that's San Francisco Dragon Healers. A team comprised mostly of Kaiser Permanente employees and friends and family, I'm sure. Boat number 6 over there on the left of your screen is Max Storm, also a local Vancouver team. And on the outside over there is EDBRC Dragon Boat Z. That's Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club. Yes, all the way from Edmonton.
They do have water there.
They do.
Very flat water, actually.
Very nice. Coming into the final 40 meters now. It does look like it's fighting between 4 and 5. 4 is Starbucks Wave Runners and 5 is Dragonheart's Swordfish.
It's going to be tight.
It will be tight. And as a reminder for all folks, coming over the line first is important here, but these are just qualifiers to pull into the next round.
That's right. They do go by placement for the advancements at this point. All right, here they are coming down the course. First race almost over.
Very nice.
It'll be interesting to see what the times are this morning. That kind of tells us what's happening on the water as well, what the wind is like, what the water feels like. It's pretty low right now. The tide is out. So you can see the water line on the opposite shore. You can see that it's quite low. So that means the water feels a bit heavier. You have to push a little bit harder. And here's boat number 2. That's San Francisco Dragon Healers coming over the line. Woo. Great first race.
Very nice first race indeed.
And we've got the drone out, so it can't be raining too hard out there. The drone is happening, so that's a great sign. Beautiful shots of the finish line area there.
And you can even see right there that fenced off area on your screen. That's the part. That's one of the parts that we've had to detour around.
Yes.
That scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Qualifier number 2.
And this, wow, 8-boat race, Suzanne. This is going to be a big
already.
one.
Yeah, you got it.
So in lane number 1, we'll have Dragon King. Lane number 2 is Nothing Dragon Roll. Lane 3 will be VIP Gorging Dragons Black from Vancouver Island. Boat 4 is EDBRC Premier, again from Edmonton. Boat number 5 will be Team Lifescan, a local team. Boat number 6 is Wasabi Burn from Wasabi Paddling Club. Boat 7 is Dragon Holic, and Boat 8 will be Vision Impossible, also a local team.
You got it. So this is great. We've got a para team mixed in here as well. So Vision Impossible is comprised of paddlers with visual impairments as well as sighted paddlers, and it's pretty amazing to watch. And so it also really is a lesson in what dragon boating is all about, is timing, but it's not all about what you're seeing, it's about what you're feeling as well.
Absolutely. The IDBF, the International Federation, and really just the dragon boat community at large around the world has really embraced and really uplifted the Paradragons movement and the Paradragons community in recent years. At the very last World Championships, the 2023 World Championships in Thailand, that's one of the first times they had the Paradragons division. And I know here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, we've had para for kind of a while, actually.
We have, yeah.
Yeah, for a long
We even
time.
have a specialty race. We have a Para Cup that's happening later today.
That's right.
We also have Oddball is a local jersey maker, right?
They're terrific.
They're wonderful, yeah, and they're the official supplier of the festival shirts and everything, and they sponsor a lot of para teams. So they make sure that people can get on the water no matter what.
Yeah. It's also really great to see a lot of the modifications that some Paradragons teams have had to make, and again, how the community has really embraced them. There are a lot of modifications in terms of seat modifications or helping people hold crutches or wheelchairs, things like that. It's great to see the community banding together so much.
We have a lift on our dock over here.
Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
All right, the boats for the second race are loading into the start line, doing a beautiful job of it, I must say.
They are indeed. Hopefully it's not too windy over there. It doesn't look to be.
Looks straight, right? All the boats are straight in their lanes loading in. So it was supposed to be quite windy today, but it seems like it's pretty calm out there right now.
Yeah, which is great. Maybe just a little wet.
Yeah, this is true. All right.
So it looks like we'll be off
aligned.
soon.
There they go.
And they're off. So as a reminder, in lane number 1, you have Dragon King. Lane 2 is Nothing Dragon Roll. Lane 3 is VIP Gorging Dragons Black. Lane 4 is EDBRC Premier from Edmonton. Lane 5 is Team Lifescan. Team 6 is Wasabi Burn. Lane 7 is Dragon Holic. And boat 8 is Vision Impossible. Boat 8 is on the far left of your screen. Boat 1's on the far right.
Edmonton has a bit of a lead right now, it looks like.
They do. Yep, that's boat number 4.
They're going to be challenged definitely by VIP Gorging Dragons Black. VIP, that out of Vancouver Island, as you said, is a very strong club.
Very large club,
Very
too.
large club,
Very
yeah.
large.
I don't know if they have colors left to name their teams.
I believe they have a number of Team Canada athletes as well, national team athletes.
They, in fact, do, yeah. Working hard out there. Looks like the rain is not affecting anybody. Now you see this nice V formation forming.
Naturally forming, yep. Nice and smooth, too. That's one of the things I love about this race is watching all the very high performance teams and seeing just how smooth the boats move, right?
Yes.
They're pulling it forward, but it's not chugging necessarily. It's a nice smooth movement through.
That's right. They're staying high on the water, so they're not having to sink the boat and move it harder.
That's right. We see the boat surge forward with each stroke too. Again, like you said, wow, boat number 4, EDBRC Edmonton, looking very strong out here. Probably a, 3/4 boat lead?
Definitely. Yeah, if not full.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go.
This
Yep.
angle.
Yeah, full boat lead. Wow.
Well, we see them in front of us now, just approaching the final 50 meters.
Again, looking nice and smooth, controlling their rate, controlling their strength.
For some of these teams too, because the placements, the advancements are based on placement, they can be pacing themselves a little bit
That's
at this
right.
point. So Edmonton, VIP, some of Lifescan, Nothing Dragon, pretty competitive teams, so they can be kind of pacing themselves at this point.
Yeah, they're just racing themselves, and like Suzanne said, it is by placement. So
Looks like a clear win coming across the line for Edmonton.
that's right, unofficially EDBRC Premier, boat number 4 coming over the line first, followed by VIP Gorging Dragons Black, and then Team Lifescan in 5.
There's our friends from Washington, Wasabi.
Wasabi Burn, indeed. Yep, now we have boat 2 coming over the line. That's Nothing Dragon Roll. Boat number 7, Dragon Holic, right behind them. Dragon King in boat number 1. And rounding out this field on the far side, that's boat number 8, Vision Impossible. As Suzanne mentioned, a Para-Dragons team. Local here in BC.
Looking pretty strong still as they're making their way in the last 10 meters or so.
And it looks like they're racing with Run Row Down also.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they've got a split in the middle.
Yeah, no row 5. That's difficult.
Here they are.
And we got a nice instant replay. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Production. Look at that sync. Look at that perfect
Gorgeous.
timing. Very nice.
There is nothing like watching a team that's their timing is just so on point, so tight.
Absolutely.
It feels good. If you're a dragon boater and you watch that, you know what that's like. It feels so good. A lot of people ask, how do they know which lane they're supposed to be in? Well, they're loaded in at the start line, and then the buoy colors should match
They do.
going down the course.
And it makes things a heck of a lot easier, too. There are some races where they'll only have a start and a finish buoy, and that's
Yes.
really stressful for steerer folk like myself.
I don't know how you do it.
Yeah. And now we're going to show our results from the first race, race number 1, which was the one right before this. And you can see these other teams paddling back to the docks over there. You see those little red tents on the docks.
We have 2 fleets of boats, so one boat is leaving the docks, and then the next set is coming in. All right. Coming up with the race results.
Yep, and so coming in first in that race number 1 was Starbucks Wave Runners with a 2:15.293. In second, DH Swordfish with a 2:16.043. And in third, Gig Harbor Storm with a 2:20.982.
Very nice first race. We can see by these times it's maybe running a little slow out there.
That's right,
So
yeah.
heavy water out there today.
Yeah, typically a little bit closer to 2 flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recreational teams might be kind of in 2.5 minutes.
2:30, yeah.
Yeah, usually. And the more competitive teams are sub 2 minutes, definitely.
it's always fun to see the spread, as you mentioned in these first couple qualifiers, where the teams are not seeded by speed yet.
Yes.
So it's always interesting to see.
It's one thing, I mean, you coach and you are a steers person, and I also coach a very, very, very recreational team. And so it's interesting because when in these first heats, they get so nervous. They're saying, oh no, I'm up against these really competitive teams. And we say, don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
Our lane, our boat, our race, that's all we care about for these heats.
We are the underdogs,
the ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
created by paddlers for paddlers.
And we have the results up for race number 2 in the Premier Mixed Qualifier Division. In first was EDBRC Premier, followed by VIP Gorgine Dragons Black in second, and Team Lifescan in third.
That's right. That Edmonton team is getting a little closer to that 2 minutes flat that we were talking about before.
You bet.
As we said, as the weather and the conditions change a little bit through the day, we'll see just a slight change likely in those times. But that's still an impressive time at this time. 4 seconds faster than second place.
Yes.
Yeah. And now race number 3 is getting ready to start. They're paddling up to the start line. I think they're just lining up now. This will be another 8-boat race. In lane number 1 will be the Fire Dragons. In lane 2, Chinatown Flower Bridge, a local team here in Vancouver. Lane number 3, Krosna. Lane number 4, Limit Breaker. Lane 5, UCI Elements. That's UC Irvine from Southern California. Lane number 6, Light Wave. Lane number 7, the Concord Flying Dragons 2. And in lane 8, Dragon Zone Paddling Club Salmon.
So that Salmon is a recreational team. They're a learn to paddle team.
Nice.
Yeah, so this will probably be their first race.
First race ever.
Yeah,
Exciting.
their first big festival. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. So our Dragon Zone Paddling Club, all of the learn to paddle programs are named after animals. My team a couple years ago was the Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies,
who
nice.
eat the salmon. So we try to make it fun. And, you know, what do you do on the water as a salmon? Well, you swim as hard as you can upstream, right? It's really great to see all the paddlers walking by here on the seawall in front of us at Concord Pacific Place.
That's right.
And we can see that race number 3 is loading into the start line. They're being very efficient today.
They are. We're very
Right
much
on
on time,
time.
which is great.
Let's not jinx it.
I know. Dragon Zone Paddling Club, as you mentioned, is one of the local clubs here. It's, in fact, the paddling club run here by Dragon Boat BC. Is that
You
correct?
got it. Yes, that's right.
With a heck of a lot of teams, too. One of the largest clubs in the world, I think.
Yes. I think they're, if I'm not mistaken, we think that there's at least 500 paddlers a day out on the water during the summer.
That is a lot. My goodness.
If you think about it, you know, you have 20 paddlers plus the
Steer, drummer.
and the drummer, and times doesn't take a lot to get to 500
Yeah.
when you have teams that big.
Yeah, true. I know in the U.S., some of our largest clubs are in Florida. Some of those retiree senior C clubs are very, very large. They paddle all the time, which is great.
Amazing.
There's a club in Vermont that's really big, and then even my club in Los Angeles is pretty big too. Southern California Dragon Boat Club.
You have the weather for it.
Yeah, we do. Paddle year-round.
Here they are.
Looking very nice. All coming up to the start line together. This is one of every starter's favorite things, is when all the boats actually come up together instead of one sitting there first, one lagging behind. When they all come up really nice and they all drift together, makes it so much easier to start the race.
Absolutely. And it's less stressful for the paddlers as well, especially the newer teams, the newer paddlers. The more experienced teams are used to maybe a little shuffling in the lanes. The starter, if they do not come up nicely together and load into the start line together, our Madam Starter will definitely rejig them. She will not put up with any nonsense.
And for those of you who may be newer to the Dragon Boat scene, when we get up to the start, there's always a starter person. That's the official, the starter, who makes sure that all the boats come up nicely together and make sure they're all lined up and starts them properly. The start sequence in Dragon Boat that we have here, which is the international standard, is we have alignment, are you ready, attention, and then the horn. And that horn is when they actually go, and that's when we start our timer as well on our side.
And we are doing a dead start as well. Not a lot of races that have running starts.
Yeah, not many. There are some races out there in the world that have held starts, where the header, the tail will be held by someone, or sometimes me as the steer, I'll have to hold a pole that's sticking in place.
Ooh,
stresses me out a little bit, but sometimes that's a thing. And they're off. That's race number 3. Again, on the far right of your screen, that's the Fire Dragons in lane number 1. And lane 2 is Chinatown Flower Bridge. And lane 3 is Krosna. And lane 4 is Limit Breaker. Lane 5 is UCI Elements. Lane 6 is Lightwave. Lane 7 is Concord Flying Dragons 2. And lane 8 is DZPC Salmon. Dragons on Paddling Club Salmon on the far left of your screen. And again, out in front, that's boat number 4. That's Limit Breaker. Limit Breaker is a Canadian team, a composite team comprised of Canadians from pretty much all over Canada. I think mostly Toronto and mostly here. Who all come together and paddle together for festivals whenever they want to, for fun. Limit Breaker is also a jersey manufacturer and kit maker.
It's amazing, and it just shows you how you can actually just jump in a boat and paddle together, because everybody does the same thing.
That's right.
There's no different positions, and you have to get used to each other.
Yeah.
Right? So they can get in a boat, maybe have one little practice together, and start their blend.
Yeah, exactly. Work on that blend, but other than that, yeah, we all paddle very close. And again, looking really strong out there in front. Wow, already.
Beautiful.
Such a big lead already. Maybe 150, 200 meters out.
Yep.
Oh, we're getting a bit closer now.
Oh, they've got quite a lead there, a boat and a half or so, boat length and a half.
Yeah.
That's okay at this point.
That's right. Again, these are qualifiers based on place. I am quietly cheering on boat number 5 right next to them, UCI Elements, the only American team here. Let's go
allowed,
USA.
You're allowed. Yeah.
I'm allowed. Thank you.
You're a friend of the Dragon Boat, so
That's
it's all
right.
good.
That's right.
There's quite a few UC schools with Dragon Boat teams, I think. There's a few.
Yeah, I think almost all of them do. UC Berkeley, Cal Dragon Boat are also here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. UC San Diego has a team. UC Santa Cruz has a team. I think pretty much all the UCs do, actually. Oh, and now we can see boat number 4, Limit Breaker, coming up with their finish. Bringing up the rate a little bit. Hammering a little harder. Over the line with very clear victory. Second over the line, that is going to be UCI Elements. Let's go USA.
Well
very
done,
nice.
Well done. And so these, of course, are all students from UC Irvine.
UC Irvine, correct. Boat number 3 coming over the line now. That's Krosna, a local team.
They're a pretty strong team. They've been around for a number of years and just keep getting better.
Terrific.
There's Lightwave coming over the line.
Boat number 2, Chinatown Flower Bridge. Boat number 7, Concord Flying Dragons 2. That's one of the Concord Pacific teams. The Fire Dragons in boat number 1 over the line. And about 10 meters out, that's DZPC Salmon.
Pretty good for their very first big regatta.
Yeah, and they look pretty good.
They look
all
pretty
in time.
Good. Yeah.
Good technique. There we go. Very nice job, everybody.
Well
and that
done.
was race number 3. For those wondering where we're just pulling these names out of thin air, you can go onto the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival website, and we have live results for the first time ever.
Yes.
We have live results alongside our live stream, of course, so you can follow this live stream on YouTube, and it may be on Facebook as well, but you can head to the Dragon Boat BC YouTube page, and that's where you'll find this stream. And you can find all the live results also on Dragon Boat BC on our website. And you can see the race schedule there, too. So we have all the races listed out, and that's actually where progressions and advancements will also be.
That's right. Yeah, it's nice to be able to see it online.
Nice and easy
rather
for
than
us,
having
too.
to wait for us to tell you.
That's right.
There's a nice replay of
Boat 4.
Limit Breaker coming over the line there. Beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot.
Oh, you see they went a little akimbo.
A little bit.
So there might be some wind out there, just making sure they were in the center of their lane.
Yeah, a little bit of wake maybe too. And I'm really glad we have the drone up right now, because we were saying we may or may not have the drone for a lot of today, depending on the weather.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
And we're back with some race results from race number 3, that last one that just went off. In first place with a 207.3 is Limit Breaker. In second was UCI Elements with a 217.915. And in third was Krosna with a 227.558.
Times are getting a little faster.
A little faster. A nice spread, though, among all the teams.
Definitely.
And there's a nice far shot we can see of the next race lining up. That's race number 4. As we mentioned, if you want to see the lineups and the race schedule, you can go to the Dragon Boat BC website, where you'll see our live stream, you'll see all the race results as well, and you'll see the schedule.
And race 4 looks to be underway. I have a conundrum here.
I think you do. I think that's your team.
My team, the Dragon Claws, the team. This is the team that I help coach. In lane 1 there. In lane 2, we have the Dashing Ducks. Lane 3, we have Catch 22 Hurricane. Lane 4, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. Lane 5, Killer Guppies Dragon Boat. Woohoo! Lane 6, the Kraken. Lane 7, Eternal Dinosaur,
Your other
which
team.
I paddle
Your
with.
other team.
Where I have. And lane 8, TD Green Machine.
Terrific.
Yeah.
So we have a nice spread of U.S. and Canadian teams here. Killer
do.
Guppies Dragon Boat from Southern California, one of my sister teams, one of my favorite teams here.
Wonderful.
And Catch 22 Hurricane, down also from the U.S. I believe they may be in the BCP division as well. I can't recall.
Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. We also have TD with a corporate team for the first time.
Yes, woohoo,
Matthew,
TD.
I think you inspired it. I think you talked about it with them a couple years ago.
I
and
did.
here they are. They made it happen.
Terrific. TD, of course, also sponsors our main stage, where we'll have really famous artists, Felix Cartal and Lights. I think that's tonight.
You got it.
That's right. So make sure you tune in for that. Come attend. And wow, the field is already spreading. Again, boat number 4, that's VIP Gorging Dragons Gold from Vancouver Island, is looking nice and strong out there. A nice, consistent, strong lead. And just on the outside there is boat number 5, that's Killer Guppies. Let's go, SoCal. Woohoo.
I like their name.
Yeah, a lot of my friends in that boat.
We have a nice double shot here. You can see the side view really shows you the body position and the movements, and you can see how beautiful VIP looks here. Looking really smooth, really relaxed, but working hard. And then the V formation that's naturally forming.
Wow, they are really just opening up that lead even more.
They're not messing around, even though this is the first heat.
What's really fun is you can see the big difference between Canadian and U.S. strokes here.
Yes.
Actually.
Absolutely.
VIP Gorging Dragons, like you were saying, their cadence, not to get too technical, but their cadence is very interesting because it's very Canadian in the sense that it's 1 in the water, 2 in the air.
You got it.
The U.S. boat number 5, Killer Guppies, is very much the opposite. It's long in the water and then super quick recovery and back into the water at the front. And it looks like Killer Guppies in boat 5 and boat number 3, Catch-22 Hurricane, we're almost at a tie there coming in over the line. This is a pretty fast heat, actually. Boat number 7 coming up now. That's Eternal Dinosaur. That's your team, Suzanne. There's the team you coach, boat number 1, Dragon Claws, the team.
They're looking okay out there. I'm very proud. I'm having a proud coachy moment here.
We love that. And
Not
it looks like
too
you're missing
bad.
1 paddler. You don't have a 10 left.
They don't have a 10 left. You got it. Yeah, that's too bad. Losing a little timing, but that's okay. They are making it across the line. This is their first time together
race.
in Concord.
Wow. What a first race, too. Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. I mean, it's a
Right?
big one. That's one of my favorite things about this festival is it's one of the largest in the world, maybe the largest in the world, to be confirmed. But we really run the gamut in terms of competition, and we really focus on community. And that's one of the reasons that I keep coming back to this festival is we have high-performance teams that are racing at the World Championships. We have learn-to-paddle teams, and we have local teams, recreational ones like the ones that you coach. It's really, really great to see the breadth of the community.
Right. And they aren't parceled off into those divisions, right?
Exactly.
They get to race together. I think it's inspiring for the recreational teams to be racing with the competitive teams. And the competitive teams, you know, everybody gets off the boats and are high-fiving and patting each other on the back, right?
Absolutely.
People wait on the gangway going up up to the shore again, and they're waiting for high fives, and it's really a lot of camaraderie and, like you said, community.
Absolutely. I think it reminds a lot of us folks who've been doing this for a very long time of our roots and really of how we were when we very first started to learn to paddle.
You got it.
Everyone was there at the same place, and it's just great to see the community build and grow over the past, couple of years.
Absolutely. And, this is a lifelong sport. We have seniors. We have seniors division. And as I say it, the Grand Dragons are walking down the seawall in front of us here. I don't know how old their oldest paddler is now, but they have had people in their 90s paddling with them.
Wow, terrific.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
And we are back with race results from race number 4 here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival in beautiful Vancouver, BC. In first place was VIP Gorging Dragons Gold from Vancouver Island with a 209.253. In second was Catch 22 Hurricane with a 217.828. And in third, Killer Guppies Dragon Boat, Let's Go USA, woo! In third with a 218.913. We love to see that. I'm from the US, so I love to see 2 US teams, Catch 22 and Killer Guppies, both in the top 3. This is another really great race where we see a good spread of times, all the way from first place with 209 down to 8th. Rounding that out was TD Green Machine, sponsored by TD, with a 306.010. Suzanne and I were just talking about how we love the breadth of community in the dragon boat world, where we see teams like that, so some learn to paddle or corporate teams, or teams who are just learning to paddle in the first place, paddling right alongside teams who are racing at the Club Crew World Championships or who have multiple national team members. Lining up now, we have the next race. This is race number 5, set to go at 8:44, so we are just a touch ahead of schedule. Knock on wood, it's 8:39. On the far right of your screen, that's boat number 1. That is One Dragon. Boat 2 is Kitchen Sink. Boat number 3 is Pemberton Bald Eagle. This is one of the senior teams from Pemberton. Love that name, Bald Eagle. Boat number 4, UBC Current Blue, University of British Columbia here. Boat number 5, ooh, this will be fun. Boat number 5 is Cal Dragon Boat from UC Berkeley, so we'll have UBC right next to Cal, 2 college teams, fast college teams, mind you. Boat number 6 will be the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons, one of the Concord Pacific teams. There are 2 here at this race. Boat number 7 is FCRCC, the A team. Local club here, False Creek Racing Canoe Club, one of the very, very fast original dragon boat clubs here in Canada. And boat number 8 on the far left of your screen is the Northeastern Huskies from Northeastern University, a satellite campus up here in Vancouver. Looking forward to a great race. Looks like actually maybe we don't have all 8 boats out on the water right now. Yeah, it looks like maybe we're missing boat number 2, but that's okay. And again, this is race number 5, Premier Mixed Qualifier. So these mixed races are an even split between male-identifying and female-identifying athletes. We have 2 other divisions as well. We have a women's division, which is comprised, head to tail on the boat of female-identifying of women paddlers. And then we have the open division, which has no gender restrictions whatsoever. It tends to be mostly men, but technically, of course, it is open and anyone can paddle or be an athlete in an open boat. We'll see some of those a bit later. We have all of these mixed races first. And they're off again. This is race number 5. In lane number 1 on the far right is One Dragon. There's no lane 2. That's the would-be Kitchen Sink. Lane number 3 is Pemberton Bald Eagle from Pemberton, just a bit north of Whistler. Boat number 4 is UBC Current Blue. Boat number 5 is Cal Dragon Boat. Boat number 6 is Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. Boat 7 is FCRCC, the A team. And boat number 8 on the far left are the Northeastern Huskies. It looks like boat 4, UBC Current Blue, is right there in the middle of your screen. They are fighting it out, as I predicted, with Cal Dragon Boat from UC Berkeley, 2 really, really strong college teams. Ooh, they are in fact fighting it out. And as Suzanne and I were talking about before too, it's really great to see these high performance teams and see the differences in their strategy. You can see the slightly higher rate that UBC had. I say had because it looks like Cal is ramping up just a little bit. You can see the difference in their technique too. It's maybe a little hard to see on this camera, but UBC are really exhibiting the perfect Canadian A-frame stroke, or the perfect Canadian stroke. That technique where they come up big at the front and really come down hard at the front of their stroke. Cal is a little bit smoother. That's a little bit closer to what we call the USA stroke, or what we do typically down in the States. But both teams are looking really nice and strong there. Coming into the final 100 meters. By about 2 or 3 boat lengths, it is UBC and Cal out in front, followed by what looks like boat number 3, which is Pemberton Bald Eagle, again from up north. Woo! UBC Current turning on the turbo mode here. They're walking up past Cal by about 4 or 5 seats now. They're widening that gap. Now they're up to 7 seats. They're almost maybe going to full boat Cal as they come over the line to the final sprint, final 10 meters, final 5 meters now. There we go, with a full boat length over Cal Dragon Boat is UBC Current Blue. Very strong performance here from this local college team, followed by Cal Dragon Boat with the nice yellow sleeves. Nice job, go Bears. Boat number 3, just a bit further behind, is Pemberton Bald Eagle. all in red, looking very strong as well. Really perfect synchronization and timing there. Really nice job. Boat number 6 coming over the line now, too. This is Concord Pacific Flying Dragons, one of the Concord Pacific corporate teams. Again, title sponsor and one of the founding partners here of the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. On the bottom of your screen, that's boat number 1. Aptly named the One Dragon. Very nice team name. On the outside, that's boat number 7, FCRCC, the A team. False Creek Racing Canoe Club. Again, one of the oldest canoe clubs, or one of the oldest dragon boat clubs here, coached by a multi-time Olympic winner. And boat number 8 out there is the Northeastern Huskies. Again, from Northeastern University, here in Vancouver. Now, you may notice that some folks in that boat, the Northeastern Huskies boat, have, most of them, all of them, have wooden paddles, right? That lighter color. And you'll see a lot of the other crews actually have different colored paddles. They'll have typically made of carbon fiber paddles, which tend to be black. The carbon fiber paddles are a bit more expensive, which is one of the reasons that higher level paddlers tend to buy them. They perform a bit better in the sense that they're usually lighter, perhaps stiffer. A lot of different carbon fiber paddle companies, change and vary the stiffness of their paddles. So some are stiffer, some are a little bit more flexible, and people prefer different things, and things work differently for different types of techniques as well. But those wooden paddles tend to be a bit cheaper and a bit easier to get, so that's one of the reasons that they use those. Yeah, so right there on your screen, actually, you can see some of those black carbon fiber paddles there in that first boat. That's boat number 1. Again, as I mentioned, they're a bit lighter, a little more higher performance typically. And there's Cal Dragon Boat, which was second over the line. A very nice job. A number of these paddlers are also on Team USA, actually, in the 24U, or 24 and unders division. So they'll be headed to Germany for the World Championships next month, where I will also be going. Again, the second over the line. Very nice job, Cal. Way to represent California.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, 2025 edition. We are just lining up race number 6 now. This is going to be an 8-boat heat. This is one of the few festivals I know that actually runs 8 boats all at the same time. Typically it's 6 maximum. Very impressive, just the ability of this organization committee to be able to run this. In boat number 1, we'll have Butts in a Boat 1. In boat number 2, Dragon Zone Twisted Hips. Lane 3 is South Bay Synergy. Lane 4 is Juice Box, local team here. Boat number 5 is DH Slayers. Boat number 6 is DH Zero. Boat number 7, Dragon Max from Northern California. And boat number 8, DZPC Grizzlies. Multiple Dragon Zone and Dragon Hearts teams in this race. Again, all local here, run by Dragon Boat BC here on beautiful Falls Creek. And they're off. Again, this is race number 6. These are 500-meter races, typically around 2.5, 3 minutes for these. Woo! Some blazing fast starts here coming out of boat number 4. That's Juice Box, a local team here, the sister team of Juice. Very high-performance team, Juice. Right next to them, keeping pace almost, is boat number 3. That's South Bay Synergy from the South Bay up in Northern California. Near the Bay Area. On the little outside over there is boat number 5. That's DH Slayers, Dragonheart Slayers. Also looking quite strong. You can see them really using their whole bodies in their technique to really push that boat forward, right? They're burying the blade really nicely at the front. They're pulling through. They're using their bodies. A lot of people think Dragon Boat is just an arm sport, and they think paddling is an arm sport. It's really not. Those of us who are in the know that you have to use your legs, you use your core, you use your lean, you use your back, you use your shoulders. It's more than just pulling with the arms. Coming to the final 150 meters now. Again, out in front, that's Juice Box, the local team here from Vancouver. South Bay Synergy in boat number 3, just on their right. Still pretty strong, probably about 9 seats behind. And keeping pace pretty much with them are DH Slayers in boat number 5. They're coming up into the final 100 meters now. All these teams are going to start turning on a little bit more power. They're going to go into their finish, maybe bring up the rate, bring up the power just a little bit, keeping in mind that all of these qualifiers are only by placement. And the placement here determines where they move up to next, where they seed into their next races. Again, they'll have the second set of qualifiers this afternoon, and then the semis and the finals tomorrow. With a very strong commanding lead, we have boat number 4, Juice Box, with a clear win. That'll be nice. We can see really clean entries and exits, too. Again, a team that clearly knows what they're doing. Boats 3 and 5 fighting it out. South Bay Synergy in 3 with that nice turquoise, and boat number 5, Dragonheart Slayers. Followed pretty closely by boat number 6, DH Zero, another Dragon Hearts team. Coming just over the line now is boat number 2, that's Dragon Zone Twisted Hips. Look at that beautiful boat design too. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Boat number 7 on the outside is Dragon Max, a senior team from the Berkeley Racing Canoe Club down in the Bay Area by San Francisco. Boat number 8 on their outside, Dragon Zone Paddling Club, Grizzlies. And boat number 1, Butts in a Boat 1. Now, Butts in a Boat 1 is a very special team that a lot of teams have in their hearts here. They're comprised mostly of survivors or patients of prostate cancer or other prostate diseases. Again, it's really, really great to see the diversity of how teams come together here at Dragon Boat Races. You have teams that are formed based on friendships, teams based on performance, teams based on medical history like this, or you have cancer survivors, breast cancer survivors. It's really great to see the really wide breadth of teams. We have an instant replay here. We can see that first place team, Juicebox, coming over the line. Again, a big commanding lead over the other crews. Boats 3 and 5 still fighting it out here. South Bay Synergy on the far right of your screen. I dare say Boat 5 took that, but we will see what the results say. And again, Boat 5 was DH Slayers, and then a little bit to their left was DH 0, Dragon Hearts 0. All these teams now paddle back around Science World, which is that big, beautiful dome there, over to those docks. Now, those docks have those nice red tents that you can see there. That's, to help a little bit with the rain. But those docks are also some of the best docks I've honestly ever seen in the world. It's fully accessible, so it's wheelchair accessible. It's if anyone has any impairments or other disabilities that they need help with, the dock is very, very easy to access. There's also really easy boat maintenance there, and all of the boats are kept there for the duration of the weekend in this really, really terrific facility here that Dragon Boat BC runs. So that was race number 6. Coming up will be race number 7 with a scheduled start time of 9:06. It's 8:55 now, and they are just starting to line up for that upcoming race. We are perfectly on time, if not just a touch early, as to be expected from Dragon Boat BC. And now we'll have race results from race number 5, which was the race right before this one that just finished. In first was UBC Current Blue, as we mentioned, with a very nice full boat of a lead. UBC Current Blue with a 206.983. In second was Cal Dragon Boat with a 210.687, Cal from UC Berkeley. Boat number 3 was also third, very nice, Pemberton Bald Eagle with a 222.782. Strong performances from all these crews.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as Dragon Boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your Dragon Boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
And now we have race results from that last race, race number 6. In first with a 209.080, very nice strong time, is Juicebox. In second place was South Bay Synergy with a 214.953. And in third was DH Slayers with a 215.337. This is one of the faster heats, actually. The spread of times is just a little bit lighter than before, from 209 all the way up to 248. Now, as we said, race number 7 is just starting to line up now. This upcoming race number 7 is one of 11 mixed qualifiers. As we said, the mixed division here is an even split between men and women in the boat. The open division, which we'll see a little bit later, is open to all genders, but typically tends to be mostly men. And then the women's division is head to tail, all women, including drummers and steerers. Now, it's just a little bit wet here in Vancouver. Hopefully the rain holds off just a little longer. It's definitely drizzling. It's definitely a little misty, but hopefully no big downpours or big deluges today. Now, I know there are lots of you tuning in from home, too, so I thank you all for visiting. Thank you all for watching this stream. Hope you're enjoying the races so far. We often get questions about what is Dragon Boat? Is it like rowing? Is it like canoeing? Is it like kayaking? And the answer is sort of, kind of, but also not really. The history of Dragon Boat really dates back to around 278 BC. This is probably the best story, the most well-known story. When Qu Yuan, who is a Chinese poet and philosopher, drowned himself to protest against the political corruption of China in that time. The villagers locally paddled out on their larger boats to find his body. They used drums to scare away the fish so the fish wouldn't eat his body. And as an added deterrent, they threw zhong, as we call them in Cantonese, or zhengzi, as they call them in Mandarin, which are these glutinous rice foods packed inside of bamboo leaves tied up there. They threw those foods into the water so the fish would eat that instead of Qu Yuan's body. And that's where Dragon Boat was born. That's traditionally what we celebrate in the Chinese culture as the Dragon Boat Festival, typically held in the 5th lunar month, the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, also called the Double Fifth Festival for that reason. And that is typically in maybe May or June of our calendars. Dragon Boat Festival was actually on my birthday this year, which is very exciting. But Dragon Boat first arrived in Canada during Expo 86, thanks to the local Chinatown community here. They were facing racism because of increased immigration from Hong Kong in the 80s, and so to unify their Hong Kong community, they used the Expo's theme of transportation to bring people in the same boat. They obtained a Dragon Boat, and they started this festival, which is now the signature event for Dragon Boat BC. So lots and lots of history for Dragon Boat. The international start of Dragon Boat, typically, the modern age, is typically credited to the International Dragon Boat Festival, the international races, Hong Kong International Races held in 1976 in Hong Kong, where the Hong Kong Organizing Committee invited some of the first international teams to race there. But again, back to here, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival in beautiful False Creek in Vancouver. This is race number 7. And we already have started. We are now 5 minutes ahead, which is great. In boat number 1 on the far right is Beer After. That's a great name. Boat number 2, the Dragon Hybrids. Boat number 3, Wham Neon. That's the Washington Masters from Washington State. That's boat number 3. Boat number 4 is Fire Truck. That's that first boat that you see in the middle of your screen out in front. We'll talk about Fire Truck in a little bit. Boat number 5 is the Hong Kongers, local team here. Boat number 6, SFU Shockwaves from Simon Fraser University. Boat number 7, the KP Dragons from Kaiser Permanente in HMO, healthcare organization. And on the far left is boat number 8, DZPC Ravens. That's Dragon Zone Ravens. Dragon Zone being the paddling club here, run by Dragon Boat BC, the organizing committee, the force behind this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Again, in the middle of your screen there, you can see Fire Truck with a really nice lead over that next boat, Hong Kongers in 5. Hong Kongers hanging on pretty strongly, actually, keeping with Fire Truck. Fire Truck is one of the super strong teams, very competitive performance teams here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. They're based here in Vancouver. And we can see them just actually increasing that gap between them and the Hong Kongers. Hong Kongers trying to hang on, but now they're about a boat length behind. Tracking to a really good time they are, Fire Truck. And again, keep in mind that all of this is by placement. So based on placement, then these teams will all be seeded into their next races by placement. Ooh, you can see Fire Truck really ramping up into this final 50-meter finish. Really ramping up, really digging deep, hammering down at the front. And coming over the line in first is Fire Truck. A very strong performance, followed by the Hong Kongers in boat number 5. As we say in Cantonese, Ga Yao. Like, you got this, you can do it. Literally translates to add oil from Cantonese, though. Boat number 6 and boat number 3 fighting it out for third. Boat number 3 is Wham Neon. You can see the bright neon hats and the blue jerseys. That's what they're very much known for. One of the largest dragon boat clubs in the Pacific Northwest. Boat number 6, SFU Shockwave. Again, a college team from Simon Fraser University, just a bit east of here. And now boats number 7 and 2 fighting it out here. Boat number 7 on the far side is KP Dragons, and boat number 2 are the Dragon Hybrids. And rounding out the field now are boats number 1 and 8. Boat number 1 is Beer After, and boat number 8 is Dragon Zone Ravens. There we go, over the line. It's boat number 1, Beer After. And boat number 8, Dragon Zone Ravens. Very nice job to all of these crews. Now, for those who may or may not know, Dragon Boat is obviously a, strength sport in the sense that you have to be physically strong to move the boat forward, but a really large portion, really large part of a team's performance really is also timing, too. And now on screen, we also have results from race number 6. In first was Juicebox with a 209.080. In second was South Bay Synergy with a 214.953. And in third was Dragonheart Slayers with a 215.337. And now we have a replay from race number 7, which just finished. That's boat number 4 out in front, Fire Truck, with a commanding win over the other teams. We can see those finish buoys right there, too. Keeping in mind, and I mean, all the teams here already know this, but paddle through the line. We always tell all of our newer paddles this. Don't stop paddling until your steer or your drummer, calls let it run or let it ride, because oftentimes the finish line that we have is virtual. So the buoys are just a reminder, a marker of where the finish line more or less is, right? But buoys can drift and things can happen sometimes. So on land here, we have a fixed permanent point that the organizers and the finish line officials have already determined, and that is the virtual finish line that they are going by. Same thing at the start, too. The buoys are there very much as a reminder, and that is what Madam Starter will use, but typically we have a virtual line that is set up and established and does not move through the entire day to ensure consistency.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Welcome back to the beautiful the continent's flagship dragon boat race. and the largest by far. As we mentioned, 222 total entries this year, the largest from last year. I think last year's maybe 210, somewhere around there, 222 this year, which is terrific. We are coming up now on race number 8, which is scheduled to go off in 9:17. We're just a little bit ahead of schedule. As you can see, that's race number 8. All those boats are lining up right now at the start line on the far side of Falls Creek. This mixed division, we mentioned this before, is an even split between men and women in the boat. So typically 10 men and 10 women, or somewhere around there. In this mixed division, we have 86 teams. All of these teams are participating in 4 500-meter races. 500 meters is, about 2 to 3 minutes. We have 2 qualifiers today, and then semis and finals tomorrow on Sunday. The top 18 of these mixed crews, of those 86 total mixed crews, the top 18 qualify for the 2,000-meter Guts and Glory Grand Final. That'll be the very last race on Sunday evening, tomorrow evening. And that's based on overall festival standings. It is the largest race of its class in the world, with 18 boats all at the same time. Typically, it's only 12. So it's really a sight to behold. Now on your screen, we have race results from race number 7, the race that just finished. In first place was Fire Truck with a 207.29. I think that might be the fastest time we've seen all morning, unofficially. Second place was Hong Kongers with a 216.716, a really strong performance from the Hong Kongers. I remember watching them a couple of years ago, and they've only gotten faster. And in third, we had Wham Neon. Now we have race number 8. They are off. This is mixed qualifier number 8. We have in lane number 1 on the far right of your screen, there's Sink or Swim. Lane number 2, TCC Dragoneers. In lane 3, Bad Influence, that's BAD, the Bay Area Dragons. Boat number 4, Vancouver Va'a, a local outrigger club. Boat number 5, Dragon Heart's Velocity. Boat number 6, Paddlers Anonymous, DeWave. Boat 7, Quantum Guardian. And boat 8, Conquering Waves 2. Boat number 4 here, Vancouver Va'a, is out in front looking nice and strong. Again, these are mostly outrigger paddlers. Outrigger canoe paddling is another type of paddle sport that a lot of dragon boaters, including myself, cross-train with. The boats are, about the same length, maybe a little bit longer. The outrigger canoe 6s, which only have 6 paddlers in them. They have a nice flotation, ama, we call it, on the left side. It's a sport that traditionally comes from Polynesia and Hawaii. But in this case, these Va'a paddlers, these OC paddlers, are in a dragon boat, paddling single side only, in boat number 4 with a really nice strong lead already, only about 300 meters out. They're more than a full boat length ahead of everybody else, which is great. Behind them, though, is boat number 5, Dragon Heart's Velocity on the left side, and on the right side, we have BAD Influence, Bad, again, the Bay Area Dragons, one of the original dragon boat teams in the San Francisco Bay Area, founded in 1996. Bad has also been to a number of national championships and world championships. A real mainstay of the NorCal paddling community. Vancouver Va'a looking quite strong coming into the final 20 meters of this race. We'll see if they can beat some of the other first place teams so far. Again, as we mentioned, I think 207 is the fastest time we've seen so far, but most all these other teams are 208, 209. And coming in right behind them is boat number 5, that's DH Velocity, Dragon Heart's Velocity, local team here in Vancouver. And boat number 3, BAD Influence, Bad. You saw the steerer from BAD taking out the oar just a little bit just now. The oar in the back, increasing drag a little bit, of course, ensuring maneuverability and direction. But it is a little bit of drag, so even myself as a steerer, when I steer very high-performance teams, I will typically take the oar out as much as I can to decrease drag and decrease that water resistance, right, for some more hydrodynamic performance. And coming over the line now is boat number 2, TCC Dragoneers, followed by boats 6, 1, and 7. That's Paddlers Anonymous DeWave from Toronto. That's boat number 6. Boat number 1, Sink or Swim, a local team. And boat number 7, Quantum Guardian, I believe also a local team. And rounding out this field just a little behind, crossing over the 50-meter line now, is, boat number 8, Conquering Waves 2. Now, as we mentioned, Vancouver Va'a, the first team over the line, is a local team that usually trains and races in those outrigger canoes, or the V6s as we call them sometimes. But this marks their first time that they're racing at this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, and one of the first times ever in a dragon boat, which is pretty exciting. Also in that race, we saw Paddlers Anonymous Dawave. Paddlers Anonymous, also called P-Anon or PA, are one of the local dragon boat teams from Toronto, from the Greater Toronto area. They're originally formed by students at the University of Waterloo, UWaterloo, but they've now grown into a multi-team organization. So it's really great to see all these East Coast teams or teams from far and wide come and race at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. A nice replay of that boat, 3 and 5. Ooh, we'll have to go to the official results to see who came over that line first, but that was boats 3 Bad Influence and boat 5 DH Velocity. That was for second place. That was terrific. And now a quick word from our sponsors.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
My name is Adriana Bartoli. I joined my team abreast in a boat in 2012. I am a paddler of the team. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2012, and I knew about abreast in a boat that support breast cancer survivors through sport. So I joined, and I think it was the best choice I ever done. I was born in Argentina and immigrated here in Canada in 2004 with my husband and 2 twin daughters. And in spite of not having any risk factor for breast cancer or any family history, I was diagnosed in 2012. When I stepped on the boat, on the dragon boat, I felt so well. I was touching the sky with my hands, right? And I said, oh, let's see who's doing this in Argentina or in South America. And to my surprise, nobody was doing this. So it came to me like a passion to show ladies over there all the benefits we have by dragon boating together. Abreast in a Boat is a society that supports breast cancer survivors through sport, through dragon boating. And it was a result of investigation, a research that Dr. Don McKenzie did here at UBC. At the time, and this was 20 years ago, the traditional medicine told people treated to breast cancer that had the lymph nodes removed not to move the arms. And he had a suspect of why this is happening. Is it real? And he defeated these concepts of the medicine at that time and started a research with 24 courageous breast cancer survivors that got onto a dragon boat to do this research. And the use of dragon boat was because of the strenuous and movement of the upper body, and they do the exercise in a controlled way all together or at the same time. As a result of that research, this group of ladies raced and they became abreast in a boat. And they said, we will continue doing that because we feel good. And here we are after 25 years, spreading the message of hope around the world because abreast in a boat was the inspiration for other teams to imitate and to have breast cancer survivors on board. Each time I get on board of the dragon boat, it's an unforgettable experience. So what I can tell people is I encourage them to join, to be assured that they can do it. If they will be able to do it. If they dream, they will be able to do it too.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival with results from race number 8, the race that just finished. In first place, which we saw, was Vancouver Va'a, an outrigger club with a 2:03.394. I think that might be the fastest time of the day. In second was Bad Influence, the Bay Area Dragons, with a 2:19.010. And super tight third place, DH Velocity, with a 2:19.127. Really nice job to all these teams. This is a nice wide spread of times as well. We have a 3:28 there in the mix. Really nice qualifier here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We can see beautiful False Creek here on our screen. One of my favorite bodies of water here in BC. And a nice shot of our docks there with all of our really nice storage sheds as well, and all of our beautiful red tents, all of our amazing volunteers helping folks load safely into those boats and load in and load out. Coming up next will be race number 9, set to go at 9:28. I believe all the boats are just lining up right now. Now, as you mentioned, this is race number 9 in the mixed division. There are 86 mixed teams here participating in the 4 500-meter races. Last year, the 3 top teams at the very finish came within 1 second of each other. The champions of last year's mixed division, the Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club from Southern California, is not racing this year. But 2 other teams, FCRCC Premier, which was last year's silver medalist, and Juice, last year's bronze medalist, are both from Vancouver, and they will be duking it out tomorrow in the finals. Now, that team I just mentioned, Juice, has not raced yet. Their sister team, Juice Box, did with a nice, strong performance as well. We also saw that really other strong team, Fire Truck. They've taken a little bit of time to rebuild, but they've definitely crept back up in the rankings, as we saw from their performance. They really threw down in their qualifier. They raced a few weeks back, and they were 3rd at the VESI 500 Championships. They were also Grand Champions of the Concord Pacific Festival in 2018, with a really strong first-place performance there. So we're excited to see who's going to eventually make it into that grand final. And we're excited to see how the chips fall. So we talked a little about the history of Dragon Boat before. But what we may or may not know is that the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is now the largest event in North America by far. We talked about the changes that we had to do this year too as well. We had to divert and move a lot of the site of this race, actually, over here to the north side of Science World, where Expo 86 took place back in 1986. Due to some seawall instability, so the city of Vancouver has closed a bit of that land. We've had to shift over a little bit, but no problem. Dragon Boat BC has done a really, really terrific job. They've compressed work that usually takes about a year to plan out into only about 2.5, 3 months, where they had to redesign an entirely new festival that previously took, I think, 10 or 12 years to perfect and refine, excuse me. But we're super excited because this year's festival is larger than ever before, not only team-wise, again, 222 teams, the largest by far, but even footprint, too. This is some of the most vendors we've ever had. We have 2 stages this year, which is really, really exciting. We have a medal presentation stage and a separate main stage, the TD main stage. And so this site is going to be our home for the next few years. Estimates on time frame in terms of fixing up and redesigning that seawall are taking, multiple years to fulfill. So we'll be here for the next couple years. But we're very happy. It's very, very close to, the same site we've always been at. And now lining up for their race is race number 9. Again, this is the Premier Mix qualifier. On the far side of your screen, on the right side, is lane number 1, the Ledger Dragons. Lane 2 is Stantec Splash. Lane 3 are San Francisco Dragon Warriors out of the Bay Area. Lane 4, Rising Tide Dragon Boat out of Southern California. Lane 5, Dragon Hearts Breaker. Lane 6, Creekside Dragons. Lane 7, Nothing Dragon Rock. And Lane 8, Conquering Waves. I have a feeling this is going to be a very exciting race. Boat number 4, that's Rising Tide Dragon Boat out of Long Beach, California, is in the middle of your screen there with a nice strong lead of about 3 or 4 seats ahead of Dragon Warriors. Oh, excuse me, Dragon Hearts Breaker. on their left side, boat number 5. Dragon Warriors from San Francisco are on the right side over there with those neon yellow hats. Very, very hard to miss. There's Rising Tide looking very strong, keeping it nice and long in the water. And I will add my disclaimer that my girlfriend is in that boat. Looking quite strong coming into the halfway point for this 500-meter race. Rising Tide is widening that gap between them and Dragonheart's Breaker, one of the high-performance Dragonheart's teams here from Vancouver. Now, the course seems to be fairly flat right now. Just a little bit of wind, but not too bad. You can see Rising Tide in the middle of your screen there, really just running away with this race. Keeping in mind that placements here, moving up and seeding into the next races, are based purely on placement, not by time. And we just saw their steerer call a finish. I'm sure they're going to pull up that rate. Oh, you can even see it. Wow, they're really jacking up that rate. And that boat is moving, too. That boat is flying with about 2 boat lengths. Rising Tide comes over the line first. We will see how their time falls among all of the other high-performing teams. Now, rounding out this field, we have boat 5 and 3. Boat 5's Dragonheart's Breaker, again here from Vancouver. And boat number 3, SF Dragon Warriors. SF Dragon Warriors is one of the teams that actually just came back from the World Championships in Italy last year. One of the fastest U.S. teams. Boat number 2, Stantec Splash, in their bright orange. Very nice. Easy for me to spot. Thank you. Boat number 6, the Creekside Dragons. Creek spelled with an A, as in creaky. Boat 7 is coming over now. This is Nothing Dragon Rock. And 2 of the more community or corporate teams. Boat number 1, the Lighter Dragons, are coming over in their final 5 meters. As well as boat number 8, Conquering Waves. Conquering Waves, if I remember correctly, is one of the teams that is brought together by mental illness. I believe most of these teams, most of these paddlers have mental illness of some kind. A great job to all in this race number 9. And that's over the line. That was fighting for second place, Dragonheart's Breaker, followed by SF Dragon Warriors. Again, those neon hats, nice and easy for me to see. Stantec Splash in boat number 2 with the orange. Same thing, nice and easy for me to see. Thank you. That's boat 6 over the line, Creekside Dragons. Very nice job. Now, I mentioned it before, but you can see some of the buoys are drifting just a little bit, not too much at all, but just a touch, 2 feet that way, 2 feet that way. And it's important to keep in mind that our finish line here, as in most Dragon Boat races, is virtual. So the finish line officials here at Concord Pacific Place and across on the other side of the water as well by the docks have a fixed point on land that we're using as our finish and start line, finish line, and then at the start line, same thing, they have a fixed point on land that they use. And so we always remind all our paddlers to paddle through the line. I typically will not call off my boat and tell them to let it run until maybe seat 4, seat 5 is past where we see the line. I see one of my good friends walking outside right now, Ed Wen, one of the best Dragon Boat photographers in the world. And we can see beautiful False Creek here, too. Looking nice and clean, nice and pretty. A lot prettier than some of the waters that other Dragon Boat teams have the fortunate or unfortunate chance to paddle on. I'm originally from New York, and so a lot of the water there in Flushing in New York and Queens is not the best. This is nice and clean here. You can see the Canby Street Bridge in the background there. And we'll be back soon.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place, supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here live from Concord Pacific Place here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Concord Pacific, of course, the title sponsor for this race for 10 years now. That's a great achievement. Nice job, Concord Pacific. And one of the founding partners as well. Now we have race results from race number 9. The one that just finished. We have in first place was Rising Tide Dragon Boat from Long Beach, California, with a 2:04.934. That is one of the fastest times we've seen so far. I don't think it's the fastest, but it's very, very fast. We'll see. In second place, Dragon Heart's Breaker with a 2:18.131. And in third, SF Dragon Warriors from the Bay Area with a 2:20.533. Now, Rising Tide, which came in first there, one of the very strong teams out of Southern California, is coached by coached by many members of the U.S. national team in the 24U, or 24 and under division, as well as paddlers from Team USA Premier, the highest level of competition for our sport. Coming up and just lining up now is race number 10, scheduled to go off at 9:39. It's currently 9:31, so keeping that, 6-7 minutes ahead of schedule by the time they actually launch. And in this race, on the far right side, we have the Grand Dragons in lane 1. In lane 2, Paddlers Anonymous DeBoat, again, a team from Toronto. Lane 3, the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers from Lowell High School down in the Bay Area. Lane number 4, FCRCC Premier, that's False Creek Racing Canoe Club. FCRCC Premier, as we mentioned, was champion of this race back in 2023. We'll see if they can take it back this year. Lane number 5, Watermelons. Don't really have much info on them, unfortunately. Lane number 6, RGL United. Lane number 7, Prairie High Performance Senior C. And lane 8, Dragon Zone Trout. They are off, and as expected, boat number 4, FCRCC Premier, is out in front. Looking nice and strong. They've really settled into their 500-meter pace, which is really great, right? They're lengthening out. They're making sure that the strokes are long. They're pulling the boat forward. They're using their bodies to push down on that paddle. In second place next to them is Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. This is a high school team, all under 18 from Lowell High School. Shout out to Lowell High School. My cousin goes to that school. And on the other side of them as well is the Watermelons team, looking nice and strong. That's boat number 5. Again, not much info about them, unfortunately. Oh, beautiful drone shot of the front of FCRCC Premier here, coached by a multi-time Olympic kayaker here in Vancouver. Excuse me, she may be a canoeist, one of the two. On the outside were the Grand Dragons, also out in lane 1 on the far right of your screen. They're lagging a little behind. They're one of the senior crews here. There's another senior crew as well, Prairie High Performance Senior C. That's on the far left of your screen, boat number 7. Now, Senior C is 60 and above. So the different divisions are Premier, which is all age, Senior A, B, and C, which is 40, 50, and 60 and above, respectively. Then you have some of the junior crews, which tend to be under 18. There's the University / 24U, 24 and under division. So they're, 24 years and under. And then we've got specialty divisions like Paradragons and breast cancer paddler divisions, also BCP. So coming over the line now, coming to their final 2 meters. This is FCRCC Premier, False Creek. Looking nice. Really powerful. Wow. Woo. FCRCC Premier, a force to be reckoned with. Fighting out for second now. Woo! It looks like boat 3 is surging forward, and they will be over the line first. That's Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, followed by boat number 5, the Watermelons. Boat number 2 over the line, Paddlers Anonymous to boat from Toronto, with boat number 7, Prairie High Performance Senior C. Boat number 6, RGL United, is just finished over the line. And rounding out this heat are boats number 1 and 8 on the outsides, making it nice and easy for us to watch. The Grand Dragons in boat number 1 on the far right of your screen. And Dragon Zone Trout, Dragon Zone Paddling Club Trout, which is, I believe, a Learn to Paddle team. Boat number 8. Again, this is just really a terrific race for paddlers of all different performance levels and competition levels to be racing at. We have corporate teams and competition teams paddling next to each other. We have community teams of people who've never paddled before, and, world championship racing athletes. Again, all next to each other, hobnobbing, chatting with each other, all in the same athletes village as well. So coming over the line in this instant replay was second place, with third. Boat number 3, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. Then we had boat number 5, the Watermelons. And you can also see these beautiful designs on the boats. We'll talk about that in just a second. But you can see all the, the perfect synchronization of the entries, exits, recoveries, pull-throughs, everything of these really high-performance crews. And it's really, really great to see, especially in this nice slow-mo instant replay. So from this point of view in your camera, you can see on the stream here, we get a really nice close-up of all of the boats. You can see the sides of the boats, also called the gunnel or gun wall, as it's called. The outsides of these boats are painted really beautifully. They're really awesomely designed. And this is actually an art fleet of boats. So this specific fleet of boats is only used for this one race once a year. These boats were purchased back in 2022 with support from the Concord Pacific organization and from the province of BC to jumpstart the local racing scene here post-COVID. All these different boats have different designs on them. In the middle of your screen is boat number 4. This design is created by the Bagua Artist Association, and it's called Bedecked with Pearls and Glimmering Jade. That quotes a line from Chu Yuan's poem Crossing the River, from his poetry collection, The 9 Songs. Chu Yuan, as we mentioned, was a poet in China back in the early, 200 BC, 300 BC. Chu Yuan's pearls and pendants of fine jade symbolize his never abandoned virtues and ideals despite his exile. His death in 278 inspired many dragon boat traditions and is really the origin of the Dragon Boat Festival and our sport in the first place. The gems and the pearls that are crafted on that boat in that design are crafted as original and traditional Chinese symbols. They carry messages of good intention. The 5-colored thread there is a blessing of good fortune and protection against illness as well. And together, this whole design of this boat represents an auspicious protection charm for our athletes in the boat. So that's just one of the many, many boats that we have here. We'll talk more about some of them later, but that was boat number 4 from the Bagua Artist Association.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival with results from race number 10. In first, with a 205.671, is FCRCC Premier. No surprise there. In second were the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, again from Lowell High School down in the Bay Area with a 219.451. And in third, Watermelons with a 219.868. I love some of these teams with the really fun, creative names like Watermelons because it makes my job very fun. I get to Google Watermelons Dragon Boat and see what comes up, and the answer is not much. Other teams, of course, have been in the Dragon Boat scene for a long time, such as FCRCC that we just talked about. And coming up in this next race as well, some Dragon Boat teams that are fairly well known, UBC Current Gold from University of British Columbia, and Juice. Juice was the champion of this race, the Concord Pacific race, back in 21 and 2022. They're a local team from here in Vancouver, and just 3 weeks ago, they set a blisteringly fast, super blazing fast time of 150 for that 500 meters at the Vessi 500 Championships, beating FCRCC by beating FCRCC's 152. But in 2023 and 2024, Juice came out on top at the Vessi 500, and FCRCC Premier snuck back up to take the top spot. So we'll see how they do. They're just lining up right now for race number 11. We'll also see UBC Current Gold, again from University of British Columbia. UBC is one of the strongest 2-4U or university teams here in the West. I actually think they might be the strongest. UBC has two teams. They have Current Blue and Current Gold. Coming up in this race number 11 is Current Gold. UBC Current Blue was ranked 5th at the Vessi 500 Championship just 3 weeks ago. A very strong performance, and consistently they've been in the top division for the last few years. We'll see if they move up and get into medal contention this year into the top 3. As a reminder, too, the top 18 of these Premier Mix teams will qualify for the 2,000 meter, the 2K, Guts and Glory Grand Final tomorrow evening. That'll be based on their overall festival standings, and that closes out the festival as the largest 2K race of its class in the world. I mentioned before, but typically 2K races are only about 12 teams. Maybe I've seen 15, maybe I've seen 14, but 18 is the largest in the world by far. 18 boats all in the water at the same time, going in a nice loop, almost like NASCAR, right? Going in a nice loop of 500 meters and, 4 times. With 3 turns, you'll actually get to see them turn 180 degrees. Something that we steerers practice all the time. And it looks like just in the chute now is race 11. All these boats nice and lined up or starting to line up. Oh, and they're off. There we go. On the far right side of your screen, in lane number 1, Wave Catchers. In lane 2, Stem Cell Technologies. In lane 3, UBC Current Gold. That's a team to watch out for. In lane number 4 in the middle is Juice. Woo, with their signature really fast start and already there into their settle. And even so, barely, 70 meters out? They're already 9 seats up on everybody else. Next to them, lane number 5 on the left side is UBC Current Orem, another University of British Columbia team. On lane 6, Lowell Red Tide. This is another Lowell team. Lane number 7, Blue Bloods London Drugs. And on the far side, on the left, that's Ship Happens. This is a surprise throw-together team of paddlers that, this is what their bio says, that might make, well, ship happenings from around the lower mainland area here in BC. Ooh, a little bit of some steering issue here, perhaps. We see Juice out in front, and then directly behind them, which they probably shouldn't be, is, I think that's UBC Current Orem, maybe. There are the team names on the screen for me. Thank you very much. Juice looking really nice and strong, very commanding lead here. Comfortable first place. It looks like UBC Current Orem behind them on their left is starting to veer into their lane more. Their own lane, I mean, excuse me. They're correcting. Steering is hard, so I give a lot of grace here. And with about, oh my God, was that 3 lengths? 3 or 4 boat lengths is Juice. Very, very strong performance out in front. Now, they are racing themselves here. It is by placement, not by time. But, of course, they want to see where they stack up against the other top teams. So far, the top time has been a 2:03. A couple 2:04s. Couple 2:06s. And in your screen, you can see boat number 6 as well. That's Lowell Red Tide. This is another juniors crew, under 18, all in high school. But it looks like fighting it out for second place behind Juice, which just crossed over the line. There you go. Nice job, Juice. Behind Juice will be boats number 5 or 3. Boat 5 is UBC Current Orem, and boat number 3 is UBC Current Gold. So 2 UBC teams fighting each other, duking it out. We'll see which of the 2 takes second place. Super close, but it looks like boat number 3, UBC Current Gold, has taken it just over UBC Current Orem, with boat 6, Lowell Red Tide, coming over the line right after. And finally, over the line, this is boat number 8, Ship Happens. Great name. I love hearing all these dragon boat paddling puns, all these water sports puns. And I think we have a nice instant replay here. Of our safety boat. Very nice. Now, as is the international standard, we always have a safety boat. I think we have 2 here, actually, following behind all sets of the boats to make sure everything is okay. It also ensures that everybody stays in their lane as they're supposed to. So before, when UBC Current, I think it was UBC Current Orem, had a little bit of a steering mishap, the safety boat was probably telling them, hey, move over to your lane, you're out of your lane, kind of thing. And this was second place here. We're seeing on the instant replay, boats number 3 and 5. Boat 3 took that, UBC Current Gold, followed by UBC Current Orem in 5. Next over the line was boat 6, Lowell Red Tide. And there's boat 6 again, Lowell Red Tide. So as you can notice, we talked about the art fleet of boats before that had the really nice designs on the sides. This is the non-art fleet, which just, of course, talks about Concord Pacific, our title sponsor and one of our founding partners, as well as some of our other sponsors, too. And I think we're going to talk about those now.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
My name is Judy Chan. I'm a teacher at Eric Camber Secondary School, and currently I am the founder and teacher manager of the Eric Camber Eternal Dragon Junior team. Eric Amber was asked to form one of the first junior teams when juniors were allowed to race in dragon boat races in Vancouver. And I had been a member on the first committee of the Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver in 1986, which at that time had cotton t-shirts. I looked at what the sport was all about and I thought, Expo 86, transportation, these people all over the world had come in to do racing, and I thought high school kids could do this, right? And so I said, why don't we get some high school students or junior teams in it? And they say, no, it's too dangerous. We're not too sure what, how that would work out, liability issues. And then about 4 years later in 1990, I get a phone call saying, get your team ready. We're having juniors. So I gathered up some kids, and we had about a team and a half of kids, and we practiced in Voyager canoes because at that time high school students weren't allowed to practice in the real dragon boats until a few weeks before the dragon boat races. So we did Voyager canoes, and then we got a chance to get into dragon boat. And at that year, because it was so new, we lent out our extra paddlers to various teams who were short in order to make the race happen. So it was quite an exciting time to be part of that first year. And the students that started that first team, of course, came up with the name Eternal Dragon. And they wanted it to sound good in English as well as in Chinese. And so at that time, they came up with this. They got someone's uncle to do the calligraphy because it had to be perfect. And of course, they drew the dragon boat with all the paddlers in it. And I thought that was kind of interesting, and not realizing that the word eternal was going to mean that I was going to still be doing this sport 3 decades later with a high school team. I think Dragon Boat has played, I think, a very critical part in youth development because it's given youth a chance to work as a team, set goals, and try to reach them. And the closer they get, I think the better they feel about themselves. So I think it really improves their self-esteem. And then I've also had former paddlers who graduated into adult teams or U24 teams, and they've traveled around the world and made friends all over the world. And I think when they meet another dragon boat paddler, no matter where they are, there is that sense of instant connection and camaraderie. And I think it builds a lot of understanding that that all people, regardless of their cultural background or ethnic background or racial background, we're all the same. And we enjoy, I think, succeeding in reaching our goals and just having the support of people around us.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival with results from that last race. Race number 11, in first place was Juice with a 204.097. In second was UBC Current Gold with a 224.634. And in third, UBC Current Orm with, barely slower, 224.918. That's a difference of only 0.3 between the two UBC Current teams. UBC also has a third team here, UBC Current Blue. We saw them go off earlier this morning. Really great to see that their Dragon Boat program is so strong that they've been able to field 3 mixed crews here at the festival. A really great job. Lining up now is race number 12. This is the first of the non-premier mixed divisions. This is the Abreast in a Boat, AIAB, Breast Cancer Paddler Qualifier number 1. On the far right of your screen, they're off. On the far right of your screen, Silver Lining Montana from Montana. Lane number 2, Latino America and Rosa. Lane number 3, Dragon Divas, Minnesota, Courage. Lane number 4, Breast Friends, Edmonton, love that. Lane number 5, Abreast in the City. Lane 6, Abreast at Rocky Point. Lane 7, LA Pink Dragons, let's go SoCal. And lane number 8, Waves of Hope. Now, all of these athletes in these boats are breast cancer paddlers, meaning they are breast cancer survivors or breast cancer patients, or... oh, excuse me. Looks like there's... Anyway, excuse me. So Abreast in a Boat, AIAB, was the very first breast cancer paddler team in the world, founded back in 1996, here, right here, on Falls Creek in Vancouver, BC. That team, AIAB, went on to really great heights and to grow the dragon boat community beyond just competition, but also into sisterhood and into community as well. Breast cancer paddlers, as I mentioned, are all breast cancer patients or breast cancer survivors. And it is now an internationally recognized category or division within the dragon boat world. The International Federation, the International Dragon Boat Federation, has a sister community, a sister organization called the IBCPC, the International Breast Cancer Paddlers Commission. That commission holds an annual, or not annual, every 4 years, they hold a participatory festival. One of the last ones was held in New Zealand. The upcoming one, I believe, is 2026, and I believe that'll be held in France. And so you can see all these crews on your team racing down toward the finish line, and yes, they want to race toward the finish line for speed, but they also are racing together. They're racing in sisterhood. There's really something special about being in a boat and knowing that all of these people sitting next to you have been through the same experiences you have. They've had the same difficulties and struggles that you've had. And most importantly, you know that they're just as strong as you are, right? They've overcome so much. They're really amazing paddlers. They're really amazing people. They're really amazing women. And it's always a very emotional time, honestly, for me, to see a lot of these paddlers and athletes really push themselves. Really push themselves here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We don't have any clear first place winners here in this first qualifier for the BCP division, which is actually great. It's always exciting to see that. It's much more fun this way. In lane number 1, that's Silver Lining Montana, out of Montana here in the U.S., or excuse me, down in the U.S. They're over the line first. Very nice, about 4 or 5 seat lead over the next team, which is boat number 2, and then followed by boat number 4. Boat number 2 is Latino America and Rosa. Boat number 4, Breast Friends from Edmonton over in Alberta. This is the art fleet of boats also. So you'll see the nice designs on the sides of the boat. And that's all of the boats over the line. Pretty darn close in times. We have a nice replay of the first boats over the line. Again, Silver Lining Montana. Boat number 2, Latino America and Rosa. And boat number 4, Breast Friends from Edmonton, followed by 6 and 5. 6 is Abreast at Rocky Point, and 5 are Abreast in the City. All of these teams that you'll see today with Abreast in the name are all from that original organization, Abreast in a Boat. The original, the OG, the very first breast cancer paddler team in the world. Ooh, a terrific shot here on your live stream of all of the tents there. That's Athletes Village, and this is also the production area too. That's Athletes Village, where all of the different teams have their tents. They're sitting there, they're getting ready, they're warming up. They're maybe jogging around. You can see BC Place in the background there. And on the left side, we see the TD main stage. That's the really nice big stage where Felix Cartal and Lights will be performing tonight. And all the vendor area there as well. We have paddler outfitters, we have gear manufacturers, we have other brands that we've partnered with and who are sponsoring. And they all have tents there selling things and you know, reaching out to the community.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back now here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here in beautiful Vancouver, BC, with results from that last race. This is the first breast cancer paddler qualifier. In first place was in lane 1, very fittingly, Silver Lining Montana with a 244.481. In second, Latino America and Rosa with a 247.735. And in third, a Breast Friends Edmonton with a 248.619. Very nice job to all these BCP paddlers. All these crews are now getting ready to move up to the next start line for race number 12. Excuse me, race 13. And this is the breast cancer paddler qualifier number 2, again, named after the Abreast in a Boat team, which is the very first breast cancer paddler team in the world, founded here in Vancouver in 1996. And here on the stream, you can see me. That was me. My name is Matthew. I'm one of your hosts and announcers for the weekend. My co-host Suzanne had to step away for a little bit. She does other volunteer work here at the festival, but she'll be back in just a little bit, so it's just me solo for the next little bit of time. Coming up on race number 13, this is another BCP qualifier. We have in lane number 1, Pink Phoenix Soul. In lane 2, the International Pink Sisters. In lane 3, the Dragon Divas of Minnesota, Hope. We had a Dragon Divas Minnesota team in the last race as well. In lane number 4, Abreast in a Boat Fortitude. Lane 5, River Winds. In lane 6, Sister Ship Dragon Boat Association. I like that name. That's a nice name. Lane number 7, Save Our Sisters. And lane 8, Chemo Savi, Pink Thunder. Again, it's great to hear such creative and fun names here. Chemo Savi, I like that. River Winds is fun, and Sister Ship Dragon Boat Association is really clever. I like that. That's a nice one. The Breast Cancer Paddler Division, BCP Division, was also recognized by the International Dragon Boat Federation for the first time in their own division at the World Championships. So the upcoming World Championships will be held in Germany next month by the IDBF, International Dragon Boat Federation. And at that World Championships, they'll be debuting for the very first time a breast cancer paddler division of their own right. As I mentioned before, breast cancer paddlers have their own special participatory international festival every 4 years, but at the biennial World Championships held by the IDBF, there has never been a breast cancer division. Now there is, which is super, super exciting. And so in Germany, in just a couple weeks, we'll be seeing some very high-performance breast cancer paddler teams representing each of their countries. Team USA Breast Cancer will be there. I believe Team Canada is sending a very strong crew as well, so we'll get to see how they perform. We have a nice shot here. We can see all the different boats starting to line up. Madam Starter is making sure they're all approaching properly, all approaching correctly, making sure that their noses line up very nicely. For those who maybe are not as familiar with the dragon boat scene, you can see on the very backs and fronts of these boats that there are, in fact, dragon accessories. There's a dragon head at the very front. There's a dragon tail at the very back. And here on our screen, we see boats number 8 and 7. Boat number 8 is Chemo Savi Pink Thunder, and boat number 7 right next to them is Save Our Sisters. I don't recall where this Save Our Sisters team is from, but I do know there's an SOS team out of Miami, Florida. I do not think that's this team. Now, one of the reasons that at this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival this year, one of the reasons that we have a completely separate special abreast and a boat division for breast cancer paddlers is because it is the 30th anniversary of breast cancer paddling in the world. There are 33 teams here participating in 4 500-meter races. So again, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. There also is a flower ceremony for almost all breast cancer paddler divisions at every race. There's always a flower ceremony for the breast cancer survivors that we hold immediately after the grand final. But Vancouver has really played host to many milestones in modern dragon boat history. As we said, it was introduced here in '86. We also held the first Club Crew World Championships in 1996. And now, obviously, we host this, the continent's flagship Dragon Boat Festival, the Concord Pacific Festival. But another major part is here in the BCP division. In 1996, as I mentioned, sports medicine physician Dr. Don McKenzie, or Dr. Don as we call him, he came up with this theory that dragon boat paddling actually could help breast cancer patients rebuild strength, build social networks, be good for community. And this was really, really a novel idea at the time. A lot of folks thought that breast cancer paddlers were not supposed to move their upper bodies, very strenuously for fear of damage to their bodies and such. And so he was really a pioneer in that sense. In 1996, he worked with 24 women who took up the challenge. They formed the world's first BCP team, again, called Abreast in a Boat. And from there, breast cancer paddling really, really took off. It's become a source of hope. It's become a source of community. It's become a source of sisterhood, as I mentioned before. It's really been such a special division in our dragon boat sport that you don't see in a lot of other sports in general. Right? Canoeing, kayaking, rowing, they don't really have many specialty divisions like this. It tends to just be by age. Nowadays, para divisions are starting to open up in some other sports, but you don't see such a really special, unique thing to dragon boat sport, which is really terrific. Now, across the world, there are over 380 breast cancer teams, 380 breast cancer teams across the world, which is amazing, in 40 different countries. Across the world, a lot of these teams have come back to Vancouver to celebrate their shared strength and their 30 years of history to this festival today and tomorrow. Many countries are represented here, including Canada, Australia, Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, Panama, the UK, and the US, including many provinces across Canada. BC is represented, Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, even Nova Scotians are here racing in the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Division. Coming up next will be qualifier number 3. Qualifier number 2 just finished. And it looks like qualifier 3, also called race 14, are just starting to line up now. We have in lane number 1 on the far right, Pink Phoenix Heart. In lane 2, Indy Survivors from Indianapolis, Indiana in the US. Let's go US, woo. Boat number 3, Coburg Survivor Thrivers. Love that. Boat number 4, North Shore Dragon Busters. Boat number 5, Dragons Abreast. Boat number 6, Chestmates Kingston. Boat 7, Catch-22 Ospreys. And boat number 8, Chemo Savi Pink Lightning. Excuse me, I misspoke just now. We were on qualifier number 2, race 13, not race 14. So on the far right of your screen, we have Pink Phoenix Soul. Lane number 2, International Pink Sisters. Lane 3, Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope. In lane 4, Abreast in a Boat Fortitude. In lane 5, River Winds. In lane 6, Sister Ship Dragon Boat Association. Lane 7, Save Our Sisters. And lane 8, Chemo Savi Pink Thunder. Looks like we're just about ready to go off here. Now, of course, this is the breast cancer paddler division, but if you're here on site, there is also there's an abreast in a boat pavilion, cultural pavilion here at the site. And that's really all about engaging the community, learning about what breast cancer paddling is, expanding it out to other folks who may be eligible, or just, getting the word out, letting folks know about breast cancer paddling. Some of the other pavilions, cultural pavilions here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival also include the Chinatown Pavilion, the Indigenous Pavilion, the Pride Pavilion. And all of these pavilions, as we said, are ways for us to reach out to the community and let people know about all the different special divisions and all the different cultural institutions here in Vancouver that contribute to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Walking past my studio right now is my girlfriend and her team, Rising Tide. Currently 3rd seed in the Premier Mixed Division. Very nice job. Relining up at the start buoys now is the BCP Division qualifier number 2. Abreast in a boat. BCP Division. And I believe these are indeed the art fleet of boats. Now that's lane number 4. That's boat number 4 right there, which we talked about. That was the Bagua Artists Association, bedecked with pearls and glimmering jade. Right next to them is boat number 5. Boat number 5's art was done by Deborah Sparrow, and it is called 100 Years of History Musqueam. These designs represent the movement and swirling water after a paddle has dug deep to move canoes and dragon boats along swiftly on their way. The colors honor the red of Lunar New Year, the red that they use in blankets as well. The black represents the mud deep during the rivers, used to dye wool, and histories tell the stories handed down through generations. Know who you are and where you come from. Again, this is lane number 5. A real quick announcement. Can the owner of a Chevy Cruze please move your car? License plate is British Columbia SH859N. That's a Chevy Cruze SH859N. If that is your car, a white Chevy Cruze, please move it. We need you to move that car. Looks like almost all of these crews are nice and lined up at the front now. Those dragon heads are almost all the same. And they're off. Race number 2 in the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler qualifier. Race number 13. Again, on the far right of your screen is Pink Phoenix Soul in boat number 1. Boat number 2 is International Pink Sisters. Boat 3 is Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope. Boat 4 is Breast in a Boat Fortitude. Boat 5, River Winds. Boat 6, Sister Ship Dragon Boat Association. Boat 7, Save Our Sisters. And Boat 8, Kimosabi Pink Thunder. You'll see the 2 safety boats behind. As we mentioned, they're making sure that everyone is okay. They're making sure that there were no hitches, making sure that the timers and the officials are already started and that they know that these boats are coming down the line. If something does happen, if a flip happens, if a crash happens, these safety boats will make sure that everybody is okay. These crews are really stretching out now into the body of these 500-meter races. Again, these 500s take about, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, somewhere around there. A really great show of strength and resilience and power from all of these breast cancer paddlers. Very close to the Breast Cancer Paddlers Division's hearts also is the ACP Division, or All Cancer Paddlers Division. Now that division is not yet run here at this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, but it is an internationally recognized division by the IDBF. The ACP Division, All Cancer Paddler Division, is comprised of athletes who have all been affected by any form of cancer, not just breast cancer, but it includes breast cancer. Whereas these boats, these are breast and above breast cancer paddlers here in this division, have all been affected by breast cancer. We can see just starting to come over into the final 50-meter line now are boats 3 and 8. Boat 3 is Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope from Minnesota, and boat number 8, Kimosabi Pink Thunder. And coming in over the line now with a very nice, strong, commanding lead is, in fact, boat number 3. That is the Dragon Divas of Minnesota. They're in the Twin Cities area from Minneapolis and St. Paul. But I believe they also have some members from Wisconsin as well. You know, the close areas of Wisconsin. And finally, rounding out the field now is boat number 5. And that is the River Winds team. And there's boat number 4. 1, 6, and 2. You'll see, which makes sense, a lot of pink on a lot of these team jerseys, on a lot of these hats, a lot of these decorations and such. Really showing, you know, the sisterhood and the community that these paddlers have. Now, I realized before I was speaking about one of the Art Fleet boats, boat number 5. Turns out this was not the Art Fleet, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But these Concord Pacific boats, of course, show off the logo of our title sponsor and one of our founding partners, Concord Pacific. We can see Science World in the background there as well, with parts of the seawall closed off, unfortunately, due to the shifting land, as we mentioned. Now, I have a note here about this. Here it is. There may or may not be some growing pains here to these changes, but there's a lot of potential because the site is actually larger this year. Now, one of the reasons that these decks were deemed unstable by the city of Vancouver was because they were built, believe it or not, as temporary structures. For Expo 86, they began deteriorating and they became unstable, and so the city closed the area in February. But it's okay, we're loving our new site, and everything is going quite well.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
And they're off. This is the next race, race number 14. The BCP Paddler Qualifier, race number 3. On the far side in lane number 1 is Pink Phoenix Heart. In lane number 2, Indy Survivors from Indianapolis. Lane number 3, Coburg Survivor Thrivers. Lane number 4, North Shore Dragon Busters. In lane 5, Dragons Abreast. In lane 6, Chestmates Kingston. In lane 7, Catch-22 Ospreys from the U.S. And lane number 8, Kimosabi Pink Lightning. This is the second Kimosabi boat we've seen recently. Kimosabi Pink Thunder was in the former race, and now we have Pink Lightning out in lane number 8 on the far left side. The field is starting to spread just a little bit. We're seeing boat number 5, Dragons Abreast, looking quite strong. And just on their outside, on their left side, is Catch 22 Ospreys, also looking good. Looks like they're duking it out for first place in this race. And as a reminder here, the advancements or the progressions are based entirely on placement, not by time. All these ladies paddling strong, putting the paddle to the metal, as I always say. Now, the Indy Survivors are one of the teams that has traveled the furthest to get here. Obviously, there are teams from other countries, but the Indianapolis Survivors are still one of the travel teams that had to travel a bit just to get here to Vancouver. Now they're out in lane 2. In the middle of your screen there, we have lane 5 and 7. 5 is Dragons Abreast, and lane 7 is the Catch 22 Ospreys. Now, Catch 22 is a dragon boat team based in Vancouver Lake Aquatic Center in Vancouver, Washington. And they are now over the line, not to be confused with one of my old home teams, also called Catch 22, actually, out of New York City, though. Over the line now is boat number 4. That was the North Shore Dragon Busters. And coming over the line, these last 3 teams. Boat 8, Kimosabi Pink Lightning. Boat number 3, Coburg Survivor Thrivers. And boat 6, Chestmates Kingston. Chestmates Kingston also traveled from fairly far. They are from Kingston, Ontario. They raced at Peterborough a couple weeks ago. I think that was their first festival of the year, actually, where they took 3rd and 4th. Very nice team from Ontario. Woof. We'll have to see who came in first there. I think it was boat 1, but not quite sure. And that boat 1 was Pink Phoenix Heart. Now we can see our gorgeous docks. Now these boats take off from our docks here in the Olympic Village. It's one of the few fully accessible dragon boat docks in the world. In my experience, it's the only one, but it's one of the few fully accessible docks in the world. It allows a very wide variety of teams from a range of backgrounds to race, including para teams, as we mentioned before. If they need places to store their crutches, if they need direct access to the boat, if they need to add any small modifications and such, they can do so. The boat fleet that just finished was the Art Fleet, as I've been talking about before, where I erroneously called the other fleet the Art Fleet. But these boats that are being used are a special set of boats that's only used 1 time per year at the festival. Each of these boats is a standard 600 pounds, right around there, and they're made of fiberglass, which is somewhat hardy, but can be damaged if crashes and such happen. Unlike other boat sports, the racing boats here are a set, and so for those who may or may not know about Dragon Boat very well, competitors, we don't bring our own boats. We use the boats that are given to us here by the festival, by the organizers. So it ends up being a question more of who moves their boat the fastest instead of who buys the fastest boat, right? Rowing, for example, you bring your own boat to the races. This is very, very different in that way. Boats are paddled with our paddles, which are made of carbon fiber or wood, and the fleet that we'll talk about in just a little bit is that Art Fleet, where we have local artists who've done a lot of amazing design work. And now we're going to go to a word from our sponsors.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Hi there, my name's Karen Dogstetter. I am a current member of Sisters in St. Dragon Boat Team, and a previous member of Eye of the Dragon boat team, which was a visually impaired team. When I started paddling in 2009, I was looking for some kind of an exercise program that I could do where my blindness wasn't going to be an issue. That's when I came to Eye of the Dragon, and it was actually what I needed. It was an overall good workout. It was a very meditative place for me. I love being on the water and paddling with my peers. Eye of the Dragon was there, and we were in a visually impaired category, but we were pretty good at that time. So we were paddling on the courses there and just doing the turns and coming down the finish line and actually crossing first was amazing. You know, you do a 500 meter, but then a 2,000 is just so completely different. That was one of the most unique dragon boat experiences for me. So Sisters in Sync, why I came there is it's a lesbian team. And for me, that was a part of my life that isn't always available to me. It ended up being a really good fit for me. I love the sport now and don't really want to give it up. I remember when Dragon Boat first came to Vancouver in the 80s, and it was such a foreign concept at that time. But it grew and it grew, and it's become a very large part of our Vancouver experience, from bringing tourism and different cultures together to school kids and seniors. It spans all ages, it spans all abilities. I think it's just a really good fit for our city as a coastal city. First and foremost, it makes me understand that I can do anything if I choose to, and whether that's being an out paddler or an out person, but also as a visually impaired person. It's an inclusive community. That means a lot, just to be able to do what I want to do.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent, plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival in beautiful Vancouver, BC. We're coming up on the breast cancer paddler qualifier number 4. We just finished number 3. And we have yet another great view of those docks. Those beautiful docks we have here, administered by Dragon Boat BC and the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society here in the Olympic Village. Now, False Creek, here where we're paddling, was really the origin of dragon boat paddling in all of Canada. When everything started back during Expo 86 in 1986, that was really a cornerstone. It was really a watershed moment for the dragon boat community here in Canada. And it was honestly a really big moment for the Hong Konger or the Chinese community here in Vancouver specifically. They were one of the reasons that dragon boat paddling started. And then 10 years later, in 1996, the Club Crew World Championships were held here by the International Dragon Boat Federation. That was also the year that breast cancer paddling came into being. Again, all due to Dr. Don McKenzie, very brave doctor here in BC, and the even braver paddlers, those ladies in that first abreast in a boat crew. We can see some of these crews warming up and just starting to get to the start line. going out to the start line from this venue, teams have to paddle up the entire course, the entire 500-meter course, just to get to the start. During that 500-meter course, teams will typically do a variety of different things, maybe some easy drills to really lock in timing and technique. I know for my team, for example, when we go up to the line, we'll typically do a couple race starts just to make sure we're all locked in mentally together, right? And also to make sure that that our fitness is there. You know, maybe spiking the heart rate a little bit for those, 10 seconds, for that 5 seconds, just to remind us of what it's like to move our muscles. Here we have boat number 1. This is Pink Champagne Breast Cancer S. Following them in all of the other 7 lanes, we have in lane number 2 will be Dragons Abreast from Australia. I believe this is the furthest traveling team here for the continent's flagship Dragon Boat Festival, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Boat number 3 will be the Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia. Boat 4 will be Survivorship. Boat 5 is Abreast in a Boat, Dee's Divas. Boat 6 will be Abreast Up the Creek. Boat 7, Abreast of Life. Boat 8 will be Sky Dragon Sisters, and Boat 9 will be Paddles with a Purpose. Now, if I remember correctly, and I actually could be wrong, but I believe the Sky Dragon Sisters over there in Boat 8 are from Panama. Very far traveling team also to get here. Now, one of the reasons that we talked about before that so many teams travel far and wide to come to this festival is not only because of the location, because Vancouver is beautiful, but also because this really is the continent's flagship festival. It's honestly one of the world's flagship festivals. People across the world know this festival, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, by name. They call it the Vancouver race. They call it the Concord race. They know that it's one of the best run, one of the most fun, and one of just the best in general races in the world for Dragon Boat. And part of that is also due not only just to the racing, the actual racing on the water, but all of the other things that this festival has to offer. We have always had terrific artists and musicians playing, local ones, right, from the BC area. We've always had really great vendors, really interesting artists and artisans selling their things. We've had great sponsors, always good food too. This is one of the largest food truck events here in Vancouver, actually. So go, if you're here on site, go visit the food trucks. I will be later. And the community that this festival really draws, because it is so big, means that the community runs deep. There's so many people from all over who you can talk to. People get to meet each other. They get to network. They get to chat, make new friends. That's one of the best things about this sport, is because there are so many people on each boat, 22, right? There are so many people here to meet who you don't know. So I encourage everyone who's here at the festival in person, make at least 3 new friends today. That's my challenge to you. From announcer Matthew here, go make 3 new friends. See if you can do it. It'll be easy. For those who are new to the Dragon Boat scene, or maybe tuning in, maybe you're watching your friends or your family, let's hear about it in the comments, in the YouTube comments. Let me know who you're following and what teams you're rooting for. But for especially some of those new folks who don't know Dragon Boat very well, the races here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival are 500 meters in their boats. The 500 meters is about maybe 2 to 3 minutes, somewhere around there. There are 3 different types of divisions. There's the mixed, the open, and the women's. The mixed division is all done for the morning. We'll see them again in the afternoon. That's an even mix of men and women in the boat paddling. The open division is no gender restrictions. It typically tends to be all men, but it could be anybody. And then the women's division, which is part of this breast cancer paddler division right now, is all women. And so the paddles that everyone is using are made by different brands. There are many, many different paddle manufacturers around the world. But they're all set to a standard of length. So the maximum length, according to the international standard, the International Dragon Boat Federation's standard, is 51 inches. And the shortest it can be is 46 inches. Folks tend to sit right around maybe 46 to 49, maybe to 50. No one ever really hits 51. I mean, of course, there are some folks who do, of course, but not many. And there are also a variety of different techniques. So again, for some of those who may or may not follow Dragon Boat too closely, there are a lot of different techniques in Dragon Boat. Everyone's moving their bodies kind of differently, believe it or not. From this angle with these higher cameras that we're using, it's a little hard to see. But you'll hear me talk about different types of technique. There's the US technique, there's the Southern California technique, there's the Canadian technique, and these are generalizations, obviously. But the Canadian stroke and the US stroke tend to be a bit different, and we'll talk more about that later as the day goes on. But right now we are lining up for race number 15, the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler qualifier number 4. This is actually the last of the BCP qualifiers. Coming up after this will be race number 16, where we'll see the Premier Open Division. And so again, the Open Division tends to be all men. The Open Division is also where we tend to see the fastest times of the day. So that'll be pretty exciting following this race. But the Breast Cancer Paddler division is really a super, super special division that I personally hold really near and dear to my heart, and I know a lot of other folks do as well. You know, pretty much everybody has been affected in some way, through friends, through family, through anyone else, by cancer. And breast cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer. So racing this Breast Cancer Paddler division here at the Concord Pacific Festival is really a special one. It's the birthplace of the sport. Of the division, excuse me, of breast cancer paddling. So you'll notice on your screen that some of these boats that are lining up are a little bit slanted here and there. Part of that is the camera angle, actually, but the other part is making sure that these boats line up as straight as they can. There's a little bit of wind out there on the course right now, and so having to adjust for that as a steerer can be kind of difficult. And they're off. Again, on the far right of your screen, we have Pink Champagne Breast Cancer S. In lane 2, Dragons Abreast from Australia. Lane 3, Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia. Boat 4, Survivorship. Boat 5, Abreast in a Boat, D's Divas. Boat 6, Abreast Up the Creek. Boat 7, Abreast of Life. Boat 8, Sky Dragons Sisters. And Boat 9 on the far left side of your screen is Paddles with a Purpose. Yes, that's right, you heard it here first, folks. 9 boats in this race, all at the same time. I have never heard of that before, personally, but it is super exciting to see. Coming out just a bit in front, actually, is Paddles with a Purpose, the far left crew over there. And on the right side, we have boat number 3. That's the Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia, also looking quite strong. Nice and smooth there. The field is starting to spread out just a little bit as we come into the halfway point here of this 500-meter race, coming to the final 250. Now in this race, we have boat number 5 and boat number 6. That's Abreast in a Boat, D's Divas in 5, and Abreast Up the Creek in 6. Oh, excuse me, and boat number 7, Abreast of Life. Again, all of these Abreast teams, the local ones here, come from the Abreast in a Boat original organization formed by Dr. Dunn in 1996 that brought together women that have battled and fought breast cancer. Dragons Abreast Australia in boat number 2 is a composite team formed of 9 different teams from all around Australia, which is awesome. And Dragons Abreast Toronto, I don't think is in this race, but as you can imagine, is one of the first teams formed after Abreast in a Boat was formed, after hearing of the work here in Vancouver. So really taking a strong commanding lead here is boat number 9. Again, that's Paddles with a Purpose. They're coming into their final 10 meters. Followed by, there's the pack, boat 3, 4, 5, and 8. Boat 3 is Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia. Survivorship in 4. Followed fairly closely by Abreast in a Boat, D's Divas in 5. And on the outside, 8 Sky Dragon Sisters. Just passing over the line now is boat number 5. There's boat number 2. 2 is Dragons Abreast of Australia, a composite BCP team from all over Australia. Thank you so much for traveling this far. And that's the last boat. And that was the last race in the Abreast and About Breast Cancer Paddler Qualifier Division. Coming up next after this will be the Premier Open Qualifiers. And in just a second, we're going to see the replay from the second places here in the Abreast and About BCP Qualifier 4 with boat number 3 over the line. That was the Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia, followed by boat number 4, Survivorship. An amazingly strong performance and show by these BCP ladies, showing that cancer hasn't beat them. They are beating cancer. And now I believe we have race results from one of the previous races. This is race number 13, which was the BCP qualifier number 2. So we just finished 4, but now we're going to look at results from number 2. In first place was Dragon Divas of Minnesota, Hope, with a 249.147. In second was Chemo Savi, Pink Thunder, with a 255.437. And in third was Abreast in a Boat Fortitude, with a 259.741. As I mentioned, the Abreast in a Boat organization has actually 6 boats racing here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival for their 30th anniversary. Super exciting for that team. I mean, 30-year anniversary, Dragon Boat is barely older than that in the modern age. We credit the modern age of Dragon Boat having started in 1976, so barely older than this team. And now a word from our sponsors.
They're right on the line. Yeah. So getting ready for race 16.
All right, just kidding. No, Ed. We're going to go now to race number 16. As I mentioned, this is the Premier Open first qualifier. The Open division, no gender requirements, typically all men. This is going to be a 7-boat heat, and on the far right side of your screen, we have Dragon Max Open. Dragon Max is from the Berkeley Racing Canoe Center down in San Francisco. Lane number 2, Wham Neon Open. Wham is the Washington Masters from Washington State. Lane number 3, Eternal Griffin. Eternal, I believe, are one of the crews tied to the Eric Hamber School and or the family and friends of such. Lane number 4, Dragon Zone Open. Dragon Zone Premier Opens. With a Z at the end there, Dragon Zone Premier Opens. Very nice. Dragon Zone, one of the local clubs here. Boat number 5, UBC Current Gold Open, again from University of British Columbia. Boat number 6, Killer Guppy Warriors. This is a composite team of Killer Guppies from Southern California and the Dragon Warriors from San Francisco. They are sister teams. And boat number 8, South Bay Synergy Open, which is also from the South Bay, down in the Bay Area. I think San Jose area, somewhere around there. And they're off. Okay, so as I said before, the Open division is where we tend to see some of the fastest times of the day. And even here, you can see the speed with which these boats are picking up is really incredible. It's really, really impressive seeing all these boats just flying out of that start. Now they're all starting to settle down into their race pace for these 500 meters. For those who may not be familiar, a race in Dragon Boat tends to be broken down into the start, the body, and the finish. That start that you just saw is really to get the boat up and moving, get it up to speed as fast as you can, and then hang on to that speed. In this, what we call the settle, or the race pace, or the body of this 500 meters, this is where a lot of races are won and lost. It's the middle minute and a half, the middle 2-ish minutes, that really, really make a difference. If you can't hang on to the lead that you had, or if you had a slower start and you're able to build up and pass everyone during this next 2 minutes, this is the endurance part, that can make, a really, really big impact on your performance here. So still sitting out a little bit in front, it looks like, is boat number 4, that's Dragon Zone Premier Opens. I believe DZ Premier actually was at the World Championships last year, if I remember correctly. I think they did pretty well. Now they have a really nice lead over here. They have looks like almost a full boat length over the next crew. It looks like Killer Guppy Warriors over in boat number 6 is looking strong too. You can see some neon hats in that boat. That's the Warriors part of that crew. Combined with KG, as we call them, Killer Guppies. Coming into the final 50 meters now, all these open crews, they're paddling as hard as they can. They're really pushing through. Now, of these 7 crews, this is half of the open division. There are 15 open crews total. They have one race today that qualifies for their semis and finals, which are tomorrow. Over the line with lots of open water was boat number 4, Dragon Zone Premier Opens. Ooh, with a very tight race for second and third. Woo! Boat number 2 came over the line unofficially first. That's Wham Neon Open, followed by UBC Current Gold Open, and then Killer Guppy Warriors in 6. And the last boat over the line is boat number, not the last boat over the line. Boat number 3 was just over the line. That's Eternal Griffin. Here's the last boat over the line, Dragon Max Open, boat number 1. Dragon Max traditionally has been a senior team, typically senior C, so 60 and up. I believe this crew is all ages, though. And here's a replay of that really tight second place race. Yep, that's Wham Neon out in second with 5th and 6th, boat 5, UBC Current Gold Open, and then Killer Guppy Warriors after that. So it looks like over the line, the finish order was, unofficially, Dragon Zone Premier Opens in boat number 4, followed by Wham Neon Open in 2, and UBC Current Gold in 5.
Stand by for the motion. And let's drop into a 2-minute walk. Take it away.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as Dragon Boat Racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, live from Concord Pacific Place in Vancouver, British Columbia. We have race results coming up for, I believe, the previous two races. Yes, race number 14, that was the breast cancer paddler qualifier number 3. In first was Dragons Abreast with a 245.553. In second was Catch 22 Ospreys with a 245.569. And in third was Pink Phoenix Heart with a 245.586. Great job to all of these ladies paddling. Pretty tight cluster there, actually. And race number 15, this is the race right after, the final of the BCP qualifiers. In first was Paddles with a Purpose with a 216.990. I think that's the fastest BCP time so far. In second was Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia with a 221.978. And in third, Survivorship with a 223.897. Now, as a reminder, yes, that may have been the fastest time so far, but all of these crews are going to be seeded and advanced by placement, not by time. So it's obviously nice to see fast times because you can, see who your competition is, see who you can stack up against, who you'll probably be seated next to. But for right now, all of the teams will be advanced purely on placement. So all the first places will be racing against each other, all the seconds will be racing each other, that kind of thing. A little more complicated than that, but basically that. So now we have the Premier Open Qualifier number 2 coming up. This is race number 16. Oh, 17, excuse me. 16 just finished. This is yet another 7-boat race. So in boat number 1, we have Paddlers Anonymous DeWave Open. This is a team from Toronto. Boat number 2, Nigeria Dragon Boat Federation. Boat number 3, Cal and UCI Dragon Boat. So that's UC Berkeley and UC Irvine together here. Boat number 4, Dragon Zone Premier Open. Boat number 5, Dragon Zone 18U Open. That'll be really fun to watch. Their 18U crew versus their Premier Age crew. Boat number 6, LMOCC. And boat number 7, Pacific Coast Paddlers. Now, the team to watch out for is in this race. That's Dragon Zone Premier Open. This is a composite crew formed by paddlers from a range of teams all over Vancouver's Dragon Zone Paddling Club, which is, of course, run by us here at Dragon Boat BC. The team composition changes every year, but they set a time of 1:53, blazing fast time, just 3 weeks ago at the Vessi 500 Championship, and they are the reigning silver medalists from 2024. The folks who coach this crew, Dragon Zone Premier Open, are the same ones that helped the team medal, they did in fact medal, at the 2024 Club Crew World Championships, which were held in Ravenna, Italy last September. My crew, South Breeze, also was at that race, at that championship. We also did pretty well. Pat myself on the back. But Dragon Zone Premier Open is definitely a crew to watch out for here. They're one of the big dogs in the Vancouver dragon boat scene. Now, this is the second of only two, Premier Open qualifiers. The top 6 teams overall will qualify for the 2,000-meter Guts and Glory Grand Final, which is actually tonight, Saturday evening. Some teams that you've seen this morning in the mixed divisions also make an appearance here in the Open. As you've seen, there are a couple teams who have collaborations with other teams. So here, for example, lane number 3 will be Cal, which is UC Berkeley, same name, and UC Irvine. They'll be forming a composite team here. And one of the reasons is that the math works out from the mixed divisions. The mixed divisions typically are 10 men and 10 women. And the open division, like I said, typically is all men, so full 20 paddling men. And so whenever 2 mixed crews come together, they'll just take the 10 men from one crew, the 10 men from the other crew, and boom, you have an open crew. And then typically you'll take 10 women, and same thing, and make a women's division crew. We'll talk about the women's division a little bit later, but as of now, we have just the Premier Open Qualifier number 2 coming up very soon. And race 17 is off. Again, this is the Premier Open Qualifier number 2. In lane 1, we have Paddlers Anonymous DeWave Open. Lane 2, Nigeria Dragon Boat Federation. Lane 3, Cal and UCI Dragon Boat. Lane 4, Dragon Zone Premier Open. Lane 5, Dragon Zone 18U Open. Lane 6, LMOCC. And Lane 7, Pacific Coast Paddlers. Now, the team to watch out for, boat number 4, is Dragon Zone Premier Open. Mind you, the last race, we had Dragon Zone Premier Opens with a Z at the end. Not quite sure what the difference is there. But it looks like Dragon Zone Premier Open has, in fact, taken a nice, strong lead right out the gate here. They're about halfway through the race right now. You can see them really pounding down at the front and using a lot of their body weight. Nice, strong shoulder muscles, big back muscles as well to pull through. They're really nice and ahead. There's a reason that they were the reigning champs of one of those other races recently. Excuse me, silver medalist from last year, 2024. And even just 100 meters out, they still look very strong, very controlled. You can see how clean their entries and exits are, right? At the front, the timing is nice and synced up. Their exits are nice and strong too. They're sitting up, they're using their bodies. I mean, there's a reason that these guys are all the way out in front there. Very impressive display of their performance and their strength here. In the middle of your screen, that's boat number 3. That's Cal and UCI together. You can see the gold sleeves from Cal and the beautiful green from Irvine. First over the line, again, not really a question, Dragon Zone Premier Open. Followed very strongly, woohoo, nice job, by a NorCal SoCal composite team. Cal and UCI, nice job, guys. And there's boat number 6, LMOCC. Boat number 7 steer has a nice 360 cam sticking out of his back. It's always fun to see. As a steerer myself, I sometimes do that too. You get a really nice, fun, unique angle. And there's a nice panorama view of boat number 5, Dragon Zone's 18U Open crew. 18U is 18 years and under, so these are all youngsters, juniors. And it looks like they're only racing 16 paddlers. They're missing a row 10 and a row 5. That is exceedingly difficult in a race like this. So real big hats off to those kids racing up against many, many adults. And now a word from our sponsors.
Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. As that ad was just saying, please tune in to this live stream and or look for the live results on Dragon Boat BC's website. Just look up Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We have a live schedule and a live results as well. You can see all the different times from all the different crews, how they're doing. You can see where your advancements and your progressions are. It's a heck of a lot easier than just looking at a PDF. You can see live updates here, which is really great. Coming up next is race number 18. This will be the junior qualifier number 1. Now, all of these crews are comprised of youth groups who are aged 18 or under, and there are 20 teams participating in this division, which is pretty great. This is up 2 teams from last year, actually. They get 4 500-meter races. It's 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Again, semis and finals tomorrow. And traditionally, this race has seen really great representation from U.S.-based youth teams. Given the quality of racing here in Vancouver, it's one of the best and most well-attended races in the area. So we tend to see a lot of really, really awesome youth teams here. In the center of your screen, in that beautiful bright blue, royal blue maybe, boat number 6, that's Breaking Bad. Bad, B-A-D, are the Bay Area Dragons, one of the original dragon boat teams in the Bay Area down in San Francisco. So I like that the youth team is called Breaking Bad, and then the adult team is called Bad Influence. Badly influencing the kids. I love it. On the far right side of your screen, there's no lane 1, but lane number 2 is Lotus Juniors. Lane number 3 are RHS Flying Colts. Lane number 4, the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. We saw them before also in the mixed division, which is pretty cool. So they're both in the mixed division and the juniors division. Lane number 5 is Eternal Dragon. Eternal Dragon is from the Eric Hamber School. Lane number 6, Breaking Bad, we just talked about. And then lane number 7, MHK Manta Rays. Now we're getting pretty close to the start of this race here. Again, this is the first of the 3 juniors cruise races, first of the junior qualifiers, and they are now off. Now in these junior crews, because they the athletes are obviously younger, they tend to be a lot lighter. The boat sits maybe a little bit higher, and so it enables them, typically, because they're so energetic, to have a really nice fast start. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. We had some pretty high rates, and the boats were flying pretty nicely here too. Many of these crews are high school teams or community teams. Again, a lot from the US, and of course a lot from here in Canada. The Cardinal Cruisers are in boat number 4, and they're looking really strong. The Lowell Cardinal Cruisers are also from San Francisco. They were actually the silver medalists here at last year's Concord Pacific Festival. We'll see how they do this year. Eternal Dragon is the local team from Eric Hamber School. Like I said, they also paddle out of Dragon Zone Paddling Club here, run by Dragon Boat BC. They're one of the longest 18U teams in the world. They were founded in 1990. That's Eternal Dragon boat number 5, which is in the middle of your screen right now. They're out in front. Very, very strong team. Historically, they've almost always had medals here at the Concord race. We'll see how they do this year. Last year, they finished just outside of medals. They pulled 4th. So we'll see how high they can go this year. The last time they won a gold was at the Concord race here in 2017, but the last medal overall was bronze in 2023, behind 2 teams from Lincoln High School in San Francisco. We can see all these juniors paddling together, paddling in sync. Their bodies are all moving together. And it looks like boat 4 is starting to creep up. We can see their rate starting to come up a little bit too. They're trying to walk on them. That's the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers trying to walk on Eternal Dragon, but Eternal Dragon is fending them off. Still taking this race by 6 seats. Strong performance from Eternal Dragon, followed by the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers in second. And over the line now is boat number 6. That's Breaking Bad from the Bay Area. Boats 3 and 2 are coming over the line now. This is RHS Flying Colts and Lotus Juniors. Lotus Juniors in 2. Beautiful blue. And finally, coming into the final 10 meters is boat number 7. That's MHK Manta Rays. A terrific job to all these juniors crews. Junior paddlers really are the future of our sport, and it's one of the reasons I spend so much time coaching a lot of the juniors crews and down in the US. This is the first of the 3 junior qualifier races that we're going to see this morning. They'll get a second race later this afternoon, and then 2 more races tomorrow.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
Welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Here we can see a really nice shot of all these paddlers loading into and out of our beautiful dragon boats here at the docks. These docks are here down in the Olympic Village in Vancouver. And I said before that it's one of the few fully accessible dragon boat docks in the world. We can even see right here how easy it is to get in and out of the boats. The concrete slabs that we have here, also called fingers, are perfectly level with the boats, which is really nice. It makes it nice and easy to step in and out. We have everyone wearing their PFDs, their personal flotation devices, life jackets, really nice and safe. And there we can see one of the art fleet boats. Now, I mistakenly was talking about this before, but this is, in fact, boat number 7. Now, this art was done by the Ocean Highland, and it is called People of the Inlet, Slail Waitooth. It pays homage to their connection to the inlet, inspired by the imagery of the octopus, which we can kind of see here on the art from the side. Its many legs represent the branches of family trees that make up their different communities. The double-headed octopus alludes to a supernatural aspect in the Tsleil-Waututh indigenous story. Along the sides of that boat were elements of Coast Salish design. There were some weaving patterns, and they all represent the inlet here. The cedar bows at the end, which were important to that group, represent prayers for a safe journey whenever the boat is on the water or whenever it is traveling. That was just a little bit about that art fleet of boats here. Coming up, we have race number 19. Race number 19 is the second of the 3 juniors qualifiers. In lane number 1 on the far right of your screen, you will see Pacific Thunder Dragons. Lane number 2, FLCC Flash Dragons. These are folks from Fort Langley, the Fort Langley Canoe Club. Boat number 3, Hastings Hydra's crew. Boat number 4, CYC Lightning from Community Youth Center down in San Francisco. Lane number 5, the Killarney Torpedo Turtles, one of my favorite team names of all time. Lane number 6, the Swashbucklers, and lane number 7, the Rough Riders. We wish them all luck. We're going to see how they're going to do. And here are the results from that race number 16. That was the Premier Open qualifier number 1. In first place was Dragons and Premier Opens with the Z with a 205.54. In second was Wham Neon Open with a 213.732. And in third was UBC Current Gold Open with a 214.249. This is a nice close race with a lot of 205, 210s, 215s, mid in the 210s there. And we'll see those times get closer and closer throughout the day as teams get seeded and advanced as they get progressed into divisions with other similarly sped teams. So again, lining up now, we see this is the junior qualifier number 2, race number 19. In boat 4, in the middle there, we have CYC Lightning. CYC Lightning is the community center team from San Francisco. They're also the reigning Concord Pacific champion from 2024. These guys took home the gold last year. We'll see if they can fend off some of their other stronger challengers. We saw Eternal Dragon do quite well before from Eric Amber. We know that Lowell Cardinal Cruisers are a really nice, strong team also. We'll see if they can hold them off. A nice, easy alignment to the start. Look at that. All the teams are there nice and together. They've all moved up together. It's making Madam Starter's life nice and easy. And they are now off. That's race number 19, the junior qualifier number 2. On the far right side, Pacific Thunder Dragons. In lane number 2, FLCC Flash Dragons from Fort Langley. Boat number 3, Hastings Hydras. Boat number 4, CYC Lightning in the middle there. Boat number 5, Killarney Torpedo Turtles. Boat number 6, Swashbucklers. Boat 7, the Rough Riders on the far left of your screen. As predicted, CYC Lightning, the reigning champions of this juniors division, is boat number 4 there in the middle of your screen right there. They are fighting it out with boat number 5 right next to them, the Killarney Torpedo Turtles. They're holding their own, actually, Killarney Torpedo Turtles. Really nice job. On the outside of them, the Swashbucklers are also really fending off all of the other competition, too. It's really going to be a race between these top 3 for the top 3 positions in this race. That's CYC Lightning in 4, Killarney Torpedo Turtles in 5, and Swashbucklers in 6. The field is starting to spread just a little bit. The Hastings Hydras in boat number 3 are falling back a little bit. And on their right side, the FLCC Flash Dragons with their neon are also falling back just a little bit. Here we have a nice shot of boats 6, 5, and 7. 6 is Swashbucklers, 5 is Killarney Torpedo Turtles, and boat number 7 on the outside, the far left, are the Rough Riders. We're seeing all these teams with really nice sync, really nice timing. They're all entering the water together and exiting together. Timing in Dragon Boat is paramount to success, absolutely paramount, super important. Wow, oh my God, almost stroke for stroke. Boats 5 and 6, 5 Killarney Torpedo Turtles, and 6 the Swashbucklers are really going for it. And then also right there, boat number 4, CYC Lightning. This is going to be one of the closest races we have had all day, unless someone sprints out into this finish, which we're about to see as we're coming into the final 60 meters of this race. These teams are all about to turn it up just a little bit. They're going to up the rate. They're going to up their power. They're going to try to get to that finish line faster than the others. Woo! Really super tight, both 4, 5, and 6. Oh, my God. Boat 4, the CYC Lightning crew from down in San Francisco. Boat number 5, Killarney Torpedo Turtles, and boat number 6, the Swashbucklers, are all really nice and tight here. It looks like boat 4, CYC Lightning, the reigning champions. There's a reason they're the reigning champions, folks. They're going to be pushing forward. Woo, they're walking away from the rest of the field. They're now 4 seats up on the other boats. They will be over the line first, followed by 5 and 6 fighting it out. I do not know which of those crews fought it out first and got over the line. That's the Killarney Torpedo Turtles in 5 and Swashbucklers in 6. We will have to go to the unofficial results when they come through to see which of those crews took 2nd and 3rd. Coming over now is boat number 1. That's the Pacific Thunder Dragons. The Rough Riders are over the line. And finally, the FLCC Flash Dragons and their nice bright neon flash, like it. With the Hastings Hydras rounding out this junior qualifier number 2. That was a very exciting race. Awesome to see. So we saw CYC Lightning, the reigning champs, come over the line first, as expected. But now the 2nd place. We'll see them in just a second. See, there we go, by about 4 or 5 seats. And then 5 and 6, I could not tell you. That looks like a dead heat. Oof, a dead tie there between both 5 and 6. The Killarney Torpedo Turtles and the Swashbucklers in 6. Could not tell you who took that.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We just finished our second of the junior qualifier 500 meter races. I believe we have results now, from the Premier Open qualifier 2. Oh my goodness, the first sub 2 of the day. So, race number 17 was the Premier Open qualifier number 2. We have in first place Dragon Zone Premier Open with a 1:56.58. That is the fastest time by far. In second, Cal and UCI, UC Berkeley and UC Irvine, Dragon Boat combined with a 2:06.874. So that's a full 10 seconds slower than Dragon Zone Premier Open, followed by LMOCC in third with a 2:12.563. Wow. Wow, wow. A terrific job to all of these crews, especially DZ Premier Open. My goodness. As we said before, DZ Premier Open, one of the crews that raced at the 2024 Club Crew World Championships held in Ravenna, Italy. Now the next race is just starting to line up. This is the junior qualifier number 3, 3 of 3, race number 20. And they're off. These teams are all comprised of youth paddlers, youth athletes, age 18 and under. Mostly high school, but also some, third-party community organizations and groups. In lane 1 on the far right of your screen, we have Jumpstart Quantum. Lane 2, RHS Too Good. Lane 3, Lowell Red Tide from Lowell High School down in San Francisco. Lane number 4, Lincoln High Dragon Boat, also from San Francisco, from Lincoln High School. Lane number 5, Ouroboros Platinum. Lane 6, Atlas Quantum. And lane 7, the Trout Lake Fishies, who I believe practice over in Trout Lake, a little bit southeast of here. Now in the middle of your screen, that's boat number 4, Lincoln High School Dragon Boat. Lincoln High was the only U.S. team to race at the Club Crew World Championships in Italy last year in the juniors division. They are inarguably one of the fastest juniors teams in the entire country, in the U.S. They took home multiple medals, in fact, at the Club Crew World Championships. They took home 2 golds, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. And in 2022, Lincoln High actually became the first ever American team to become Concord Pacific champions in the junior division and defended their title in 2023 as well. Only last year were they unseated by CYC Lightning, who we saw in the last race. We'll see if they can hold them off also here. But that's them right there in boat number 4. A number of my Team USA juniors are on that crew, actually, as well as on some of the other crews here. Way to go. Nice job, everybody. Paddling nice and hard. We come into the final 50-meter buoy. We'll see if Lincoln can hang on to that lead, or we'll see if boat number 5, Ouroboros Platinum, on their outside can walk it up. I don't know if they can. That's a lot of seats to walk up. Let's go, Lincoln. I think I see Kara on that boat. I think I see Kyle on that boat, too. Nice job, guys. And their final push here into the final meters of this 500-meter race. They've only widened that gap. Coming in first, Lincoln High, followed by Ouroboros Platinum in 5, and Lowell Red Tide in 3. Way to go, Lowell. Boat number 6 is Atlas Quantum. They're coming over the line now, too. Boat 7, the Trout Lake Fishies. And here we have boats 1 and 2 duking it out. Boat 1, Jumpstart Quantum, and boat number 2, RHS Too Good. Big congrats to all these teams, to all these junior athletes. And here we have results from 2 races ago. The first junior qualifier, which is race number 18. In first place, we had Eternal Dragon from Eric Hamber School with the 2:16.913. In second, we had the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers with the 2:18.915. We just saw one of the other Lowell teams in the last qualifier we just saw. And in third place was Breaking Bad from Bay Area Dragons with the 2:26.540. Again, that was the qualifier number 1 from a couple races ago.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival with a nice shot of BC Place, one of the premier destinations here in the city of Vancouver. And I believe we have race results coming up now. Yes, from race number 19. This was 2 races ago. In first place was CYC Lightning. Again, these are the previous champions in the juniors division. CYC Lightning with a 219.024. In second, the Killarney Torpedo Turtles with a 220. Wow. With a 220.709. And in third, extremely close, the Swashbucklers with a 220.726. Wow. A time difference of 0.015. That is very impressive. That was race number 19, the junior qualifier number 2. We just finished junior qualifier number 3, and we'll be moving into, very excitingly, the knockouts. I also want to welcome back my co-host, Suzanne.
Thank you, Matthew. Happy to be back here. I was just over in the Racers Village for a little while, helping out at the acupuncture tent. We have free acupuncture and massage for the racers every year at Concord, which is a nice perk when you're having to wait a long, long time between races.
Yes, I'm sure it is. So as we have here, this is Suzanne.
Getting excited for the knockout rounds. These are all very, very exciting races.
Yeah, these are super, super special races. These are actually only 100 meters knocked out. And so the bottom 2 teams get knocked out, so it goes from 9 to 7. And then basically the remaining 7 teams go all the way back to the start line. They don't unload first, and then they race again. So it goes from 9 teams to 7 teams to 5 teams, which is super, super exciting. And so then the final race will happen with only 5 teams typically, or 6 to 7 teams. And then they'll get medals based on that.
Yeah. That's why it's called a knockout, right? So it's very not super typical for dragon boat races.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun one. Now we have race results from that prior race. Race number 20, the junior qualifier number 3. In first place with a 2:15.299 was Lincoln High. Woo, USA. In second was Ouroboros Platinum with a 2:19.954. And in third, Lowell Red Tide with a 2:21.689.
Well done to the Lincoln and Lowell teams. They're always so strong every time we see them at Concord.
They are indeed. Yeah, it's always great to see U.S. youth teams performing so well. And California is really the best place in the U.S. for youth paddling right now. Boston is one of the areas that's really been up and coming in the youth scene. And I'm very proud to say that a lot of my Team USA juniors are from not just California anymore. It used to be almost all California.
Yes.
But now we have some folks from Florida, some from Georgia, we have New England, and we have some from Arizona too.
Amazing.
Which is really terrific. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So coming up, as we mentioned, we have some of the first knockouts. The first one is the HKETO, Hong Kong Economic Trade Office International Cup, knockout number 1.
So they do have to reset the course a little bit for the knockouts because it's a 100-meter race, which is not typical. And so they have to move the starters, move them down the course more than halfway. So the scheduled start time is actually noon, so we have a bit of time.
That's right. And in this race, because it's the HKETO's International Cup, we have the top Canadian within British Columbia team selected from the Vessi 500 race. That Vessi 500 race was a couple weeks ago. That team is Juice. Then we have some other additional Canadian teams selected from the Vessi 500 race as well. So in this case, it's FCRCC Premier, VIP Gorging Dragons, and then 2 non-BC teams based on today's morning results. And so those 2 teams, I believe, are EDBRC Premier and Limit Breaker, both from Canada. Then we have the top 2 U.S. teams, and so that is Cal Dragon Boat and Rising Tide. And then we have the Australian team invited, but I don't know if I see them on this list.
South Bay? No.
South Bay. No, I don't believe that's them.
We will find out.
Well, we will find out.
Yeah.
And now a quick word from our sponsors.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah. I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
Next up on the Concord's community stage in front of the Concord Pacific Presentation Centre, we have the Greater Vancouver Native Cultural Society doing a performance. So head on over there and take it in and enjoy.
My name is John Gao. I am the co-founder of the club Dragon Hearts PB Racing Club. Dragon Heart was a team that was formed 25 years ago from the Chinese Cultural Center. At that time, I was one of the directors, and they wanted to have a team in their own name, so they asked me to form one. And 25 years later, even though we're not with them, but we're still going. Yes, the first year we raced, we were squeezed by the eyes of the dragon, and we rear-ended someone else, and that was kind of hilarious. And we were penalized a restart with one boat behind everybody else, and that was embarrassing. Everybody was laughing at us, okay? But at the end, we didn't come in last, so we're not that bad. Okay. Well, because I've been lucky to be a Vancouverite, and I earn my living here, and the only thing I could think of paying back to the community is to volunteer for community. So I first started with volunteering for Success, and then Chinese Culture Center. And once I got hooked on dragon boating, this is almost like my life now. So I help with organizing teams. I also help with the dock maintenance, things like that. And whenever I can, we will also contribute financially to the Dragon Heart Society. Well, dragon boating is not just a sport. It's a social sport, okay? For the years I've been, I come in contact with people, the first generation of my pilots are still friends. There are a lot of people are actually very shy. When they come into a group to paddle, 20 in a group, they come out of the shell, and and they're better people, and they are probably more successful if they not come out of the shell and meet people. Like I said, lots of good friends are made, marriage happened, and also, like I said, you're used to interacting with people, and all these familiar strangers makes you very comfortable among people. And that's my take as a leader of a group and as a participant as well. We welcome everybody, and one year we was taking a poll where people from 16 nationalities or ethnic backgrounds, and we had people as young as 17 years old, which is I'm about 4 times as old as them, okay? And my oldest team member is 76. And we're grateful that intergenerational and interracial interaction has been very great for us, okay? This is what Canada is all about.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
are the underdogs,
the ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
Welcome back, folks. We're just getting set up here for the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup Knockout Race number 1, scheduled to start in just a few minutes at high noon. We like to have it at high noon, so there's a lot of people on the course watching, and everybody can have a good vantage point from the seawall. We do want to talk about our location. So Matthew, you've been here a few times. You know this is called False Creek.
Yes, it's not a real creek.
It's
a
not
fake
a real
creek.
creek. You got it. We've had this story, yeah. We also do want to sincerely acknowledge today is Indigenous Peoples Day here. And this, of course, is Indigenous territory. It is the unceded ancestral territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. This, in particular, where we are right now, is Squamish Nation territory. And it was once called a village of Sanok. And there is a development going on just west of the Broad Street Bridge. So if you're going across Broad Street Bridge, you'll see quite a large construction site. And that is actually being entirely done by the Squamish Nation. So a little reconciliation in action there, and some reclamation of the land, which is wonderful.
I love that.
Yeah. And of course, we have the international bent here on the water. They're just getting set up, it looks like. We can see the boats all lining up for the first round of the knockout. 9 boats.
Yep, and as a reminder, these are 100 meters only, so they're not going to be as long as the other races we've seen today. They're not going to be 2 to 3 minutes. They'll be maybe, just 25 seconds?
I mean, it's a start and a finish, so that's pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah. It's like lightning fast, so blink and you'll miss it. So make sure you keep your eyes on the course at all times.
Yeah, these are really fun to watch, and honestly really fun to train for because, like you said, it's a pure sprint for barely 30 seconds.
Yeah, dragon boating is a sprint sport. I know it sounds like 500 meters, that's not a sprint, but on the water, that is a sprint. You really can't slow down. There's no kind of endurance portion of that. You really have to put all your effort into it, and this is the ultimate in sprinting.
Absolutely. And it's going to be interesting too because later today and tomorrow, also in the evening, we're going to have the exact antithesis of that, which is the guts and glory, the good old 2,000 meters.
Pure endurance.
Pure endurance, exactly.
This race is sponsored by the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office based in Toronto. And most people might know that the origins of dragon boating in Vancouver actually started with Expo 86. And Hong Kong actually donated the original 6 teak dragon boats to Vancouver to kickstart the paddling community all over Canada. So it started right here on False Creek in Vancouver. They've been a part of the event ever since.
That's right. And especially in the past recent years, they've really helped us showcase the history by supporting the display of one of these original teak boats in the community zone. So if you're here on site, you can go check out the Concord Community Zone, and you can see one of those original boats from the 1986 World Expo.
They're amazing. They're so different from the fiberglass cells we use now.
They are.
Very much. And they're very beautiful and rare to find these days.
Yeah, they're a heck of a lot heavier. I mean, a standard IDBF spec racing boat now is maybe 600 pounds. Those teak boats are probably twice the weight, I would say.
And then fully loaded, imagine.
And then
with
add
all the
another,
paddlers.
exactly, another 700 pounds of people in there, more than 700 pounds. And then those teak boats, overall, they weigh a lot. They really do.
All right, they're definitely lining up here on the creek. We have the lineup for you.
That's right. So coming up into this HKETO International Cup Knockout number 1. On the far right of your screen, we have South Bay Energy. We have Edmonton GBRC Premier in lane number 2. Lane 3 is Limit Breaker from Canada General, I always say, but it's kind of Toronto, it's kind of everywhere.
The merged
so Canada
team.
Lane number 4, Rising Tide from Long Beach, California. Lane number 5, Vancouver Va'a. Lane 6, Juice from Vancouver. Lane 6, FCRCC from False Creek here. Lane 7, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. And lane 9 on the far left side is Cal Dragon Boat from UC Berkeley.
Amazing. So as Matthew mentioned before, the teams were selected from some results from Vessi a couple weeks ago, and some from today's results as well.
Now, Vessi is a local shoe brand. Is that right, Suzanne?
That's right. Yeah, they make waterproof shoes right here in Vancouver. Very appropriate.
I was about to say, very fitting.
They're very comfy. I do have some, and I have to say I quite like them.
Very nice. Very cool. So
they've had displays before here where you can try them on and go step in a bucket of water just to prove how waterproof they are.
That's clever.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's really fun.
All right, they're getting ready at the start line here for the 100-meter knockouts.
Coming up and lining up, everyone real nice. As you mentioned, this is a 9-boat race, so what's going to happen is the top 7 teams will progress to the next round. On the race schedule, it is actually listed as a second race. So race number 22, this is race 21. So these 9 will go, then it'll be cut down to 7, then cut down to 5. And they're off.
Going.
Here we go. 100-meter sprint, super quick knockout. All they want to do is not be the bottom 2.
That's right.
Don't be the bottom 2.
Don't gas yourselves so that you win, but just don't be the bottom 2.
That's right. As of now, it doesn't matter if you come in first or second. Just don't come in bottom 2. Let's
and these
see.
races are going to be so close.
They're even now, it's extremely close. Boat 6 is out in front. That's Juice, as expected. Juice is a very good sprint team, followed by Boat 3. I think 1 and 8 were the bottom 2. Boat 1 is South Bay Energy, and Boat 8 was VIP Gorging Dragons Gold, but we will see.
We'll have to wait for the official results. It's so close, it's too hard to tell. And we're sitting on a bit of an angle facing the finish line here. We can see on the screen just as you can. Here's the replay for us.
Here we go.
Oh, beautiful.
Yep, Juice coming in first, followed by 3 Limit Breaker.
7.
I'm pretty sure it is
7, 5, 3.
And then I think 8 and 1 were
knocked
last.
out. Okay.
VIP Gorging Dragons Gold in 8, and South Bay Energy in 1. South Bay Energy, I believe, is one of the teams from South Bay Synergy, which is from down in the Bay Area. And I think I see my friend Thaddeus steering that boat. Hope he's doing well. We'll see who gets knocked out. The officials are going to go over and communicate that to the crews and say, hey, good job, but you are unfortunately out. And we'll see what they say.
And the rest of the teams will just turn around and go back to the start line.
They'll try to take their time going back to the start line.
Get a little recovery in.
Yeah, get a little bit of recovery paddle back in as they go to the start line. That's right.
So for those who don't know, the starts and finishes usually have a higher rate, a higher stroke rate. And a little bit more upfront in the stroke. So
that's right, exactly.
Yeah, you're trying to dig deep, but you're trying to get a lot of catch and really push that boat forward.
Exactly, especially the start. You want to pick up that boat, make it move as fast as you possibly can, get it to top speed, and then in the body of the race, you maintain, right? And you want it to stay nice and consistent. Here in this 100-meter sprint, there isn't really much maintaining to do.
No time.
Unfortunately, exactly. It's just all sprinting. And so like Suzanne said, that's the really big fun part about these 100-meter knockouts is it's a start, and that's it. It's a start and a finish, and basically that's it.
Keep the rate up, get the rate up, and keep it up.
That's right. For a competitive team like the kinds that you're seeing here, a start in a typical 500-meter race may last about maybe 70 meters, maybe 60 meters. Some of the other teams, maybe they'll lengthen out a little bit earlier than that. But I mean, this knockout is 100 meters. If their start's already 30 meters short of that, it's basically
pretty
just
much
a sprint.
it. Yeah. I'd be curious to know, actually, with here's a little dragon boat nerding out, but what their actual start plan is. So do they do a 6:16? Do they do a 5:10, a 5:20? Do they, so teams have different styles and they approach the starts differently. And so I'd be curious to know what each of these teams does and see, where does that land them?
Same. What I'm really, really interested to see is how specifically boats 4 and 5 are going to do.
Okay.
So Vancouver Va'a is boat number 5 and Rising Tide is boat number 4. Rising Tide is from SoCal. As I mentioned, my girlfriend is on that team.
Yes.
They're one of the fastest teams in Southern California, but a lot of them do a lot of distance outrigger paddling. A lot of them have done the Catalina Crossing, as we call it, which is the U.S. National Outrigger Championships. They're really, really fast. And so they tend to be distance paddlers. And so they're definitely strong paddlers, but I wouldn't really necessarily call them sprinters in the way that Juice, for example, is very much a sprint team.
Right.
Same thing for Vancouver Va'a. They are outrigger paddlers. It's an outrigger team. I'm interested to see how well they're going to be able to sprint.
Yes. You were right, Matthew. I think you called it. Lanes 1 and 8 are
knocked out. Yep. So here in the next race, race number 22, this is the second round of the knockouts. We have in second, in boat number 2, EDBRC Premier still, Limit Breaker in 3, RT in 4, Vancouver Va'a in 5, Juice in 6, FCRCC Premier in 7, No 8. And then Cal is still up in 9.
All right.
This will be fun. We'll see how my theories hold.
Yes.
Sprints versus distance. And here's boat number 5.
Great shot. Yeah.
Vancouver Va'a is actually missing a boat.
Oh my gosh.
Missing a row. Wow.
Well, they did really well considering down 2 paddlers, and yet they're staying in it.
Or it could be strategic. Less weight.
Do you think? Okay, for the start.
I mean, in my opinion, probably not, but you never know.
Yeah.
They actually took home, they had the fastest time of the mixed qualifiers with a 2:03.
Oh my goodness, so they're almost sub 2?
Almost sub 2. That is the second fastest time of the entire day. We're going to see how they do here in these sprints.
So they definitely have something going for them. So yeah, what's their secret sauce? We'll have to watch closely.
We shall see.
A lot of these competitive teams, of course, they do video their races. And so then they look back at them and see what they did, what they can do differently. They might look at the other boats and see what they're trying to do. But it's really hard to tell on the water what everybody's actually doing. It's very noisy on the water.
Yeah, oh, it absolutely always is. Especially folks tuning in, if you're not actually a dragon boat paddler yourself, the chaos that you can hear sometimes on the dragon boats is really, it's a thing.
If you're on the shore, you can probably hear them yelling. The steers or callers or both are calling, obviously giving the calls to the paddlers and including encouragement. So.
Absolutely. You can do it, or let's go, paddle harder.
Dig.
Yeah.
For the novice teams, oftentimes I'm yelling, look at me, look at me.
Heads up.
Heads up.
Yeah.
Heads up.
That happens with a lot of my more recreational paddlers too. They'll keep their heads down. They're so focused in, which is great. You're focused, but also head up a little bit. Make sure you're a little bit aware of the rest of the paddlers around you. And when this is a pro tip for some rec paddlers, when you lift your head up a bit more, it opens up your windpipe.
That's right.
Opened up your lungs a little bit
chest.
more.
Yep.
Yeah, opens up your body so that you're not kind of scrunched down and really small, right? That puts you in a very weak position.
That's right. I often call it proud chest.
Proud chest.
Have a proud chest.
Like it.
Eyes up, proud chest. That seems to work. Every team has to find what works for them, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And once again, there's Vancouver Va'a right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Getting set for round 2 of the knockouts. So now the starter is actually on the water. So if you are looking right now at the screen, you can see to the right of the screen, just off the screen actually, there's a little speedboat, a little power boat, and that's where Madam Starter is. So they're actually doing an on-water start rather than normally the starter actually sits on the shoreline at the start line.
Yeah, and that helps ensure typically, like on land, as Suzanne is mentioning, that ensures that the start line is very fixed, the same every single time. So we can see these 7 crews now moving back up. The bottom 2 of these will get knocked out. Then we'll go to the final, and the final is just 5 crews.
They're being very efficient about their loading into the start line, which is very pleasing.
They are indeed.
These are all competitive teams, so they're good at this.
They know what they're doing. Yeah.
All right, they're loaded into the start line.
They're all just about ready. Waiting for these explosive starts.
A little bit of rejigging I'm seeing in lane 2. They might be loaded a little too far to the north of in their lane. Here we go.
Here we go. And they're off. 7 boat race for this knockout. Again, they don't want to be bottom 2. They don't want to be bottom 2. And of course, these races are going to be even tighter than they were before. It looks like boat number 2 is maybe lagging a little bit behind. That is Edmonton Premier. And boat number 2, it looks like boat 5 maybe is hanging back. That's Vancouver. That's Vancouver Va'a.
Oh, 6, 7.
Ooh.
6, 3, 7 maybe.
We'll
have to see.
Maybe.
Close for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th
It looked
spots.
like the bottom were probably Edmonton, maybe not.
Maybe. I think you might be right. That looked.
I think it may be Vancouver
and EDBRC.
Yeah, and EDBRC. We will find out.
We will see. Here's the replay.
Yeah,
Oh gosh,
I think it was
5-2.
259 were the bottom 3.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which.
Hard to tell exactly who was truly in the bottom.
We're going to find out. It's either Cal Dragon Boat in boat number 9, Vancouver Va'a, like we were just talking about, in boat 5, and EDBRC Premier from Edmonton in 2. As we were saying before, the difference between distance paddling and sprint paddling is actually quite different, really.
Oh, yes.
It's the same muscles, obviously, but fast twitch, slow twitch are also quite different. And so in a pure sprint like this, there's clearly no aerobic anything at all here. This is literally all anaerobic. And so a team like Vancouver Va'a, which is used to paddling, 30 miles maybe for a championship. And most outrigger races are like maybe 10 to 12 miles, somewhere around there. So maybe like 25 or 30K.
Yeah.
That's a piece of cake for them.
Sure.
Sprints like this are perhaps very out of their wheelhouse.
Sure.
And so it's really, really interesting to see the difference.
That's
the difference
right.
here.
So they might have managed really well in the first knockout, but now they're like, oh, we're not used to this. So they're a little gassed maybe.
Perhaps, yes.
Perhaps, we don't know, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's just super interesting because like I said before too, they had the fastest time of all the mixed teams,
They
2:03. Yeah.
So they must have a very strong middle section of their race as well, just to be able to that endurance piece, because sometimes that's where teams, they have a really good start and then they, their transition is good, but then they kind of lose it a little. Okay, here we have the results.
Yeah, yep, there we go. It was 2 and 5, Vancouver on 5, and boat 2, Edmonton, both knocked out.
Okay.
And there on your screen, that's Juice, boat number 6, always known by their orange sleeves.
Orange juice colored jerseys.
Orange Juice indeed.
Juice has a pretty high rate overall. Generally speaking, their stroke rate is fairly high, so I think they can handle these knockouts pretty well.
Yeah. That is what they're known for, definitely. Fire Truck used to be known for that too.
Yes, they had a very high stroke rate.
Yep. Which are great for sprints.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
Welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We are in the middle of our HKETO, Hong Kong Economic Trade Office, International Cup Final. This is the third round of the 3 knockouts.
This is it for all the marbles and medals.
That's right, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them, that's right.
All 3 of the medals. We have 5 boats in this heat, in this race, excuse me. We have Limit Breaker in boat lane 3. Boat 4 is Rising Tide. Boat 6, Juice. We have FCRCC in 7, and we have VIP Gorging Dragons in 8.
Okay.
Or no, oh, excuse me, they were knocked out.
They were
weren't
knocked out, yeah. Cal?
Yeah.
Yes, here we are. Lane 9, Cal.
Yes, Cal. Excuse me.
There we go. How could you forget?
USA, USA. Cal has historically been the fastest university team in all of California. In recent years, they've been unseeded a couple times, maybe once or twice by UC San Diego, and I think maybe by one of the other college teams, but traditionally Cal is the fastest of all the university teams.
And this is UCLA?
No,
Or
this is
Caltech?
Berkeley.
Berkeley, UC Berkeley. They're just called Cal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And they combined with UC Irvine before to form their open boat.
Okay, perfect.
They took their 10 men and, yeah.
That's smart. Yeah, the open division, as you may or may not know, there's no restrictions on gender in the boat. So.
Yep. And the same
they can
thing,
mix
they're doing
teams.
this, and they're doing the same for the women's division as well.
It's great because then they can get a lot more racing in the same weekend. Okay, they are looking to be lined up, and they're
off.
gone.
All right, this is the final. This is for the medals in this HKETO International Cup Knockout Final. Only 100 meters.
It's going to be so close.
It's going to be so fast. It looks like boat 6 is out in front. I think that's Juice. It is Juice. Oh, that's a clear winner for Juice. Look at that. Woof.
Wow.
But boat 3 is walking a little bit. That's Limit Breaker.
Yes, they are.
Followed by boat 7, FCRCC Premier.
Okay. Woof. Wow. What a race.
That is a commanding lead for Juice. That's an impressive win for
Especially
Juice.
for the third round of the knockout to
Yeah.
be that far ahead.
Yeah, really.
They might have saved a little bit, maybe.
They probably did.
Here's
They
our
probably
replay.
did.
Looking good here.
Juice coming in strong. Limit Breaker in 3.
7 or 4. We'll have to. It looks like 7, but
I think that was, yeah.
you feel confident?
FCRCC,
Yeah. FCRCC always strong in any
Sprinters.
kind of sprinting race.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're very strong. So these teams, thankfully, get some time to rest. There's a long wait usually between races in a big festival like this. So they will have some much-earned rest before their next 500-meter race.
And there's a nice shot of Juice looking all happy in boat 6, having just won that. Nice
Amazing.
job. Congrats, Juice. Coming up next is race number 24. This is another knockout. This is the Big Steel Box Senior Cup Knockout. Now, instead of 9 boats, this is only 7 crews. And so after this next knockout, there will only be 1 more round after that, and then that's the final. So the 7 crews in this upcoming race are boat number 1, Butts in a Boat 1, boat 2, the Grand Dragons, boat 3, Dragon Max, boat 4, Wham Blue, boat 5, FCRCC, the A-Team, boat 6, Nothing Dragon Rock, and boat 7, Pink Phoenix Heart. Now, these are all
Fantastic.
senior crews, right? Senior crews? Yes.
They are, yes.
So they're all 40 and above.
That's right. Yeah, senior.
Yeah,
Makes
I know.
us feel really good, those of us who are 40 and above. We were originally going to have 9 boats for this senior cup, but we're missing a couple here. But that would have been the first time that we would have had like 9 boats,
ever.
which is, you know, since 2019. So it's really come back. I will say that senior racing has definitely come back. It's very strong, even after COVID and teams rebuilding. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is quite a testament to the thriving culture of dragon boating, too, that spans all ages.
Yes, excuse me, I misspoke actually. These teams, the senior cup is 59
59,
and up.
thank you.
Yeah, not 40, I was
Thank
going
you.
to say.
Masters is 40 plus.
Well, yeah. On the IDBF level, they call it senior A,
Oh, I
which is
see.
why I thought it was senior. But yes, you're correct, 59 plus.
There
Yes.
we go. Phew. I'm not there yet.
Well, so, and one of the first teams here, Butts in a Boat 1, is a local prostate cancer survivor team, and they've mixed here
Yes.
with a breast in a boat to form the senior cup knockout crew.
Fantastic. Of course, it's a breast and boat's 30th anniversary, so there's a lot of celebration and acknowledgement going on.
Mm-hmm.
And we will have a specialty cup for the breast teams as well later on.
We do indeed. The Grand Dragons, also in this heat, will be boat number 2. And the Grand Dragons are a local team here in Vancouver. They were formed back in 1998.
Mhm.
That's a very, very historic
Impressive.
team.
Mhm.
Yeah. Nothing Dragon Rock is a local team from Port Moody. Now, how far is Port Moody from here?
Depends how fast you drive, but on a good day, it's about maybe 40 minutes.
Not bad.
On a
not
bad
bad.
day, it's like, could be 2 hours.
Oh my goodness. And then Pink Phoenix Heart is also in this race. There will be boat number 7. And Pink Phoenix Heart is a nonprofit org whose mission is to empower breast cancer survivors through the sport of dragon boat. They find strength and fun by paddling with a common thread of breast cancer diagnosis, which is the only requirement to join this team. That's terrific. They're diverse. They're both young and old, longtime survivors, and newly diagnosed women. They practice 3 times a day during the race season, and they travel to lots and lots of races. And they were formed in 1997, which means they're actually the very first breast cancer paddler team in the U.S.
Oh, amazing.
Terrific.
Yes. Okay. They are lined up at the start line. This should be a quick start as well. So we have a little bit of rejigging going on. We can hear on the radio that maybe 1 or 2 of the teams are a little bit too ahead in their lane, so they're asking them to back up a little bit.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of finessing that we have to do to make sure the heads are perfectly in line.
Absolutely. Fair racing. Yeah, they're backing everybody out, and I think they're going to reload.
It happens.
Yep.
It happens.
And especially in a race that is this short, they really need to
it needs to be
hit the
perfect.
start together. Yeah, so I think they take a little bit more time sometimes with the 100 meters.
Only a little bit behind, not a big deal.
Yeah.
This is one of the few races that almost always runs ahead of schedule.
Yes.
And it's especially impressive when you consider that this is the largest race in North America, second largest in the world now.
Getting ahead at all.
Crazy. So we have results from those previous 3 races, the knockouts. In first, we had Juice with a 23.864. Second was Limit Breaker with a 24.448. And third was FCRCC Premier. More important, perhaps, though, were the bottom 2 that were knocked out. That was South Bay Energy in ninth with a 27.184. And VIP Gorging Dragons Gold, which came in 8th with a 26.55.
Gosh.
Very close race.
Very close
1
racing.
second, barely. Then we had race number 22, which was the second round of the knockouts. In first, again, was Juice, then Limit Breaker, then FCRCC. The bottom 2 that were knocked out were EDBRC from Edmonton with a 24.951 and Vancouver Va'a with a 24.817. Wow. Still very close.
Not even 100th of a second or 1,000th of a second.
That's right. And finally, for the medals, we had in first place Juice with a 23.963. We had Limit Breaker in second with a 24.614. And in third, for the bronze, was FCRCC Premier with a 25.281.
Phenomenal racing.
Really, really great racing. And Rising Tide, way to go.
Yeah,
way
to
go,
Rising Tide.
USA. And
Way
Cal also. Good job, Cal.
If you're out by Concord Pacific Place, especially by the community stage, you'll see the Hongqing Athletic Club is out there with their dragon. Very lively, and they're always all over the site during the festival. We love to see them. They often come right in front of us on the seawall here.
Yes.
And they have the dragon. Sometimes they have the lions out as well. So they work really hard all through the festival and entertaining everybody.
And as we said before, this is the first time that we've had a second stage, actually. This is the community stage, and this is also where all medal presentations will happen.
That's right.
So it's a little bit more of an efficient process for us to have 2 stages now instead of just the 1.
That's right. Yeah, in the past we've had another smaller stage for medal presentations, but this one is really being activated a lot more as the community stage this year, so it's great.
Yeah, there'll be performances and dances and music and other things.
Absolutely.
There.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted on the schedule moving forward. But first, we have race number 24, which is the Big Steel Buck Senior Cup, the first round of their knockouts.
They've just realigned, and it looks like they're all up to that start line now, more or less. And I'm sure they'll be going off soon. And they're off. Here we go again in lane number 1, Butts in a Boat 1. In lane number 2, the Grand Dragons. In lane number 3, the Dragon Max. In lane number 4, Wham Blue. In lane number 5, FCRCC, the A-Team. In lane 6, Nothing Dragon Rock. In lane 7, Pink Phoenix Heart. Lane 7's on the far left of your screen there. It looks like Nothing Dragon Rock out of lane 6, second from the left, is actually doing quite well. And in the middle there, too, Wham Blue also looking quite strong. Again, the important thing here is making sure that they don't finish in the bottom 2. The bottom 2 will be knocked out of the final.
Ooh, it looks like Wham just did a little bit last push.
They really did. And over the line last, I think, are boats 1 and 7. Yes,
looks
so that's
right.
Butts in a Boat will be knocked out, and Pink Phoenix Heart will unofficially be knocked out as well.
And here's the replay.
Really strong performance for Wham Blue here. That's like a 5-seat lead on this 100-meter sprint. Really nice job, Wham. And here we go over the line. That's boat 2 and 5. That's Grand Dragons in 2 and FCRCC, the A-Team in 5. And then there we had Butts in a Boat 1 in lane number 1. And Pink Phoenix Heart in lane number 7. Those, unfortunately, will likely be knocked out. There's Wham. Boat number 4, known for their neon hats. Really nice job, the Washington Masters. One of the many U.S. teams here.
That's right. Yeah, we do get a number of teams up from Washington, just right next door to us here.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
And we're back with race number 25, knockout, the final in the Big Steel Box Senior Cup. So
That's
there's
right.
just 2 knockouts for this division.
Just 2. And as a reminder, the Senior Cup here is, as we said, sponsored by Big Steel Box, and it's 59 and up.
59 and up.
That's right.
However, there are paddlers in their 60s, 70s, 80s definitely on the water right now, especially
Absolutely.
with the Grand Dragons.
Absolutely.
We'll have to find out who the oldest paddler on the Grand Dragons is now.
You said 90
There
before?
there was a paddler in their 90s before.
Oof.
I know,
My
pretty
goodness.
impressive. Just shows you, anybody can get in a boat, anybody can be part of dragon boating.
Absolutely. And that's one of my favorite parts about this sport is getting to know so many people from different walks of life, different people who've experienced different things, people who've lived different lives. I mean, we have people on my team. Our oldest person, I think, is 84 now.
Amazing.
And our youngest is 15.
Wow.
And so it's just
Oh
really
my
great.
gosh.
We really run the breath,
Yes.
of everybody. And they're all
my
paddling next to
goodness.
each other. They're learning about each other. They're chatting.
And here they go.
And they're off. Here we go. This is the final of the Big Steel Box Senior Cup with only 5 boats on the water right now. We have the Grand Dragons in lane number 2. We have Dragon Max in 3. We have Wham Blue in 4. We have SCRCC, the A team, in 5. Nothing Dragon Rock in 6.
It's going to be, looks like very
think
tight
it's
between
Wham.
Wham.
And who is that in
And
6?
Nothing Dragon?
Nothing Dragon Rock.
Very tight.
Ooh, it is. But I think Wham is
Wham's
going to
just
take
might have
it.
got it, yeah.
I think Wham's going to take it
Oh,
by
yeah.
about 3 seats. Nice
That's
job,
right.
Wham.
Beautiful.
Followed by Nothing Dragon Rock and Dragon Max in lane number 3.
Fantastic racing.
Dragon Max is one of the many teams from the U.S., senior teams from the U.S., who were also competing at the Club Crew World Championships
Oh, yes.
in Italy. And they also sent a number of teammates to the World Championships as well.
Phenomenal.
One of the head coaches of the Team USA Paradragons divisions is actually on Dragon Max.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do find that in the dragon boating world too. There's a lot of crossover with teams, and so people will
Exactly.
be paddling on one team and
Oh,
supporting
yeah.
another or coaching another. Or, yeah.
Or helping out if a team needs more help and
Yes.
is missing a person.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Sparing, yes.
Yes. Really nice job to all these crews, and
Fantastic.
congratulations to those medalists.
We'll see the official results coming up in a little bit here. We have a nice look at the paddlers who've just crossed the finish line. They're going to head back to the docks and get a good rest.
That's right. Meanwhile, we're going to prepare for the next race, which is the Peaks 24U Cup. Now, the 24U division is colloquially called U24 sometimes, which is technically incorrect, but it's the 24 years and under division. This is also sometimes called the PS or University division. PS is post-secondary division. And so here we have only 5 crews. We have in lane number 2, SFU Shockwave from Simon Fraser University. We have lane number 3, UBC Current Blue from UBC. Lane 4 is Dragon Zones 24U Mixed. Lane number 5 is UBC Current Gold, the second UBC crew. And then lane number 6 is Dragon Zone 18U Mixed. So this is going to be interesting. We have an 18U crew in here.
Yes, let's see. The lighter the boat, is it going to be faster? We'll have to find out.
We'll
and
see.
This is just a one and done. So this is not a knockout. It's just a one and done here.
100-meter sprint, one done. This will be fun.
A lot of these paddlers, too, they also paddle on some of the other teams. They're university teams for the most part. Here we go.
And they're off.
This should be a really fast one.
I know. My money's on UBC Current. But it looks like Dragon Zone 24U Mixed is taking first right now.
Out.
They're out in the lead by a lot. Oh, my God. Look at them moving that boat. Oh, my God. Whew.
And the under 18s are doing pretty well.
They're holding their own, definitely. And as, of course, I was wrong, it is, in fact, Dragon Zone 24U. Wow.
Ooh.
8 seats.
My
Followed by
gosh.
5 and 3. 5 was UBC Current Gold and UBC Current Blue. Wow. 2 of the 3 medals taken by UBC Current.
UBC. My undergrad's from UBC, so I can be very supportive. Here's our replay.
Wow.
Look at that finish. Wow.
8-9 seats over the next crew. That's impressive.
Looks like 5-3, as you said, but we'll wait for the
60,
official results.
Wow.
Gosh.
In a 100-meter sprint, that's only 23 seconds. That is very impressive.
Yes. I'll be very curious to see what their time is.
Yeah. Wow.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
And we're back and just getting set for the Nude Pride Cup knockout. This is a, should be a one and done, I believe, but we are going to find out. No, there are 2 races in this knockout. So we do have 6 teams participating in this. And our guest caller for this race is Minister Christine Boyle. She is the member of the Legislative Assembly for Vancouver Little Mountain, elected in 2024, and the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Welcome.
I'm so glad to be here. I'm such a fan. I am here every year, but my first time calling a race, I'm a little bit nervous and delighted to be joining.
You'll be amazing. It'll be wonderful. So you can see out on the water here, we have the racers getting ready for the Nude Pride Cup. We should specify that
this is not nude racers.
Not nude racers.
Sponsored by Nude Beverages.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. They're all fully clothed, we assure you.
But this is the Pride Cup.
It is, yes.
And a huge honor and privilege to have the support of the Vancouver Pride Society and celebrate the queer paddlers that
absolutely
make up the majority of the racers in these boats, queer folks and allies.
That's right.
Such an important piece.
It really is. And this is the 3rd year that we actually have the Pride Cup. So now it's becoming a bit of a tradition.
Great.
We're very excited that it's ongoing. And these are really competitive races. They're only 100 meters. They are actually, it looks like they are lined up. So in lane 2, we have the Rough Riders. Lane 3, we have Gig Harbor Storm. Lane 4, Kitty Wagon. Lane 5, South Bay Synergy. Lane 6, Rice Cake Racers. And lane 7, Sisters in Sync. So this is going to be a blink and you miss it kind of race. They're usually under 30 seconds.
Wow. So lining up, getting all ready to go.
That's right. And you can hear the marshals on the water. They're just making sure everybody's, all of the dragon heads are lined up evenly so that it's a fair start.
And you were saying this is a knockout. That means it's one race.
So this one is actually a series of 2 races, and they didn't quite get going. We thought they were going to get going. So the bottom 2 teams in this heat, or in this knockout, will go back to the docks, and then the remaining 4 will compete for the medals.
Okay.
Yes. So
do they do that right away, or do they get a bit of a rest?
Right away.
Okay.
Yeah, right away.
Good for them.
No rest. That's right. Looks like they're going to do a little bit of resettling into the lanes here, so we have a bit of time.
Okay.
So, of course, today is National Indigenous Peoples Day. And as the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation,
I think a really important holiday to be celebrating, recommitting to listening and learning, and understanding the history of these lands.
Yes.
And the opportunity of reconciliation and building a stronger communities and a stronger province together. I feel really lucky to have been raised on the traditional territory here of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and to have gotten to work with leaders and communities from those nations over my years at Vancouver City Council, and now to be working in partnership with First Nations across the province who are leading in so many incredible ways across the province on the land, on clean energy and restoration projects, on lots of interesting economic development, and so much culture and creativity. So I feel lucky in my job. I get to see all the time how much better we all are for the leadership of Indigenous people around the province. And today is one of many days to recognize
That's wonderful. That. Yes, absolutely. We should recognize it every day, but it is nice that it's marked specifically as well.
Yeah, and great events all around. I know there's a big event happening up at Carnegie Community Center, starting very soon today. Wonderful. And all across the province.
We have some Indigenous artists on site as well that are doing performances, and there's an Indigenous pavilion as well.
Right next to the Pride Pavilion, I think I saw.
Exactly.
Great. People should check that out.
Exactly. All right, looks like they are ready to go here. They just did a little bit of a reset in the start line. And we just heard the horn. Here they go. This is going to be a very fast race.
Okay, your eyes are better than mine. You can tell us who's ahead.
It's always hard to tell. Usually the middle lanes will be a little bit faster. It does look like lane 4, Kitty Wagon, or lane 3.
Wow.
No, lane 4 and 5. So that's South Bay Synergy. Looks like they are out ahead at the moment.
Look
and
at that.
We should get a shot of the finish line. Wow, they're duking it out for top spot here. You just need to not be last in this race, really. So the bottom 2 teams, as we said, will be knocked out, and the rest of them will go back to the start line and do it all over again.
5, 4, 3. 2 and 6 looked pretty close.
Yeah, it could be 2, 6 might have been knocked out. We'll have to see. That would be Rough Riders and Rice Cake Racers. But here we have an instant replay. So 4, 5 cross first. Next is 3. So that is Gig Harbor Storm. So 2, that is Rough Riders. 6, Rice Cake Racers. And 7, Sisters in Sync. So Rice Cake Racers and Sisters in Sync will likely be knocked out, and the remaining teams will go back and vie for the cup.
An amazing race. They get started so quickly in such a short race.
Yes. We have what's called, there's a particular part of the race in the race anatomy for dragon boating that is a start. So it's a very fast up-tempo rate. And then usually in a 500, you get to slow your rate down a little bit and have nice long strokes. So yes, here we have the results, if you'd like to read those. So in first place was lane number 4. Wham Blue.
I'm trying to figure out how to read this. First place, lane number 4, Wham Blue. In second place, lane number 6, Nothing Dragon Rock. These names seem different from the names we were just reading.
That was race number 24. This is the Big Steel Box. So this was the final for the Big Steel Box Senior Cup.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'll start that again. In first place, in lane 4, Wham Blue. In second place in lane 6, Nothing Dragon Rock. And in third place in lane 3, Dragon Max.
Fantastic. So these are all seniors who are 59 plus. And here's the final.
The final for race 25. In first place was Wham Blue. In second place, Nothing Dragon Rock. And in third place, Dragon Max.
All right. So those are the medal winners for the Big Steel Box Senior Cup. And we have results from the 1027 The Peak 24 and under cup as well.
Amazing. This was race 26, and in first place we had Dragon Zone 24U mixed. In second place, the UBC Current Gold, and in third place, UBC Current Blue.
So very strong showing from UBC.
Yeah,
Great
very
teams.
impressive. As a UBC alumni,
Me
I feel
too.
like
Yes.
great.
I
Yeah,
know. I
well
feel okay
done.
cheering for them.
Yeah.
I feel like we can cheer because we also we can't influence the race, so it's okay for us to be a little bit biased.
Yeah, really, I'm impressed with all of the paddlers out there.
It is amazing. Right, we're going to go to a commercial break. We are back for the Nude Pride Cup knockout. And they are just getting loaded back into the start line. So, Minister Boy, you just saw them complete one knockout, and here they go again. The remaining teams are
right back at it.
Right back at it.
Sore arms and full of adrenaline, I'm sure.
That's right.
So you said these teams are from all over?
They are from all over. We just have one from Washington, one from Northern California as well, and one from Long Beach also, and the rest of them are local teams.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Getting my mic fixed. Thank you very much. Great to have those teams up from
Washington,
the States
California.
visiting.
Yeah, it's wonderful. There's really great paddling communities there as well, and we often see them all at Concord. All right, here we go. It looks like they're nicely lined up this time. No resetting. So again, they'll be off to a very fast start, and we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see if we can see who's out in front.
Okay.
There we go. They are off. Oftentimes the middle two lanes will be the fastest teams, but because all of these teams are more evenly matched, it might be a little bit different. But yes, we can see that boat number 5,
really
which
picking
is
up
South Bay
steam.
Synergy.
And boat number 4, Kitty Wagon.
Yes. Oh yeah, they are vying for first. It looks like South Bay Synergy is probably going to take
you can
it.
See
oh my gosh.
Very tight
That's
race
a photo
there.
finish.
Holy
and
smokes.
3, Gig Harbor Storm.
And then 2 and 6. Everyone working hard right until the end.
That's almost a photo finish. I don't know that I could tell you if it was 4 or 5. Maybe we'll be able to see on the replay. Let's take a look here. Oh my gosh. So you can see they're just trading dragons' whiskers as they go across. I think 5 maybe.
1 final push.
Yeah. It's hard to tell because those buoys are not pinned down, so they're a little bit curved. So
how does that get decided?
There's an electronic finish line. So, yeah, we can, they measure it by the hundredths or thousandths of a second.
That was an exciting race.
That was really exciting. That's the closest we've had yet. All right, and here we are, race number 27. So this was the first knockout, so we'll be able to see which of the teams made it through.
So in first place for the first knockout was in lane number 4, Kitty Wagon. In second place in lane number 5 was South Bay Synergy. And in third place in lane number 3 was Gig Harbor Storm.
Fantastic.
So we just saw all those teams race again.
Again, that's right. And so we will have results shortly. They might take a little more time to get the results because it was such a close finish. So they really need to make sure they get it right here and look at it all. But it really helps to have the digital timing and the digital finish line.
Absolutely. And a really, really hard race out there. Good job.
We'll wait for those results while we go to commercial.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are back here in the announcer's booth with Minister Christine Boyle. We've just watched the Nude Pride knockouts rounds.
Again, not nude paddlers.
Not nude paddlers. Up next, we do have the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup. We're hoping to get some results before you have to say goodbye to us for the Nude Cup, so we'll see where we go here. But they are getting set up for the Para Cup. We were just talking about Oddball, which is a local Vancouver company that makes jerseys here in Vancouver for a lot of the paddling teams. They also supply to other parts of the world as well, and they do a beautiful job. Their jerseys are
great
amazing.
to hear what a hugely popular their jerseys are.
It really is, yes. And have you been wandering around the site, able to take in the community stage?
We have, yeah. I was here with my parents who live nearby and my 10-year-old, and incredible to, my mom was a dragon boater for many years.
Yes.
Yeah. So fun to be here with all of them and activities for all ages.
Absolutely.
And just such a good feeling around the festival and all the paddlers getting ready and excited and cheering people on. It's such a community sport, and I love getting to be down here and be part of it.
That's wonderful. We're so happy you're here. Excited that you're here in your new capacity as an MLA and a minister as well.
Yeah,
So thank you for
we're
joining
not
us.
currently in my riding, but across the water in
That's
Olympic
right.
Village is part of Little Mountain. So
That's right, yes.
We're always glad to be working with the Dragon Boat Festival and supporting them and seeing all the hubbub happen.
Thank you. We so appreciate the support, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival.
I am sure I will. Yeah, thanks for letting me join in and help call a race.
Wonderful. We'll see you next year.
Sounds good.
Great. So coming up, as we said, is the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup, race number 29. They are just getting loaded into the lanes here, it looks like. We have 3 teams participating in this 100-meter race. There's 2 mental health teams, Conquering Waves. So they have a couple of boats in this race. For over a decade, the Conquering Waves Dragon Boat team has been challenging the stigma of mental illness. Individuals living with mental illness, their friends, supporters, and family members, they come together every year to train for and compete in the Dragon Boat Festival. We also have some results for the Nude Pride Cup final. So in first place for the gold was South Bay Synergy with a time of 26 seconds, .423. In second was Kitty Wagon with a time of 26.490. And in third was Gig Harbor Storm with a time of 29.910. So extremely close racing for first and second place. So it's going to be probably a couple minutes here while they're just getting settled into the start line here for the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup.
Yeah, sorry, Lewis.
All right, and we are back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. I am here with trustee Victoria Yung. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, Victoria is the chair of the Vancouver School Board. You were first elected back in 2022, is that right?
That is right.
Right, and how long were you on the board prior to that?
Well, so that was my first.
Oh, it was your first year?
Yes.
Oh, terrific.
So
Very nice.
I'm into the middle of my third year.
Of your term? Awesome, awesome.
No, of my second. I'm almost at my third.
Third.
I've almost been here for 3 years, and our term is 4 years.
Oh, that's terrific. So I have here on Victoria's bio that she works in transportation infrastructure consulting, and you have board experience with the Environmental Managers Association of British Columbia. And you graduated from Acadia University, is that right?
That's right.
Is that close by? Is that around here?
Let's talk less about me and more about this awesome festival.
Oh, sure. Let's do that. Sure.
Because I want to highlight how amazing the youth are in participating. And as much as I would love to share more about me, why I'm here in support of and representing the amazing youth.
Of course, of course.
So I know that last year we had quite a few teams that are from the school district,
Yes.
made up by a lot of high school students. Of course, shout out to there's a bunch from Eric Hamber Secondary, and I noticed this year there are a few from the United States.
We've
San
always
Francisco.
had yes. We've always had a very large presence from the U.S., which is great. Typically from Northern California. So here we had Lowell High School. We had the Bay Area Dragons, also from the Bay Area, and a couple others as well.
Do they normally come here? Are they the regulars?
Oh yes, regulars. This is the flagship race of the continent. So this really attracts the top of the top for all the youth teams.
Fabulous. Yeah,
Definitely.
It's great to see. And I know that there's a lot of local representation, so I'm really happy to see young people coming out and supporting each other, but also competing against each other.
Absolutely, exactly. And like you said, it's also fun because a lot of these high school teams, they're perhaps rivals, or they see each other on the football field or on the tennis pitch and things like that, and now they're here on the water too.
Yes.
You have Richmond High School, and then you also have Eric Hamber, perhaps. You have some of the Hastings crews here too. Yeah, it's really great.
Good. Oh, it's great to see. And I think that's a big part of being young and understanding competition, but also camaraderie. So it's really nice to see them out competing, but also working together. There's a lot involved when you're working with a team, but also competing against other teams.
Definitely. And there's a wide breadth of performance and competition here too. Like we have some teams here who've won world championship titles. We have other teams who are just local high school teams who've never really paddled together. It's great, You have a big, nice variety here.
That's interesting how it plays out, because there's so much to working together, that you have to trust each other, that you have to be on the same page, and you have to work together. But I think when you're not a well-seasoned team, there's a lot of focus that has to happen in the moment. So
Definitely.
So what are we seeing right now? What are we preparing for at the moment?
So we're setting up for the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup. This cup is for the Para Dragons division, which are any folks who have any disabilities or impairments registered.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and it's really great. There are two particularly special teams that we'd like to highlight here. Oh, and they're off now. There are 3 teams in this heat. We have 2 Conquering Waves crews and 1 Off Balance crew. The Off Balance crew is the first crew of its kind since 2005 with multiple sclerosis patients.
So their team name is Off Balance?
That's the name of the team.
That is incredible.
Isn't that great?
That's great. First team of its kind.
That's right. And we also have Vision Impossible here, which is a visually impaired team.
Oh my goodness.
It's a great name, isn't it?
Great name. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that. What number is that? 4?
Yeah, so boat 4 is out in front.
Wow. What team is that?
I believe that is Off Balance.
Off Balance is on balance today.
Looking very strong. And just over the line coming now is boat number 3, and that is Conquering Waves number 2. Conquering Waves is a mental health team. They've been challenging the stigma of mental illness, and they live with mental illness. So this is their friends, supporters, and family members that come together.
Brilliant. Oh, it's so great to see a huge well, what I enjoy mostly looking out onto the water is seeing everyone in unison and working together, and not seeing, you know, they're all working so well together, which is such an important part of being a team, but also, I guess, a good metaphor for life and just having to paddle together. I think today being Indigenous Peoples Day, and you just had the Minister of Indigenous Relations on right before me, which is timely and a beautiful show of celebration. there's so much that the cultures are paralleled in the cultures here today, and so seeing everyone paddle together is quite beautiful.
Absolutely, and especially because of your experience with the school board, youth paddling is really grown in such a huge way in the past couple of years, I would say. Even here, there were not this many teams a couple of years ago, and down where I'm from in Los Angeles, the youth team is really it's really exploded, the youth scene. It's really terrific. We have more than ever so many people, so many juniors from across the U.S. on Team USA now, and same thing, the Canadian national junior team. They're diversifying so much more than it used to be before. It used to be so many people only from one city or only from a couple cities, and now they're from all over. It's really, really great to see. And I started as a youth paddler many, many years ago, 13, 14 years ago. And I will attest to exactly all that you're talking about, building the community, building camaraderie. Youth paddling and youth sports are really just such an important factor in youth development.
Yeah, what's also really nice to see is the diversity on the teams, because Vancouver is such a diverse city. We do see teams and groups being built by such different cultures with the same interest. And so it's a great representation of how beautiful and diverse the city is.
Exactly, exactly.
How beautiful and diverse our country is.
True that. So this was the third year for the Para Cup, and every year this shows really what's possible when we look past barriers that we create here. You want to read off the performances we had here? We had gold medal here.
Off balance was boat number 4. It came in at 32.242. Amazing. Okay, and then next we had silver, Vision Impossible at 34.144, and then bronze, Conquering Waves at 35.178, and honorable mention to Conquering Waves 2 at 39.599.
Yeah, not far off at all. Congrats to all these teams for an awesome performance. And many, many thanks to Oddball Workshop. This race was sponsored by the Oddball Community Grant, which is a program funded by Oddball. It was launched in 2023 to make sure that they support the grassroots of the sport, and Oddball Workshop has awarded over $50,000 since then to support the growth of this sport. Juniors teams, para teams, and many, many others as well.
Brilliant. So where's Oddball from?
Oddball's from here. Yeah, they are indeed.
Oh, wonderful. That's great.
Yeah.
Vancouver company and the continental leader for dragon boat outfitting.
They are. They make my team's uniforms actually down in Southern California, yeah.
Oh, that is great to see such support locally.
Everyone loves Oddball.
I love Oddball.
Well, anyway, thank you so much for joining us, and I think we're going to talk to some sponsors now.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, thanks.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an Oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
Welcome back for the continuation of the 500-meter races. So we are starting with the Premier Women Qualifier number 1, race number 30.
That's right. This is going to be a 7-boat race with in lane 1, Sisters in the Sink on the far right. Lane 2, SDBA Chawanda. Lane number 3, Catch 22 Tsunami. Lane number 4, False Creek Masters. Lane number 5, Wasabi Force. Lane number 6, Gig Harbor Fire. And lane number 7, Hope Floats.
One of my friends is the coach for Hope Floats.
Love that. Yeah, very, very nice.
So it looks like they are nicely loading into the start line here and just about to get underway.
Now in lane number 5 there was Wasabi Force. These are not ladies who just happen to love wasabi. This is actually Wasabi Paddling Club,
yes,
based out of Portland, Oregon.
They have quite a good club there, quite a big club.
Very large club, one of the largest in the Pacific Northwest, if I remember correctly. Right next to them, another U.S. team, lane number 6, that's Gig Harbor Fire from Gig Harbor, Washington, right near Tacoma. And then Catch 22 Tsunami, based out of Vancouver, Washington, is over in lane number 3.
So we'll see. It's Pacific Northwest Battle of the Premier
That's
Women.
right. That's right. They're all just finished getting lined up now.
That's right.
And they're off. Here we go.
We should point out Sisters in Sync was in the Pride Cup as well, so they're back on the course so
They're a little
soon.
tired.
Yep. They are Vancouver's first and only queer women's trans-inclusive dragon boat team.
That's terrific. Wow. That's awesome.
Ooh, we have a little bit of lane movement here. Over in lanes 6 and 7, it looks like maybe lane number 6 getting a little close.
A little close, but that's okay.
It's okay. They're still in their lane.
Lane 4, False Creek Masters, right in the middle of your screen, is still out in front by about 3 or 4 seats. Right next to them, Wasabi Force, that we were just talking about in boat number 5, is fighting it out with Catch 22 Tsunami out of boat number 3. Looks like that'll probably be the top 3. Again, these are back to our 500-meter races, so about 2 to 3 minutes. But it feels like forever.
It does, doesn't it? It's hard when we can't see them coming down the entire course, but thankfully we have the amazing drone work that lets us see what's happening up at the top of the creek.
That's right. So right there we still see, that's False Creek Masters still out in front there. On the outside, that's Wasabi Force and Gig Harbor Fire, also boat number 6 over there.
And now that we're back in the 500-meter races, we do see this typical formation of the V as well.
Although keeping in mind, this is one of the first qualifiers.
It is.
So this is qualifier number 1 out of, I think it's 5? 5.
That sounds about right. Yeah, we have a lot of women's teams this year.
And then after this women's section, then we'll go back to mixed.
That's right. We have 36 teams participating in the 500-meter races today here. The top 12 teams of these 36 will also qualify for the 2-kilometer Guts and Glory Grand Final, and that's going to be held tonight.
Tonight, that's
Yes.
right, 7 o'clock or so, somewhere around there.
That's right, yeah. Based on the overall Saturday standings here. So
that's right.
We'll have to get through all the qualifiers, and then we'll know the top 12 women's teams that will be participating in that grueling Guts and Glory. Final 100 meters here.
That's right, here we go, coming to the final little stretch. We're seeing a lot of them pulling into their finishes. Now with open water, that's the False Creek Masters in boat number 4, followed by boat number 5, that's Wasabi Force, and boat 3, Catch 22 Tsunami, still holding on to those leads that they had over the rest of the field. With False Creek Masters now over the line, that's boat number 4.
Nice and tight.
Yep, followed by boats 5 and 3, as expected, Wasabi Force and Catch 22 Tsunami finishing within a second of each other. A little further back are boats 6, Gig Harbor Fire, and boat 2, SDBA Chawanda. And rounding out this first qualifier for the women's division is boat number 1, Sisters in Sync.
All right, great first qualifier in the women's division here. And these advancements will be based on placement as well, because we're early in the qualifier rounds here.
These are all by placement.
And so as you mentioned, Matthew, we'll see a little bit of distribution in terms of the competitive nature, right? Some are recreational, some are competitive teams in these qualifying heats.
That's right. After this, the teams will be much, much closer in time and in placement as they go through.
That's right.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. You can see the community stage on your screen there. That's one of the medal presentations.
Got it.
Yeah, very exciting.
I think that's FCRCC maybe in there.
Yeah,
Hard
I
to
think.
tell. I'm trying to tell by the jerseys.
Yeah, it does look like FCRCC.
Looks like it, hey?
Yeah.
It's great that they're doing the medals over on the community stage. It's fairly close to the main stage too, so people can kind of run back and forth and see their favorite paddlers getting their medals, and then go and listen to the amazing performances that are going on.
Yes, absolutely. And now we have race results from that last race. Premier Women qualifier number 1. In first, we had the Falls Creek Masters with the 217.784. In second was Wasabi Force with a 223.973. And in third, very, very close, was a 224.424 for Catch 22 Tsunami.
Yeah, the times are definitely reflecting that the tide is still pretty low. So I'm not sure what direction it's heading in right now. If this is low, this looks like lowest low.
Yeah.
Yeah, so perhaps through the rest of the day, the times might be getting a little bit faster.
Yeah, the tide will be coming up for the next couple hours. I think 4:20 or 4:25 is right when high tide is.
Perfect. So we'll still have some races going on. Of course, right now, the advancements are based on placement, so times are not as important. Tomorrow, of course, times will mean everything.
Correct. Correct indeed. Yep, that's FCRCC on the stage.
Yes, it is. And this year, we have new flags. So each of the teams in the winning division, or in the medalists, they get to keep the flag. So they can put that in their club if they want to.
That's right, and that was a deliberate choice away from large trophies because flags are
Yes.
much easier to transport.
Exactly.
As an American, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Not trying to fly with a medal trophy
That's
anymore.
right. We have 3 more races coming up next in the Premier Women's qualifying division. So races 31, 32, 33. And they're just getting set here for race 31. Beautiful drone shot down the creek, looking west. So if you're along the seawall, if you're on the site and you want to see what happens at the start of the race course, just walk west onto the seawall and you'll be able to see the start line or the 250 mark as well. In the women's division, we do have a lot of abreast and a boat teams mixed in with the non-abreast teams as well. So it's, again, the inclusive nature of paddling.
That's right. Coming up onto this Premier Women qualifier number 2, all these boats are starting to line up now. This will be a 7-boat heat. And on the far side, on the right side, will be lane number 1, the Pink Piston Paddlers Society. Do we know where they're from?
I do not.
I don't either. Lane number 2, LMOCC Women. In lane 3, VIP Gorging Dragons White. In lane 4, Rebels from USA, also called the Long Beach Rebels from Long Beach, California.
Is Annie on the team?
Annie is out there.
There
That's
you
right.
go.
My girlfriend's out there. Boat number 5, Cal and UCI Dragon Boat. So again, this is a composite team from Cal, aka UC Berkeley, and UC Irvine. So bring all the women together. Boat 6, Prairie High Performance Women, and 7, Al-O Wetters.
My high school guidance counselor is on that team from 31 years ago. So I don't even know anymore. Was it 31? Could be 34. Don't know how old I am anymore.
Terrific. Terrific.
We should say VIP Gorging Dragons. They're really top competitive team, as we've been talking about throughout the day.
Correct.
They're from Vancouver Island. And they are really out to challenge Dragon Zone Premier Women. So we haven't seen Dragon Zone Premier Women yet, but they won the Vessi 500 a few weeks ago. And they are composed of a few paddlers from a mix of teams as well. So we see a lot of these composite teams.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll get to see how they perform today. Very, very excited to see. As Suzanne just mentioned, the VIP Gorging Dragons red team were champions of this women's division last year in 2024, but Dragon Zone Premier Women won the Vessi 500 a couple weeks ago, so it'll be interesting to see trading victories which of these two crews happens to take tomorrow's races.
That's right. So in the women's division, because there are fewer women's teams than mixed teams, of course, so you often have paddlers that are forming composite teams, or they're just helping out on another team. So
That's
like
right.
your girlfriend, right? She paddles on a mixed team, and then also on a women's team, and that's allowed.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
you're not allowed to paddle on 2 mixed teams.
Correct.
You are allowed to paddle on teams in different divisions.
Correct.
In the same regatta or festival.
So she could even paddle on an open boat if she wanted to.
She absolutely could, yes.
Last boat is in there. Yeah, just getting set.
So we've just heard that we got the last boat out onto the water now. They're just starting to line up. And I'm sure we'll hear from them soon. We find that a lot of these senior crews here as well, some of these ladies actually come into the sport through BCP paddling, which is great too. They start as BCP paddlers, and then they want to get more paddle time in, so they maybe join a different team, and then maybe they want to still stick with women, so they join a women's team too.
That's right.
It's really great. Oh, and now on your screen, this is our TD main stage and vendor area, sponsorship area as well. You can see some performances there.
Tons of food trucks.
Tons of food trucks. Again, what did we say? The largest food truck event?
In Vancouver.
In Vancouver.
That's right.
That's pretty exciting. Yeah. So if you're on site, definitely head over there. Check out all the different vendors. Check out the different food. I've been told that my favorite mac and cheese cart is still there.
Excellent.
I've been told that my favorite taco stand, I think, is still there too. So go check it out. Some good food.
Yeah, there's lots of local suppliers. Holy Duck chili oil is there. So lots of great samples and things going on.
That's the very well-known chili oil folks, right? Yeah, I've heard they're good.
Okay, we can see the boats for race number 31 in the Premier Women Qualifier. Race number 2 are just at sort of the on-water marshalling area.
Yes,
correct. A lot of marshalling happens in dragon boating. So you pre-marshal, then you marshal on land, then you get in the boats, then you go and kind of pre-marshal again.
And then you pre-marshal again.
Yeah.
That's right.
A lot of hurry up and wait in dragon boating.
Hurry-upping and waiting. That's exactly right.
In the one-day regattas, certainly a lot less waiting. You're usually maybe like an hour between races, but here you can sometimes have 3, 4, 5 hours between races.
Correct, yeah. This will be an interesting race. Down in boat number 5, we had, as I mentioned, Cal and UCI putting together a joint women's crew, both from the UC system down in California. A number of these ladies actually will be paddling in 3 or 4 weeks at the World Championships.
Oh, phenomenal.
On Team USA 24U, so that'll be pretty fun.
Excellent.
And a number of the ladies on the Rebels team out in boat number 4 will also be paddling on Team USA in various divisions, mostly Senior A, I think, and maybe 1 or 2 Premier as well. So it'll be pretty exciting.
Yes.
Pretty exciting to see.
Should be some competitive racing in this heat.
Definitely, yes.
All right, they are slowly and together moving into the start line, doing a beautiful job.
They're just all lining up now.
Looks like there might be a little wind out there, and they are started.
They are off in lane number 1 on the far right. We have Pink Piston Paddler Society. Lane number 2, LMOCC Women. In lane 3, VIP Gorging Dragons White. In lane 4, Rebels USA. Lane 5, Cal UCI Dragon Boat. Lane 6, Prairie High Performance Women. And in lane 7, the Alouetters.
Rebels have an early lead.
They do indeed. We love our Long Beach Rebels, which everybody pronounces as Rebels because it's capital B, and I've been corrected many times now. It's Rebels.
Rebels?
Yeah.
The Rebels? Great shot dead on of the dragon boat. You can see their timing and their paddles coming in and out of the waters together.
So here's a really great example, actually, for those who may or may not be super familiar with Dragon Boat, but the Rebels in the middle in boat 4, and then to the right of them, VIP Gorging Dragons White, it's the exact opposite USA Canada stroke that we constantly talk about. You can see how long boat number 4 is staying in the water, right? They're keeping it nice and long, and then they're quick through the air in that recovery to get back to the front, and then they take their next stroke. In the boat next to them, VIP Gorging Dragons, it's very much the Canadian style, where they're much longer in the air recovering, but when they do take that stroke, it's big, it's explosive, they push a lot, you know?
Yes. I think that's also, it's changing a little bit. You do see maybe more of that typical Canadian stroke, more West Coast still in Canada, but in the East Coast, a little longer in the water.
Yeah, it's changing. A lot of that has to do with the more that people cross-train with other sports too. Outrigger is one of the reasons why a lot of SoCal teams have this stroke. Ooh, very nice.
Great shot of the drummer there on boat 4.
I think that's Mary. Let's go, Mary.
Yeah, beautiful. And it's really interesting, too. There's not a lot of rotation going on, but they're really long in the water.
And there's my girlfriend.
Hi, Annie.
Hi, Annie.
Looking good.
She always looks good.
Such a commanding lead in this heat here.
They really do. Awesome job to Long Beach Rebels. over the line. Very nice.
Beautiful paddling right through.
And now here we go with lane number 3. This is VIP Gordon Dragons White from Vancouver Island with also a very strong lead over the next boat, which is boat 6. That's Prairie High Performance Women, followed by Callan UCI Dragon Boat. I think that's my friend Yu Ching steering that boat. And then we have boat number 2, LMOCC Women. Just pulled over the line, very nice.
Fantastic. Great racing.
And our final 2 crews are starting to pass over the line now. That's boat number 7, the Alouetters, and boat 7, and then boat number 1, the Pink Piston Paddlers Society, has just crossed the line. A great job. Now the Pink Piston Paddlers paddle on Shuswap Lake.
Shuswap.
Shuswap, thank you.
Nice try, nice try. Yeah, Shuswap. That's in the Okanagan, or Caribou region.
Very nice. Established in 2006, it looks like. Great job to everybody.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
All right, we are back and just getting ready for the Premier Women's Qualifier number 3, and it is underway. Race number 32.
And this is a 7-boat race. In lane number 1, we have Dragon R Assets. I like that. Lane number 2, Paddlers Anonymous DeWave Women. Lane 3, UBC Current Gold Women. Lane 4, FCRCC Senior C Women. Senior C is 60 plus. Lane number 5, New Salon Dragons. Lane number 6, Wham Women from Washington. And lane 7, Off the Edge.
A lot of women's teams that we haven't seen before at Concord. So
that's
a lot
right.
of breast cancer teams, and yeah, just a much bigger interest again in dragon boating, recovering from post-pandemic times.
Definitely, definitely. Now, FCRCC Senior C Women here was bronze, I think, last year. Yes, they took bronze last year in the women's division, so I'm sure they're excited to either hang on to that and or rise up a bit more.
Maybe another color.
Yeah.
And they are about 150 meters.
150, yeah, somewhere around there. Nice job, ladies.
Fairly close racing by the top couple or 3 boats here for now. One boat seems to be further out ahead here.
Yeah, that's boat number 4, FCRCC Senior C Women.
Not a surprise.
Very nice. But let's see. Okay, so that's the 59 plus division. Let's see if the 24U UBC Current Gold Women can keep up with them.
Let's see, ladies.
Can the university ladies keep up with the 60 plus ladies?
Look at that beautiful stroke. So this is the quintessential Canadian stroke, right? That's like basically a textbook. Yeah. And the reason for that is Kamini Jane is the FCRCC director there.
And she's an Olympic, is it kayaker or canoe?
Kayaker.
Kayak.
And yeah, sprint canoe and kayak.
Both.
Yeah,
Okay,
kayak was the Olympics. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Could
so,
even be her on the boat, actually. One of her sisters is also on the boat.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah, beautiful. So you can see that deep in the water, deep catch.
Using the body drop.
Using the body drop, the hinge. You got it. Yeah. Yeah, a lot more body movement, I think, in the Canadian stroke as well.
Yeah, I would say the U.S. stroke has significantly less hinge. We really do not drop our bodies at all like that. It's all about rotation into the stroke. So we rotate, but we don't drop necessarily down.
You do a quick recovery, snap through the air, and then back in.
And there's boat 7 and boat 5 over the line. So boat 7 was Off the Edge, and 5 was New Salon Dragons. Now, the New Salon Dragons are from Nanaimo, it looks like.
Just across the water?
Just across the way.
Yeah, but one rounding out this heat here. That is Dragon R Assets.
Dragon R Assets.
We do love a good pun in dragon boating.
We always do.
What's the most creative name you've seen?
That's a pretty good one. Oh, okay, here we go. An instant replay of 7, 5, and 6. So that's Off the Edge in 7, New Salon Dragons in 5, and Wham Women in 6.
Very nice.
Represent USA, but again, that was 2nd place, right, after FCRCC.
Yes. UBC, wow.
And there's UBC Current Gold Women.
Okay, the youngsters working hard there.
They are. They're working hard.
We have the results from race number 31 in the Premier Women Qualifier number 2. So in first place was the Rebels USA with a time of 2:11.569. In second was VIP Gorging Dragons White with 2:20.745. And in third was Prairie High Performance Women with a time of 2:24.515. So we're getting some pretty fast times there. The Rebels did really well. That 2:11 is quite a nice time for this kind of water.
Faster. Yeah, absolutely. Prairie High Performance Women, who took bronze over there, are from the Prairie Dragon Paddlers, which is a nonprofit organization based in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois.
Come a long way.
Yes, indeed. And they just hit their 10-year anniversary, too, founded in 2015.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
All right, we are back just getting ready for the Premier Women Qualifier number 4, race number 33 in a few minutes here. We've just been hand-delivered the medals.
That's
Sadly,
right.
Matthew, they're not for us.
They're not for us, unfortunately.
We can't keep them. But we do have these gorgeous medals. Basically, there's sort of the ocean background. They're textured medals. So for any of the teams watching, this is what you're racing for here. I know it's all fun and games, but really we know you're all here for the medals as well.
That's right. And they're really, really pretty. They're really beautiful medals, too. I mean, look at that. It's terrific. It's beautiful. So this is the bronze medal. And then we have our silvers and our gold over here. Nice, pretty silver. And then our beautiful gold medals here. Yeah, looking really nice. So I know that this is what all of the teams here will be racing for, but maybe even more importantly, I think one of the really exciting things about this year's 37th Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is the Abreast in a Boat division.
It really
I think
is.
That's the really, really special thing this year is the Breast Cancer Paddler division.
30th anniversary, so there will be a flower ceremony as they do every year, but this one, of course, will be the biggest they've had after the finals of the Abreast division tomorrow.
Yes, that'll be tomorrow, exactly. So super exciting to see that. And as Suzanne mentioned before, a lot of these ladies crews, because they're already here, also want to race in the women's division. Or they want to combine with some men and paddle in the mixed division and do things like that. So it's really, really great to see all the terrific racing here this weekend.
It's wonderful to see in the Racers Village as well. They often have their tents together. They actually had a bit of a party last night. So they had some entertainment. They had a kickoff party for the 30th anniversary, some speeches. As I was leaving the site last night around 8 o'clock, it was still going strong. They were dancing up a storm.
Love it.
So yeah, taking that energy out on the water today, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure they are, which is great. It's really terrific. And so now the next race is just setting up. This is women's qualifier number 4. This will be a 7-boat heat, and we'll talk about them in just a second. You can see some of the water taxis over here and aquabuses behind them as well.
Yep, you got it.
I took one yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Very fun.
Was it the first aquabus
slow.
experience? Yeah,
no,
they're a little slow.
Not my first, but kind of slow.
Yeah, because they have speed limit rules on the water here.
Very, very tight speed limit
Safety first, yeah.
Yes.
It's a very busy waterway we have here, so the fact that we can pull off a dragon boat race in this busy waterway is kind of amazing, I have to say.
The world's largest dragon boat race.
You got it.
Yeah.
This is also a mix of federal water, federally controlled water.
Yes.
And yeah, so there's different jurisdictions and everything, but we get a lot of support and make it run smoothly.
I've been told that the Dragon Boat docks here are actually 7 or 9 different jurisdictions.
They are. Yeah, it's very confusing.
Fish and Wildlife has a thing,
Yes.
the Forestry Service, the Water Department, the Harbor Police,
City.
everybody.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So here, we have 7 boats in this race. In lane number 1, we have Saints Preserve Us. Lane 2 is Dragon Max Women. Lane 3 is FLCC Sea Dragons. Lane 4 is VIP Gorging Dragons Red. This is the team to watch out for. These were the folks who won the gold last year. It'll be exciting. Lane number 5, Killer Dragon Guppies. This is a combo team from SF Dragon Warriors and Killer Guppies from Southern California. We have Wasabi Impact in lane number 6, and then lane number 7 is Inlet Storm. Very exciting. Mix of USA and Canadians here.
You got it. A lot of local teams in this one. FLCC from Fort Langley.
Yes. And how far? Yeah, how far?
I knew you were going to ask me how far. So Fort Langley is a little further. So again, on a good day, maybe 45 minutes.
Oh, that's not that far. Okay. Okay.
I'm sure some of our viewers and listeners are going to say, no, that's not true. But in my experience, I'm just going to qualify. In my experience, it's about 45 minutes.
Well, it's closer than VIP Gorging Dragons goes to Vancouver Island.
Yes. Only because of the ferry.
And how long is that ferry? I took it last year. It's not...
An hour and 45.
Yeah, it's like almost 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful, really beautiful route, though.
Oh,
going
so
through
pretty.
Active Pass.
Oh, my God, so pretty, yeah.
It's like slalom course through the islands.
It is
there.
so many islands that the ferry had to dodge and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty.
Yes. Okay, they are slowly and together making their way up to the start line here.
And this is exactly how we like for boats to approach,
Beautiful.
all together,
Beautiful.
nice and slow, drifting forward.
So there are on-water marshals even for these 500-meter races too. We talked about that for the 100s, but they have them for the 500-meter races as well. So basically, once they see everybody is properly marshaled, then they hand it over to the starter, the official starter, who's on the shoreline, and asks them to approach. And once everybody's lined up, which we hope is quick, then they can get off to a start.
Yep, and we're just a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. We'll get back on schedule, I am sure.
Lots of excited paddlers walking in front of us. Matthew has quite a few fans at this festival.
I'm pretty sure you do too,
junior
Suzanne.
Paddlers.
No, you have fans too.
I just know a lot of people, but there's a big difference. All right, they're nicely lined up here. And away they go.
Here we go. And again, in lane number 1 on the far right, we have Saints Preserve Us. In lane number 2, we have Dragon Max Women. In lane 3, FLCC Sea Dragons. In lane 4, VIP Gorging Dragons Red. In lane 5, Killer Dragon Guppies. In lane 6, Wasabi Impact. And in lane 7, Inlet Storm. And it looks like, as expected, VIP Gorging Dragons Red in lane number 4 is out to a nice little jump out the start. Into their settle. Really nice, beautiful body right there. Perfect transition. You can tell these ladies know exactly what they are doing. Next to them on their right side is FLCC Sea Dragons from Fort Langley. They're pretty strong too, but on the outside we have Killer Dragon Guppies, again a combo team from SF Dragon Warriors in Northern California, and Killer Guppies from down south in Los Angeles area. Looks like they're sitting in third right now. We'll see if they can walk it up a little bit over the next 300 or so meters.
Looks like they're working hard. Their stroke rate is a little higher than you see with VIP Gorging Dragons Red.
That's right. That is also one thing I will say about composite teams like that, where maybe you haven't practiced together very often, is you may have a different strategy, you may have slightly different techniques, and so working on that blend is really, really important. A lot of people discount blend in Dragon Boat, but it is so important.
Critical. Absolutely critical.
Absolutely.
The teams do get a chance to practice together here at Falls Creek. So all the visiting teams, they do get, I think, a couple of hours at least on the water.
Yep. They practiced yesterday. I know a lot of these teams. And again, this is boat 4 right in the middle there. Still VIP Gorging Dragons Red from Vancouver Island. I think their head coach is still Tom Arnold, I think, who is a Canadian national team member too, if I recall correctly.
Not the actor?
Not the actor. All these teams looking very strong here.
VIP way out ahead as they approach the just passing through the 100-meter mark.
Yeah, 3 lengths ahead, I would say, at this point. Almost 4 lengths now. Wow.
be interesting to see if they know, and are they going to do a big finish, or are they just going to go for their placement? They're picking up the rate a little bit.
A little bit.
It looks like they know that they're ahead.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry.
It's by placement. Don't
That's
burn
right.
yourselves out.
Yeah.
You're good. You're in first place here.
And this is their first qualifier of the day, so they still have one more to go.
Exactly. So they don't need to tire themselves out too much. Now coming in second, this is lane number 3, FLCC Dragons from Fort Langley, and boat 5, Killer Dragon Guppies.
You can see at the end, those two boats did up their rate, so they did an actual finish. There's my Dragon Claws.
And now coming over the line, almost in a complete dead tie. That was boats 6 and 7, Wasabi Impact in 6, and Inlet Storm in 7. And rounding out this Premier Women qualifier number 4, we have boats 2 and 1, Dragon Max Women in 2, and Saints Preserve Us in 1.
So this is interesting because we just saw a very close race between boats 5 and 6, but in fact boats, the first and sixth boats, right, they actually go to the race together. So it still doesn't quite shake out. So even though it's really competitive.
Yeah, until
by
the semi.
A hair.
And looking at the replay, 6 and 7, it looks like 6 barely edged out 7.
By an eighth of the number sign.
That's Wasabi Impact barely edging out Inlet Storm by just a hair.
Gosh, we'll see. Oh, really
That's
interested
impressive.
to see the times there. Looks like some of the mixed teams are going to Marshall as well. So the mixed teams will be having their second races after the women.
Coming up very soon.
And we have the results for race number 32, the Premier Women's qualifier number 3. In first was FCRCC Senior C Women with a time of 2:22.387. In second was Off the Edge with a time of 2:30.378. And in third place was New Salon Dragons with a time of 2:32.897.
Nice job to all these ladies. Really, really great.
Can see how far ahead FCRCC was, right? Almost 10 seconds. So that's a big lead they had. Yeah.
Well, we'll see how they compare to VIP Gorging Dragons, who just did quite well too.
That's right. Yeah, now it becomes interesting to compare the times because they're racing fairly close together, even though they're in different heats, and the water is pretty similar. So then you get a sense of what is happening on the water there.
Absolutely.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
We are back for race number 34 in the Premier Women's Division. This is qualifier number 5.
That's right. This will be a 7-boat race featuring in lane number 1 the Willamette River Dragons from Oregon. Lane number 2 the Paddle Queens. Lane number 3 Dragon Ladies. Yeah.
My Dragon Claws coaches them, so we'll see him. He's the steers person.
Oh, terrific. Lane number 4 Dragon Zone Premier Women. This will be one of the fast ones, DZ.
Yep.
Lane number 5 VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. Lane 6 Twisted Ones. And lane number 7 Atomic Furies.
Great. So this is the rivalry between VIP Gorging Dragons Red, as you said, and Dragon Zone Premier Women. So very interested to see the times, just to see what's happening in the boats right now.
This will be interesting. The Islanders versus the Vancouverites, eh?
That's right. And they are coming down the raceway here.
Here we go, and they are off. And already breaking away there is boat number 4, Dragon Zone Premier Women, looking quite strong. And next to them, the Dragon Ladies also doing quite well.
Go Dragon Ladies.
Looks like they're
Good
in
job,
second
Oscar.
right now. Let's go, Oscar. A little further back is VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt in boat number 5. But yep, right there you see Dragons and Premier Women. DZ Premier Women.
DZ. They do say DZ.
Oh, they do.
It just rolls off the tongue a little bit better, so I know it's properly pronounced DZ.
USA.
All right.
And it looks like
They're
DZ
very
Premier.
far ahead.
I was going to say it's like a boat and a half at this point.
Gosh. They are not holding back.
They're really not.
And Dragon Zone Premier Women is just about to approach the 100-meter line here.
They're about to
Final
come into their
100 meters.
finish. And I have a feeling that, like we said before, I don't know if they're necessarily going to ramp up too much in the finish. They know that they're ahead.
They may not. I mean, their drummer can see how far ahead they are. So the drummer and the steers people, of course, they coordinate
They
the
work
calls
together.
and they work together to help the boat and navigate and guide what they should be doing.
DZ,
wow, they're really digging, though.
I was going to say,
My
their
gosh.
body drop is really, it's so pronounced and so powerful, too. They're really diving into that water at the front.
I think they're just showing what they're made of here.
I mean, it's made of performance is what they're made of.
Beautiful.
And a nice, strong second place also. Not going to discount them at all. Boat number 3, the Dragon Ladies.
Good job, Dragon Ladies. There's
Nice
Oscar
job.
in front.
And then we got boat number 5. That's VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. Looking strong, too. See, and we said this, especially in the qualifiers, I love how the field spreads out so
That's
much.
right.
And I love how you can see the big breadth of all of the different teams here.
So lanes 1 and 2, they're having a bit of a race on their own here.
That's the Willamette River Dragons in 1 and the Paddle Queens in 2.
And here comes lane 6, Twisted Ones.
Very nice.
So yeah, a lot of the competitive teams paddling with the more recreational teams.
That's right, and that's always really fun to watch. You know, it's great experience. It's really fun to get everyone to connect and get to know each other. And you know, they're sitting in Athletes Village over in the tents area, and they're all making friends.
Yes.
They're hanging out. They're taking photos together.
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie happens in the Racers Village. Matthew's fan club is here taking pictures of him.
My
as well.
girlfriend is here.
Oh, his girlfriend. Hi, Annie. If you are a paddler or just a spectator and you are walking along the seawall, please do give us a wave as you walk by. We're in the presentation center next door to the Concord Pacific main presentation center.
It's a whole bunch of glass.
Lots of glass. Just look in and you'll see us here with our little headsets on. Great shot of the docks there. So we want to, of course, thank all the volunteers that help us too.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. So here we have results from race number 33. This was the Premier Women Qualifier number 4. In first, we had VIP Gorging Dragons Red with a 2:13.229. That is a blazingly fast time from the reigning champions, not surprising. Second place was FLCC Sea Dragons with a 2:23.856. And in third with Killer Dragon Guppies with a 2:28.294. Nice job, everyone.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Welcome back to the Premier Mixed Division, Round 2, Recreation Qualifiers 1, race number 35. And joining us to call this race is Vancouver Parks Board Commissioner Scott Jensen. Welcome back.
Oh, I'm so happy to be back.
How many years is this?
This is my third year here.
Amazing.
It's so great to be back, and it's a highlight of my role as a Park Board Commissioner, but before doing this as an elected Park Board Commissioner, I used to come down here every year and sit down and watch and just enjoy the activation of this space, because it's such a great event you guys do here.
It is. This is the biggest one we've had, and every year it just seems to get better too.
Oh yes, absolutely. Every year it seems to grow and grow and grow, yet it never loses that community feel that I think that everybody looks forward to experiencing when they come down here.
That's right. That's what we love. And yes, it's centered around the sport, but there is the community and the culture aspect as well. You yourself are involved in youth sports.
I was.
You were.
I may look youthful, but I'm not that youthful.
But in a coaching capacity, you've been more involved as well.
Yes, I have. I've been. I coached most of my young adult life, and as a lacrosse player, I felt it was my responsibility to give back to the sport and to my community by being a coach and being a mentor. And it was a really important part of my life growing up, and certainly, being involved with community has always stayed with me. So certainly, being a lacrosse player and a lacrosse coach is a big part of who I am.
Absolutely, yeah. And you, of course, are a teacher as well. So you're very invested in the youth of tomorrow, of today and tomorrow.
Yes.
And we do have a lot of junior teams here. You will see some of them in the mixed divisions now. We have a junior division, but there are also some young people that are paddling in the mixed divisions also.
Yes, I actually just was distracted by you because one of my students' sisters just walked by and waved at me. And again, it's just such a joyful event. It's such a joyful feeling down here. And if I do get distracted, it is because of that energy and excitement that we have in this Falls Creek area right now.
That's right. It really is contagious, isn't it?
Oh, certainly it is. Yes.
Wonderful.
And that energy, I think, is translated into the power that we see from these participants, these racers, these these individuals that get inside this boat. And again, many of them are like really competitive athletes, but many of them are just coming here just to be to be a part of something, and it's such a great thing seeing them come down here, and everybody has smiles on their faces. I took the little ferry to cross the water earlier today, and passing by a group that was leaving, and everybody's high-fiving each other and just congratulating each other. It's such a wonderful experience being down here.
It really is, yeah. Well, we have some results from race number 34. That was the Premier Women's Qualifier race number 5 here.
Okay, I can see these results. Is that Dragon Zone Premier Women coming first place?
Yes.
And then following behind that was the Dragon Ladies.
Yes.
And the VIP Gonging Dragon Cobalt.
Gorging Dragons, from Victoria.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations.
The Gorge in Victoria.
The Gorge, okay. Again, I'm not, I didn't bring my glasses, so.
All good.
That's all right. I they're just for reading. I don't want to, I didn't come here to read. I came here to watch and to be excited by everything that's going on.
Can leave the readers behind when you're watching dragon boating.
Yes, we can.
That's right. Yeah, we've been talking a lot as well about just the fact that the recreational paddlers and the competitive paddlers are often on the water today because these are the qualifiers. So exactly what you're talking about, where everybody can participate. Our motto is community, culture, and competition all in one boat, and there's nobody who we can't get in a dragon boat.
Yes. Yeah. And again, for somebody who lives in this neighborhood, I see this happening daily, year-round.
Yes.
And some of the days that many of us Vancouverites kind of wake up to and go, oh my God, it's raining, it's cold. You come out onto the water here and you see participants practicing and preparing, and it is certainly a team activity that brings everyone together. And again, it's nice to know that on these days that when it is a little cold and rainy, that there's a reason to get out here and to get outside and to participate and to be in something greater than yourself.
That's right.
That's it's just such a great thing, and such a way to make this neighborhood so unique and so connected to the greater Vancouver area.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have the boats on the water for race number 35 here in the Premier Mix Round 2 Recreation Qualifier. So, speaking of which, we have a huge, diverse range of boats here. Do you want to read off the boat list here from 1 to 8?
Certainly, I will try. I feel like I'm at my optometrist. And the first word, I believe, is Vision Impossible, which is like you guys are just testing me big time. Vision Impossible in number 1. And then it looks like Dragon Man. Am I
Dragon Max. Yeah.
Dragon Max, okay. Paddlers Anonymous, the boat. Then number 4, San Francisco Dragon Warriors.
Yes.
Number 5, we have a D4 Velocity. Number 6, Lowell Red Tide. Number 7, KP Dragons.
Yes.
And finally, lane 8, DZ2P Salmon.
Yeah, DZPC Salmon.
Do I pass?
Well done. You passed, yes. We do have Vision Impossible, which is a boat of mixed visually impaired and sighted paddlers.
Oh, wonderful.
We also have Lowell is a high school team from the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay.
And then we have adult teams in the mix as well. And we have some very competitive teams. The San Francisco, I believe Paddlers Anonymous, pretty competitive. Dragon Hearts Velocity, definitely competitive. KP Dragons is also from California, from LA area, and DZPC Salmon is a learn to paddle program. So this is their first big race. They've had one race, and this is their second of the festival, but this is their first big festival.
Okay, and are we allowed to talk about the Paddlers Anonymous boat, or are they completely not to be talked about?
They are anonymous. We don't talk about them. No. Yeah, a lot of these, the ones with the funny names, they're composite teams. So they'll be competitive paddlers who just make up another mixed team from various parts of the world or from Canada.
Okay.
So they're very nicely lined up in the starting buoys here.
Yes.
So just wait for them to get underway.
And a big shout out to, what's the name of the lady that does the calling?
Kim.
Kim.
Yeah,
Kim
the starter, Madam Starter. Madam Starter. She runs a tight ship out there.
Yes, a tight boat.
Tight boat, yes.
Okay, so we're waiting.
And they are off.
There they go.
Big start here. So let them get their starts done. Usually the first 50 meters or so, 30 to 50 meters is the start. And then they go into their transition for their race pace. So they slow down their rate a little bit and dig deep into the water.
Yeah, last year I called the 100 meter, and it was over before we knew it.
That's right, it can be. So it looks like right now We have boat number 5, which is Dragonheart's Velocity. They look to be out a little bit in front, but it's really actually quite a tight race on either side with San Francisco Dragon Warriors and Lowell Red Tide.
Yes. It's always, I always find it's very difficult to tell where they are in regards to who's leading by what.
That's right.
Sometimes there's that one boat, unfortunately, that I usually cheer for that may be a little bit further behind, that I'm always hoping somehow someone's got an extra gear in them and we can see them catch up. But
it is hard to tell, especially from the side, right? Unless you're like dead on the side, it's actually quite hard to tell.
Exactly.
It does look like from this angle, 5 and 6 are vying for first here. So that's Dragonheart's Velocity and Lowell Red Tide. So that's the high schoolers against the adults here.
Well, let's go to that, whoever is that coach, an educator with that high school team. Huge shout out to them. For my colleagues that take on that extra additional responsibility of being teachers and also coaches, it is a full day.
Absolutely.
And we are seeing what I'm looking at is a little bit of a differentiation between number 1 and 2 now. Do you see that as well?
Yeah, we've got 5, boat number 5 and 4. So 5 seems to be still out a little bit ahead. That's Dragonheart's Velocity. 4 is San Francisco Dragon Warriors. So now they're going to come in front of us. They've passed the 100-meter mark, so last final 100 meters. 4, so San Francisco Dragon Warriors is making a bit of a surge. They're bidding, and it looks like they are going to get ahead. So they're ahead by couple seats now. Let's see if they can hold on to that to the very end.
This is exciting. This is the best part.
That's what we love about dragon boat racing. And boat number 3, Paddlers Anonymous, the boat, is trying to catch up. But it looks like boat number 4, San Francisco Dragon Warriors, coming across first, followed by 5. That is Dragonheart's Velocity, and 3, Paddlers Anonymous, the boat. And then 6, Lowell Red Tide. And here comes boat number 7, KP Dragons. Boat number 2 is just about to cross the line. That is Dragon Max. And we have a race between lanes 1 and lanes 8. So Vision Impossible and DZPC Salmon. Looks like Vision Impossible.
Very impressive.
Here in lane 1, closest to us on the south shore of the creek here. It's coming across the line. Beautiful job. And here comes DZPC Salmon, these novice paddlers. Amazing. Great
Very
racing.
well done. Exactly. I think I asked this last year. The difference in lanes, is there a preferred lane by the paddlers, or is it each lane is its own battle?
Each lane is its own battle. I mean, the creek is pretty even here, so there's not really differentiation amongst the lanes. The seeding, though, usually puts the fastest teams in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's partly because they're going to take off and go faster, but it's also because there's less distraction as well for the outside paddlers. They might be more novice, so I don't know if that plays into it, but it's usually the seeding, and so then the fastest teams are usually placed in the middle lanes.
Okay, and that's going to be something to watch for later on tomorrow.
Yes.
Where we've got all the championship lanes, and we've got very competitive eight lanes.
You got it. Yeah, it's going to be much closer.
Very exciting.
Yeah, so this is the round 2 qualifiers, so they start to get a little closer now, right? And then tomorrow, the semifinals, they get even closer, and then the competitive nature really comes out in the finals, right? Every division will be very close together.
Yes. Very exciting. And again, no matter how competitive these races are, when they get off that dock, each and every one of them is like one great team that they support each other.
Absolutely.
And it again, I cannot stress how fun and joyful this neighborhood is today with all of these participants, with all of these viewers. It is such a great space to be at, and this is going to be like this tomorrow, and probably better weather too.
It will be a little sunnier.
It is the place to be.
We'll look forward to it.
Yes.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are back on the water with the Premier Mixed Round 2 Recreation Qualifier, race number 2. In lane 2, we have FCRCC, the A-Team. In lane 3, Stantec Splash. Lane 4, Watermelons. In lane 5, Wham Neon. In lane 6, Wave Catchers. In lane 7, Sink or Swim. And in lane 8, TD Green Machine. And joining us to call this race is MLA for Vancouver Strathcona, Joan Phillip. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm my traditional name is Aimshin, and it comes from Tsleil-Waututh. So I want to thank my Coast Salish relatives, the Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish, for the opportunity to live, work, and play in our traditional territory. And like in the early days, I'm just so happy to see so many people here. We welcome everyone, and people from all over the country and the world. So I'm just so honored to be here and talk to you about this race. And interesting enough, it's also National Aboriginal Indigenous Day.
Yes.
So we're also celebrating that. And like I said, we welcome everyone to Canada, and everyone has a place.
Wonderful. Well, we thank you for being here and welcoming us as well. And as you can see, a lot of action on the water.
Oh my
This was a
goodness.
quick race here. Looks like lane number 4, Watermelons, is in first place, followed by 3, Stantec Splash. And boat number 5 is Wham Neon. So those are the 3 fastest.
Wow.
Coming across the line here is boat number 7, Sink or Swim. Followed by 6, good name, hey? Wave Catchers. And number 2, FCRCC, the A-Team. And in lane number 8, here comes TD Green Machine. Ripping it up
nice.
down the course.
Well, I'm not new to paddling.
Yes.
We used to cross the inlet, Burrard Inlet, in a leaky skiff.
Oh my gosh.
But
brave, very brave.
But I think paddling's in the blood.
Okay.
So I just want to hold my hands up to everyone that's brave enough to get out there on the water. Because when you're paddling in a team like that, you really have to develop a rhythm.
Don't you? That's what it's all about.
And it's And it's true, it is sink or swim.
Yes, yeah, it really is.
So
That's a
pulling
perfect name.
together is so,
it's so true.
Yeah, it's so vital to be winning.
Yes. You have quite a connection to the water, you were saying.
Oh, yes. Well, also 90% of our diet used to be marine protein. And my husband asked me the other day, he says, do you like this kind of fish? And I go, does it have fins?
You're agnostic about all the fish.
Yeah,
It's all good. It's wonderful.
It's all good.
That's great. Well, we have some results here for race number 35. Would you like to do the honors and tell us who was in first, second, and third here?
Oh, my goodness. Vision Impossible came in first.
We have the place numbers on the right here. So we have San Francisco Dragon Warriors with the first place.
Oh, I see. Oh,
there we
I
go.
see. Okay. The San Francisco Dragon Warriors came in first. DH Velocity came in second. And the Paddlers Anonymous, the boat, came in third.
That's right. So that was the previous race, not the one we just watched, but we will have those results coming up very shortly too, and we'll see what happened on the water there. So you have a lot to do today for National Indigenous Peoples Day as well.
Yes. Yes, we'll be going to another event. I was in an event this morning. That was lots of fun. And this is such a wonderful part of the work that I do as the MLA for Vancouver Strathcona's, meeting with people and finding out what their issues are. But these are just fun days. This is a totally fun day.
Yeah, that's so great. Well, we're happy to be in your riding as well, next door to your riding here. So we appreciate you coming down and celebrating with us as well.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't have missed this.
It's wonderful.
I've been to a dragon boat event, but it wasn't on the water watching the races. So this is my first watching the races on the water. This is wonderful.
Yeah, what do you think? Pretty exciting?
Oh, terrific. And the weather is absolutely perfect. Slightly overcast, not too hot, not too cold. And even for people taking photographs, you don't get those deep shadows from, the hot sun and...
Yeah,
I'd have been wearing an umbrella.
Right, exactly. We had some very wet paddlers coming off the first races this morning, but it's been much kinder to them since about 11 in the morning so far.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
We can see there's a great shot of the dragon boats heading out to the starting line there, just towards the Canby Bridge.
Oh, nice.
That looks like maybe a youth team. We have a lot of youth teams, a lot of women's teams and mixed teams here.
On where I'm from at Tsleil-Waututh, we were also champion paddlers, traditional, of course.
Amazing.
In the long 11-man, 2-man, 1-man
canoes.
boats. Yeah,
they're
big
amazing.
canoes.
I've just been in a canoe one time, an Indigenous canoe one time. It was fantastic. They're very wide. It's a very different feeling from a dragon boat, for sure.
Yeah, and the idea is to stay in the boat.
Yeah, that's right. Do not.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. I think we're going to get results from one of the past races coming up in just a second. Here we go. That was race number 36. That was the Premier Mixed Round 2 Rec Qualifier number 2. In first were the Watermelons with a 214.735, a nice commanding lead over second place here. Second place was Stantec Splash with a 222.726, and third was Wham Neon with a 225.929. Now, as we said, we're going to start seeing the times get closer and closer and closer until finally the finals will be probably thousandths of a second in between. Super duper exciting watching some of these races as they go through. We can see the next race just starting to get set up now. This is race number 37. And this will be another Premier Mixed Round 2 Rec Qualifier number 3. And this will be a 7-boat race. So starting in lane 2 on the far right, we have Eternal Dinosaur. Lane number 3, TCC Dragoneers. Lane number 4, UBC Current Aurum. Lane number 5, DH Slayers, which is one of the original Dragon Hearts teams, I'm told. Lane number 6, Prairie High Performance Senior C from Illinois. Lane number 7, Nothing Dragon Rock. And lane number 8, Kitchen Sink. We wish good luck to all of these crews. And we're sure they'll all perform nicely together. If you're here on site, we really encourage you to go visit the TD main stage tonight. We'll have Lights and Felix Cartal performing. And at the community stage over here closer to the Concord Pacific Place area, right now there's a Vancouver Cantonese opera performance, which is really terrific. And then we have some other performances throughout the day as well. We have Ian Cromwell coming. We have Drag Storytime with Acacia Gray. We have a Face Changer show. We have Nikki Kennedy, and we have the Quill Dance Collective coming later today, all throughout the afternoon until around 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And again, that's at the community stage, further down over here, by Concord Pacific Place. If you're tuning in online, welcome. We hope you're enjoying it. We also encourage you to go over to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival website or the Dragon Boat BC website, where you can find live results and the rest of the race schedule that we're going off of for the day. Those live results will be updating continuously throughout the day, so you can see where all your favorite teams are seated, and you'll be able to follow any of your friends and family who may or may not be competing today. So as we said, this is the mixed division, and this is the second mixed race for each of these crews today. They did their first qualifier earlier this morning. Now they're doing the second qualifier, and then they'll be done for the day. Tomorrow will be the semi and finals. So another 2 races for them tomorrow. And then the top 18 teams in this mixed division, the overall Premier Mixed Division, will qualify for the 2,000 meter Guts and Glory. Now we call it the Guts and Glory because there are technically no medals presented. So it's you just do it for the Guts and the Glory, just for the, the bragging rights. And so that'll be on Sunday evening, tomorrow evening. We've said a couple times, but I want to emphasize because it's pretty cool and it's pretty important that 2,000 meter race is the largest of its kind in the world. There are no 2,000 meter races anywhere else in the world that I know of that have 18 boats all at the same time. The international standard is 12 boats, only 12. So here we have 6 more than usual, all on the water at the same time, doing a 2,000 meter race in a loop shape. Not straight, right? Which is pretty darn exciting if you've never seen it before. So the 2K races, in my opinion, are the most exciting to watch. So we have some going on this afternoon. They'll be the last races of the day. They go off at 7 o'clock. And then tomorrow, same thing. We'll have some 2K races also at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Today's 2K is 7:20 p.m. That's when it's set to launch. This is one of the latest times for the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival that I know in past years in terms of start time. Almost 11 hours of racing. Actually, it's more than 11 hours of racing. First race was at 8 o'clock this morning, and the last race will go off at 7:20, which means we'll probably be done by 7:45. So almost a full 12 hours of racing, all brought to you here from Concord Pacific Place by Concord Pacific, one of the founding partners and title sponsor of this race. And we are now off in this race number 37, the Premier Mixed Round 2 Recreational Qualifier 3. In lane number 2 on the far right of your screen is Eternal Dinosaur. In lane number 3 is TCC Dragoneers. In lane number 4, UBC Current Orem. Lane number 5, DH Slayers. Lane number 6, Prairie High Performance Senior C. Lane number 7, Nothing Dragon Rock. And in lane number 8 on the far left, Kitch in Sync. We can see the field already starting to spread out a bit, maybe only 150-ish meters from the start. Looks like boat number 4, UBC Current Orem, is taking a nice lead out in the front here by about just half a seat. Oh no, more like 2-3 seats now. We see TCC Dragoneers in boat number 3 starting to fight back just a little bit. We'll see if they can walk it up in the remaining, 300 meters or so of this race. We'll see if they can pass them. I don't know if they're going to be able to. We see boat number 5, DH Slayers, looking nice and smooth as they take their strokes. They're recovering really nicely. They're taking their strokes really nicely. They're dropping their bodies onto their blades really nicely. Really nice, good, strong, controlled performance from that crew. That's a local team here from the Dragon Hearts organization here under Dragon Zone, if I recall correctly. So as we see this flying V shape that we're starting to see form, we'll see it even more pronounced as we get into the further races, into the semis and the finals too. Yep, and that's boat number 5, DH Slayers, right there on your screen, looking nice and strong. Comprised mostly of 2-4U age paddlers, if I remember correctly. And that's them out in front, DH Slayers, looking nice and strong. And right next to them, we have UBC Current Orem, also a 2-4U crew from University of British Columbia. And they're all coming into the final 50 meters now. DH Slayers with a really nice strong lead. They're widening that gap between them and UBC Current Orem right behind. We can see DH Slayers taking the win in this race by more than a boat length. Boat number 4 is now over the line. That's UBC Current Orem. Now fighting it out for these remaining places, we have boat number 6 over the line. That's Prairie High Performance Senior C. That's a 60-plus crew. Boat number 3 and 8. 3 is TCC Dragoneers and 8 is Kitchen Sink. And rounding out this race are boats 2 and 7, Eternal Dinosaur in 2, and Nothing Dragon Rock in 7. Really great job to all of these crews. Oh, we can see this is the art fleet of boats. Let me pull up my paper on the art fleet here. So as you mentioned, a lot of these boats, half of them to be exact, is this fleet. This fleet is the art fleet. These have all been designed and painted and organized by some really terrific local artists. That boat that we just saw was boat number 6, which was done by Jocelyn Reed, and it was called Good Sport. The piece's colors and shapes reflect teamwork, trust, creativity, and respect, which are all important qualities in building great relationships. The eyes were there on that boat. They represent focus, awareness, intelligence, and vigilance. So a really, really beautiful art piece done by Jocelyn Reed on that boat number 6. And here we have race results from from race number 36. This was the race right prior to this one. In first place, we had the Watermelons with a 214.735. We had Stantec Splash in second with a 222.726. And third, we had Wham Neon with a 225.929.
This is
All right, and we are back. This is race number 38, the Premier Mixed Round 2 recreational qualifier number 4. In lane number 1 on the far right, we have Dragon King. In lane number 2, Concord Flying Dragons 2. In lane number 3, SFU Shockwave. In lane number 4, UBC Current Gold. In lane number 5, Pemberton Bald Eagle. In lane number 6, Creekside Dragons. Lane number 7, RGL United. And on the far left, lane number 8, Butts in a Boat 1. We wish all these teams really good luck. We're starting to see boat number 5 come out a little bit in front. That's UBC Current Gold from University of British Columbia, but giving them a really good run for their money is boat number 7, RGL United. We'll see if they can hang on. We'll see if they can potentially pass them, walk up in the body of this race in the settle part, which is, you know, arguably the most important part of this 500-meter race. The start can be great, the finish can be great, but the body is often where races are won and lost. Boat 5 is still out in front. That's Pemberton Bald Eagle. Looking strong. And on their inside too, we have boat number 4. That's UBC Current Gold. Now we talked about different paddling technique, but we could talk about different drumming technique too. We see the drummer of that boat right there, boat 5, that's Pemberton Bald Eagle. We see that drummer headbanging just a little bit, making that boat move along. There are some, you know, different opinions on whether that's helpful or not, but that's 5-4-3 finish order. So that was Pemberton Bald Eagle in first, UBC Current Gold unofficially in second, and SFU Shockwave unofficially in third. That's 2 2-4U teams from both UBC and SFU. Here we have Dragon King in boat number 1 coming over the line, followed by Concord Flying Dragons 2 by your title sponsor, Concord Pacific, of course. And then rounding out the field is boat number 8. That's Butts in a Boat 1. And now we have results from that last race, the one prior to what just went off, so race 37. In first was UBC Current Orem with a 214.735. That's a really nice performance over second place. Second place was TCC Dragoneers with a 222.726. And DH Slayers with a 225.929.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We see boat number 3 making its way out to the start line.
So when the boats are heading out to the start line, they're usually doing a bit of a warm-up, right? They've been marshalling and marshalling and marshalling, and then they get in the boat, so they need to get warm.
That's right.
They do usually a dry land warm-up as well.
Jumping jacks, that kind of thing, stretching.
Yeah, active stretching, dynamic stretching. Some of the senior ladies teams do some serious aerobics.
Yeah, I've seen
incredible.
It. They turn on this big boom box and they're doing some aerobics. It's really great to watch.
Right.
It's fun.
So fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, they need to stretch out and just get their muscles warm again as they're on the water. Some teams, as we were talking about, tell us about this front half, back half Canadian business.
Such a classic Canadian thing of, yes, taking the so there are 10 rows in the boat, right? So they'll take just the front half paddling by themselves, and then they'll take just the back half and they'll switch off. So just the front half for maybe 20 strokes, then just the back half for 20 strokes. And this is a warm-up that you've done in the past too?
I have. In my novice days when I was just learning to paddle, that's what we do. I always felt like they were just feeling like sorry for us, and they didn't want to make us hate paddling. So they're like, we'll give them a little break. But I don't know if that's really true. But apparently, I've just learned this is a real Canadian thing. But my current teams, we never do that.
I mean, I'm sure there's some American teams that do it too. But as far as I know, I don't know many American teams that do it anymore. I feel like it used to be, maybe like 10 or so years ago.
Right.
I feel like a reason that people tend to do front half, back half is that it makes you feel like you're carrying a much heavier boat. And so it warms up a lot more of your muscles, and that it's heavier. The boat feels a lot heavier. So it's more difficult. And then you transition back to actual normal paddling, and it feels a little bit lighter, perhaps.
Yeah, that's just good physiology, exercise science, right?
Exactly.
So you put more effort, and then what you do next, even though it's hard, feels different, feels pretty good.
And then you break it down. Yeah,
and you break it down. Yeah.
I would say a lot of my teams down in the U.S. tend to just do a lot of starts. We'll do 3 or maybe 2 or 3 starts, as many as we can. Some longer pieces just to kind of stretch out. And I don't know, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I dare say that's the difference between distance paddling in the U.S. and sprinting here in Canada.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Could be.
Interesting.
Yeah, could very well be. Yeah, my teams, we always do a start on the way out, for sure.
Classic.
Yeah, we just kind of get up to our race pace. And so for my novice team, that's 1 stroke per second.
60.
Right, 60. And that's kind of the minimum you want to be. So we just try to get in time, and then we're going to practice a bit of a start. We do a mini start. We don't do a full start, of course, because that would not really
like 80%
be
start,
helpful.
maybe.
80% start, yeah.
And now we have race results from race number 37. In first was DH Slayers with a 214.925. In second, UBC Current Orm with a 219.747. And in third, Prairie High Performance Senior C with a 226.771. Again, super fun to see university teams and senior C teams in the same race.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, some of the Eternal Dinosaur paddlers are parents of some of the university paddlers now.
That's so fun.
They were parents of the high schoolers, the Hamber teams.
And now they're
they are parents of college and university students. So it's quite fun to see.
That's really fun, racing against your parents. I only have started recently racing against my parent.
Ooh.
My dad was my coach for a while, and then we were on the same team for a while, and then I went to school and everything. And so, post grad, that's when I really started racing against him in a couple of races, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah,
what's
that like? That must be really interesting.
It's pretty exciting.
Yes.
Well, he would always joke, Matthew, I'm going to need you to, stop the boat the entire time, or you're not going to get a ride home today.
Yeah. Threats.
That's right.
Threats. I would say that's some good kind of mental strategy.
Yes, just a little bit.
just a little bit. Yeah. We're continuing on with the mixed round 2 recreation qualifiers, but race number 4 in this second round qualifiers, race number 38, and they are in the water marshalling area.
So this upcoming race, race number 39, is the Premier Mixed Round 2 Rec Qualifier 5. This is going to be an 8-boat race. So on the far right of your screen, we have the Fire Dragons, boat number 2, Dragonholic, boat number 3, DH0, with an exclamation point.
0.
Very exciting. Boat number 4, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers from Lowell High School. Boat number 5, Killer Guppies. Boat number 6, Paddlers Anonymous, DeWave. Boat number 7, Stem Cell Technologies. And boat number 8, DZ Raven.
So this is another novice learn to paddle team, right? Whenever you see the DZPC
Very nice.
and an animal, it is a brand new team.
Very, very nice. So I was telling Suzanne before, Killer Guppies here, boat number 5, is one of the large Southern California teams. And we have a lot of other teams in the local area who are under the same club. So we all, we sometimes borrow people and we make composite teams and such. And so there are a lot of other teams in SoCal as well. My team is called LARD, L-A-R-D, LA Racing Dragons. And so whenever we combine with Killer Guppies, we become Chubby Guppies.
I love it.
Or Fat Fish, one of the two. And then one of the other local SoCal teams, Aero Dragons, who have come here before. They've raced very successfully here at Concord before. They're not here this year, but because they're called Aero Dragons, when they combine with Killer Guppies, they become Flying Fish.
Only logical.
Very cool.
That's really fun. I love it.
And so coming up with fun team names, like you were saying before, is I think one of the best parts of Dragon Boat.
It is.
Honestly, it just makes it so fun.
It really is.
Yeah.
You get some really creative ones, but then it's funny being on a team and trying to come up with a name, and then you look it up and it's taken. So
yes,
there's a lot of the same kind of plays on dragons, plays on boats, plays on things like this.
Yeah, and so you'll see people, they've expanded into fire and water and just general animals like the ravens we have here, or the grizzlies.
Claws.
The claws.
That's why they're the claws. They were the grizzlies.
So now it's just the claws.
Just the claws. That's all we need is the claws. Right there, beautifully lined up in the starting boys here.
Looks like we're about to start in just a few. Again, these are mixed crews, so it's even split of men and women. And then the drummer and steerer can be any gender.
There we go.
And they're off. Here we go. As a reminder, lane number 1, Fire Dragons. Lane number 2, Dragonholic. Lane 3, DH0. Lane 4, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. Lane 5, Killer Guppies. Lane 6, Paddlers Anonymous, DeWave from Toronto. Lane number 7, Stem Cell Technologies. And lane number 8, DZPC Ravens from Dragon Zone Paddling Club. Looks like boat 4 is taking a little bit of an early lead. That's the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, but they're challenged very evenly by Killer Guppies, by KG in boat number 5, right next to them. Way to go. And in a nice solid third, too, we see DH0 in boat number 3, 3 in third. Very nice.
Killer Guppy seems to be pulling ahead.
They are indeed. Let's go, KG.
Everybody's looking good in their race pace. Relaxed and digging deep.
Digging deep. Staying strong, staying long. That's a big thing. That's an important, especially in a 500 meter. You have to stay long. You have to make sure that the strokes are nice and long, or else if it's short and choppy and sprinty, this is not exactly a sprint, the 500 meter. The 200 is, the 100 is, but there's definitely a stretch in the middle where you're paddling straight for 90 seconds.
Yes.
And then you throw on your finish.
I often liken it to the middle distance in track and field. So the sprints, like the 100 and 200, are like the 50 and 60 meters or whatever. And then we can sort of get the 500 to 800 meters is kind of like what we're doing in dragon boating here.
Exactly. Exactly. And there's my steering counterpart, Keith.
Hi, Keith.
Hi, Keith. He's wearing his cool hat.
Like
Steering
your hat,
Killer
Keith.
Guppies.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I'm just seeing it now. I love it.
It's a panda hat, if I remember correctly.
I mean, he should have a guppy hat, shouldn't he?
He should. Now, he also steers alongside me. We both steer South Breeze as well, one of their other fast U.S. teams. So it looks like Killer Guppies is going to take this heat, which is great. Boat number 4, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, really, oh my God, upping that rate. Look at that. That's like an 80, 85 rate, maybe?
Easily. Wow, look how beautifully in time they are.
Oh my God, yeah, they're looking good though. Lowell, traditionally one of the fastest youth teams, one of the high school teams from San Francisco, followed by Dragonheart 0, also a 24U or juniors?
They are 24U.
24U, nice, very nice.
That I am aware of, yes.
They were just beaten by some high schoolers.
Well, you know, they're lighter.
It's okay. They did a great job.
Stamina.
They did a great job. They did a great job. We have boat number 7 coming over the line now. That is STEM Cell Technologies. And rounding this out is boat number 8 in Learn to Paddle Team, DZPC Ravens.
So a lot of people also notice the difference in the color of the paddles, and you'll see this is a great example. DZPC Ravens, they have wooden paddles. They're borrowing the paddles for the race. We do have paddles available for any racer who needs to borrow one if they don't own their own. So not every paddler purchases their own paddle, but usually after a year or two, people kind of get invested and then they want a carbon fiber paddle. They are certainly they can be much lighter than the wooden paddles, but you also have to know how to control them.
Yes, correct. They're also quite a bit more expensive.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. In the hundreds of dollars and not the under $100.
Yeah.
That's right.
And now we have results from race number 38. That was the race right before this one. In first place was Pemberton Bald Eagle with the 217.899. Very good time. In second was UBC Current Gold with the 219.767. And in third, SFU Shockwave with a 220.351. Nice job to all these teams.
We see the times getting a bit faster. As you were saying, Matthew, the tide's rising about 4:20-ish. It's going to be at highest high tide. And we can really see on the shoreline the markings of the tide coming up here. So we can see. And a lot of people ask, well, what does it mean that the water feels lighter? I mean, there's more of it. There's less drag, basically, right? On the bottom of the water.
And it's that you're floating a bit more.
Yes.
There's more water underneath you. And when you feel the tide going in and out as well, it pushes you in different ways, too. Yeah. So there, actually, that's a great shot. That's my friend Keith. He's standing on the gunnel, and he's got his little panda or cow
he's standing
hat
on the gunnel. He's not even... Wow.
Yeah, he's up there.
It's impressive.
That's what I do too sometimes.
So this is the thing. What people don't realize, they think, oh, the steers person just dips the oar in the water and, make sure there's a straight line. It is a tough job.
It can be tough.
It's a scary job, I will tell you, because that oar can really be hard to wrangle. It's a very long oar, first of all, and you are trying to steer a 2,000-pound vessel with just one oar.
With a stick.
With a stick.
Yep.
Right? And I've tried it once or twice. I have to sit down. Like I can't, I'm not strong enough yet to be able to stand up and steer.
Yeah, balance is a really big thing too. And being able to use your body weight in whatever way you need to lean against the oar or push it or pull it is really important too. Obviously you need some kind of muscle mass, but being able to know how to move the boat and how the boat moves with you as well, how it responds, is really, really important. And I think that's a big thing for me personally as someone who mostly steers that I've picked up over the years is learning to respond to how the boat is responding to me.
Right. And there is a bit of a delayed reaction, right, when you steer. So that's also, you have to understand and be able to anticipate.
That's the big thing, is it's not an instant.
It is not.
It's definitely not instant reaction,
And the boat turns from the center, so that's also very different from what people might expect.
The boat turns from the center, but the actual steering implement is in the back.
Yes.
And so it's a whole different thing of learning how to steer. And at this point, I think I was thinking about it. I've been steering for like 11 years now.
Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, for a long time.
Wow, you are a definite pro.
I'm not bad. Not bad. A lot of these steers here are also very, very high-level steers.
Yes.
I think we have some national team level steers here from Canada and both from the U.S. too, which will be great. Now we have race number 40 coming up.
You got it. Lucky number 40. So this is a Premier Mixed Round 2 Recreation Qualifier number 6. Well, here we are again. Dragon Claw's the team. This is my novice team that I helped to call for during practices. And in lane number 2, we have San Francisco Dragon Healers from Kaiser Permanente. Lane number 3, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons from our title sponsor. Number 4, Bay Area Dragons Influence. Number 5, local team Krosna. Number 6 is Dragon Hybrids. And in lane 7, we have Blue Bloods, which is from London Drugs here. And in lane 8, we have Conquering Waves, their second boat, Conquering Waves 2.
Very nice. And Conquering Waves is the mental health team?
Yes, that's right. And they are off.
There we go. So as Suzanne just went through, boat number 4, Bad Influence, looks like they're off to a pretty good start. They're all dressed in blue there. That's the Bay Area Dragons adult team. Their juniors team are called the Breaking Bad. That's what it is. So Breaking
cute.
Bad, and then the adults are bad influence because they're influencing the kids.
Influencing the kids. I love it. I love it.
Well, it looks like they're doing pretty well here.
Beautiful
sitting
start.
out in front. Yeah, sitting out in front by about maybe 1 or 2 seats. But at this point, I do think the team's right around them. So that's Concord Pacific Flying Dragons in 3 and Krosna in 5. I think they would maybe be able to walk it up at this point if they needed to. If they can, excuse me.
That's right. It looks like Krosna's really trying. Look at, they're digging hard. Their rate is higher.
Their rate's pretty high.
Yeah, their rate's actually pretty high for this point in the race. So I don't know if that's their typical rate or if their strategy is to try and make some gains and then they can kind of cruise their way to the finish line. So we will see. Oh, yes. Definitely a 3-boat race at this point.
Yeah. Very exciting. Bad Influence is still staying out in front for now. We're coming into the final 150 meters.
I think Krosna is actually
starting to walk
starting to walk a bit.
A little bit. Krosna's out in boat 5 on the outside.
Oh, nope, they're not quite there. I spoke too soon. It is hard to see at this angle.
Tis.
Oh, there we go. We have a nice drone shot. So we can actually see that boat number 4, Bad Influence, Bay Area Dragons Influence, is well ahead about maybe a half a boat at this point.
Yeah, I would say probably 6 seats up right now. And we'll see if they can maintain that or widen the gap. Again, this is all by placement.
Yes.
So they don't necessarily need to win by 2 boat lengths.
So right now that we're in the second round of qualifiers, so the advancements are by points and then time. So then it's the total for the first 2 rounds of all the rec races.
Oh, it is points and time.
Now we're going
yes,
points and time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Now they're definitely going to take this one.
Yeah, they're working hard, and now they have clean water.
So they are doing a proper finish here. You can see their rate's gone up. They're creating a wake for the other boats.
I was going to say, more importantly, their speed has gone up.
Yes.
Yes. Over the line in second is 5th. That's Krosna. And lane number 3, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons.
Good job, Concord.
Let's go, Concord. Boat 2, SF Dragon Healers. And boat 6, Dragon Hybrids. Boat 7's over the line. That's Blue Bloods from London Drugs.
Here come the claws. Look out.
And here come your team, the Dragon Claws. I like how it's called Dragon Claws, the team. I like that.
As opposed to, I don't know what, but they look good. Look at that. Their timing was together. Their body positioning was nice.
And then rounding this out, we have boat number 8, Conquering Waves, number 2.
Here they come.
Out in boat number 8.
If you are on the seawall over by Science World, you can see the finish line really well. And I want you to give them a huge cheer as they come over the line here. They work really hard. They've been in a few races today already.
Yeah.
So they are probably pretty tired.
Probably.
And they're making a great showing here today.
Yeah, let's hear a big cheer for them. Great job, everybody. Great job, guys. So that was qualifier number 6. And this is the recreation division also. So we'll get into the competitives in just a couple.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as Dragon Boat Racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
are the underdogs,
the ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
And we are back waiting for race number 41, the Premier Mixed Round 2 Recreation Qualifier 7. We should have some results up from the last race here pretty shortly. Oh, here's race number 39. So Premier Mixed Round 2 Recreation Qualifier 5. In first place, Killer Guppies, Dragon Boat. Congratulations, Matthew. Woo. In second was Lowell, Cardinal Cruisers. And in third was DH0.
Very nice job, everybody. Very nice.
Look at those times, getting faster. 2:16, 3:95 for Killer Guppies.
Yeah, not bad, KG, not bad. So as we said, we are now lining up for qualifier number 7. This is in the recreation half, the recreation division. This is number 7. We'll have a number 8 after this and a 9, and then we'll move into the competitive division. And that competitive division is just the top half, basically, of the mixed division. It's just 2. So there'll be a competitive qualifier 1 and a competitive qualifier 2.
That's right. Lot more recreational teams, obviously, so we have more qualifiers. We also have, in the finals, you'll see they letter the finals, so we go from A to about G.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. When you accommodate all these teams, right? And then we obviously have the women's division as well, and the juniors.
Yep. That's right.
Here we are for race number 41.
So here we go. In lane number 1, we'll have the Northeastern Huskies from Northeastern University. In lane number 2, EDBRC Dragon Boat Z. Lane number 3, Dashing Ducks. Lane number 4, Dragon Hearts Breaker. In lane number 5, Team Lifescan. In lane 6, Dragon Zone Twisted Hips. In lane 7, the Grand Dragons. And in lane 8, Conquering Waves. Now, we just saw Conquering Waves boat number 2 prior. This is their first boat. You'll often see that in Dragon Boat where we have multiple crews from the same club or from the same team. And it's really great because it fosters a really great competitive level, trying out, doing time trials and things like that to see who makes it onto which boat. And here we see a really nice fast start out of boat number 4. That's Dragonheart's Breaker. As expected, Dragonheart's a very nice, strong club from here in Vancouver.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a more competitive start than we've seen.
This is pretty tight. Boat 3 is staying with them. The Dashing Ducks is a local youth team. I think they're U18s.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. They followed me on Instagram recently.
Oh, cute.
Boat number 5, Team Lifescan, is also staying with the pace. Actually, they're maybe up there.
I think you might be right. It looks like they're maybe a seat or so ahead.
Yeah, I think they're maybe 2 or 3 seats ahead of Dragonheart's Breaker. That's pretty good, Team Lifescan. Good job.
They are a corporate team.
Wow.
Yes.
Really great job, Lifescan.
Here we go. Now we can see the spread of the boats here. That looks like Lifescan there in the shot to the upper left of your screen, looking pretty strong.
Squarely into their settle with a nice low rate, nice long pull.
Deeply burying the paddles as well.
And that was boat 5, Team Lifescan. Here we have boat number 4, Dragonheart's Breaker. And just outside of them, boat number 3 is the Dashing Ducks, which I've just been told are actually from SFU, from Simon Fraser University. Or I think they were maybe previously.
They were previous SFU
previously
paddlers.
SFU.
You got it. Yes.
Coming into that final 100 meters now is boat number 5, still ahead. That's Team Lifescan. Really impressive performance from Lifescan, I have to say.
Very strong. Dragonheart's Breaker definitely knows they need to do a bit of hard work.
Yep, and you can see them ramping up that rate. They know that their boat is maybe a little lighter too. They can start to sprint to that finish, playing to their strengths. But it's just not quite enough. They'll come in second here in this Premier Mixed Round 2 Rec Qualifier 7. And here we have boat number 3, the Dashing Ducks. Over the line, very nice job, Dashing Ducks.
Oh.
Ooh, right over the line. Really tight. I think that was 2. I think that was Edmonton first, EDBRC Dragon Boat Z, followed by Dragons on Twisted Hips in boat number 6.
And lane 7 and 8 coming across the line here.
That's Grand Dragons in 7, one of the original senior crews from here in the region, right? In the Vancouver region. Followed by boat number 8, Conquering Waves.
Here come the Northeastern Huskies.
And here's the last boat in this race, the Northeastern Huskies.
So what's interesting about the Northeastern Huskies, it's almost a different team every year because it's students. It's mostly international students.
Gotcha.
So it's never the same team twice, or very rarely, I think, yeah.
That's one of the difficulties with youth crews in general, is there's so much turnover. So much turnover.
Yes.
And even like on the national level, I mean, it's even more pronounced because we have even fewer athletes. They come from even more different teams, and they age out, or they graduate, or they get busy with other stuff. They get an internship, you know?
Exactly.
It's so tough to have consistency in the 2-4U teams and in the junior teams as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, as you said, they age out, right? So we have the 18U and the 24U divisions. And then what do they do after that? Well, they have to join an adult team. So they don't always get to paddle together for their whole career, their paddling careers. Here's a nice replay of, here we go. Boats 2 and 6. Yeah, it looks like it was 2 and 6.
That was EDBRC first, and then we had 6. And now we have race results from the race prior to this, race number 40, which was the round 2 Rec Qualifier 6. We just finished race qualifier 7. In first was BAD Influence with a 220.197. In second was Krosna. That was a really nice race with a 226.12. And in third, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons with a 230.958. Not shabby. Not too shabby. Now, again, this is the mixed division, and this is one of the divisions that has, I think, the widest spread of countries present. There are 9 countries present at the festival this year in general, and those include Canada, Australia, Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, Panama, the UK, and the US. We were supposed to have a couple other teams here as well from some other countries. We may have announced one earlier today, actually, and I think that was erroneous, was the Nigeria Dragon Boat Federation.
They're not able to make it?
I don't think they were here.
They were hoping, but yeah.
Yeah, but that would have been pretty exciting if they could. Yeah. So coming up, we have qualifier number 8 in the rec division, then we'll have qualifier 9, and then move into the competitive division.
So talking about the international teams, or just international dragon boating internationally, the IDBF, which is the International Dragon Boat Federation, it has 82 member national associations. So we have 49 full members and 33, they're called ordinary and associate members as well. So Nigeria is one of the ordinary or associate members.
Argentina is as well. And Brazil, I think, was just named one of those ordinary members as well.
Okay, so they've just joined.
Or prelim members, if I remember correctly, yes.
It's amazing. Yeah, so it really has grown as a sport all over the world. We have countries in Africa, Middle East. We've got certainly North America and South America, and it's growing even more.
Absolutely. Canada, funnily enough, is actually the top performing, historically best country in the world.
We have a lot of water, Matthew.
For Dragon Boat.
We've got a lot of water.
That is true. That is true.
And we're hardy people because we can't paddle all year round in some places, so we kind of just have to really go hard.
Well, that's what everyone always says, is it's extra impressive that Canada is doing extra well because it's so cold in so many parts of this country for so long. And yet y'all make it work.
We do, yeah.
The Canadian national team is the best performing out of all the countries in the world. China's pretty close. The US is actually pretty close. Australia is too. But Canada tends to beat out almost everyone.
Yeah.
And so in 3 weeks, I will be facing off against Canada at the World Championships.
Oh, well then.
We will see who makes it. And here's race number 42 coming up. This is the round 2 rec qualifier number 8. This is an 8-boat race. In lane number 1, we have DZ Grizzlies, Dragon Zone Grizzlies. In lane number 2, Nothing Dragon Roll. Lane number 3, we have Light Wave. Lane number 4, UCI Elements from UC Irvine. Lane number 5, Gig Harbor Storm. Lane 6, One Dragon. Lane 7, the Ledger Dragons. And lane 8, Dragon Zone Paddle Club Trout.
Another brand new Learn to Paddle team. This might even be, so for some of the Learn to Paddle teams, this, as I mentioned before, is probably their first regatta. Some of them probably only had 4 practices ever before this. So, I really, I remember being there. I think I had an 8-week. I think I was in an 8-week program when I first started, and then Concord was my first ever race. So I remember what it was like. But 4 and Concord is quite brave.
Yeah, that's impressive.
But we all are here for fun. Even the competitive teams, they do want to have fun. They wouldn't do it if they weren't having fun, I'm sure.
That's right, absolutely. Now, one of the teams here, boat number 2, was Nothing Dragon Roll. You'll notice we had before another Nothing Dragon. What were they called?
Assets. Or no, that's Dragon Our Assets. Sorry.
It was Nothing Dragon Rock. Because we have rock and roll.
That's right. That's right. And these are sort of the club atmosphere that you're talking about, right? So there's all these integrations and yes.
My team, LA Racing Dragons, we have 2 colors for our logo, black and red. And so we always have a lard mixed red, lard mixed black.
Lard. Gets me every time.
We're honestly, we're changing our branding a little bit to shift away from that to be LA Racing Dragons.
Yes.
But everyone just knows us as lard still. Yeah. It's nice and easy. It's quick.
It also, does it fool people because they think you're slow? You think you're all larded up.
And then we win.
And then you win.
And then we win.
You say, see ya, suckers.
Coming up here, we have the Ledger Dragons. Are these accountants? I don't recall.
You know what? I hope they are. I don't know, but I really hope they are.
I thought they were, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Another corporate team, perhaps.
And we're off. This is race number 42, Premier Mixed Round 2 Rec Qualifier number 8. In the far right side, we have lane number 1, Dragon Zone Paddle Club Grizzlies. In lane 2, Nothing Dragon Roll. In lane 3, Light Wave. In lane 4, UCI Elements. In lane 5, Gig Harbor Storm. In lane 6, One Dragon. In lane 7, Ledger Dragons. And on the far left, lane 8, DZPC Trout, Dragon Zone Trout. It looks like boat number 4, UCI Elements from UC Irvine down in Southern California, is really making a name for themselves. They're probably 6 or 7 seats already out, and we're only 175 meters out already. Wow.
Great start.
Really great start. Coming close behind them are tied for, I would say, 3 boats there. We have Gig Harbor Storm right on their left. That's boat number 5. And on the other side of them, we have Light Wave in boat number 3 and Nothing Dragon Roll in boat number 2 also looking okay. They're trying to catch up. Do they have enough runway to catch up? Do they have enough strength to catch up?
That's the key. I mean, they're just over the halfway mark at this point, so they do have time. Just depends on if they might call a power, so that's something that happens often in the middle of a race, or maybe a couple of times in the middle of the race, where they don't necessarily increase their rate, but they try to surge forward a little bit more by increasing the power that they're exerting on the paddle. And that doesn't necessarily mean pulling harder on the paddle. I think a lot of people think, when they don't know, if they've never tried dragon boating, they think it's a upper body arm sport. It's actually a whole body sport. You drive with your legs to get power as well. So that's where the power originates.
Absolutely.
And then you use your torso to hinge and rotate to also get the paddle deep in the water and pull nicely through the water.
That connection with the legs is such an important aspect of Dragon Boat. The legs and your seat where you're sitting are the 2 connection points with the boat, right? So if you're not properly locked in, if you're not planted nicely in the boat, you can move your arms as much as you want. You can move your paddle through the water as much as you want, but the boat's not going to move forward if the boat itself is not moving.
That's right.
Right? So we often say, make sure you think about planting the blade and bringing your body to the blade as opposed to just bringing the paddle to you.
Like an elastic band.
Exactly. We say like pole vaulting in the Olympics, for example. So here's first over to line boat number 4 with the commanding lead. That's UCI Elements. Really nice job. One of the really strong University of California teams. Boat number 5, that's Gig Harbor Storm from Gig Harbor, Washington. Perennial favorite. Boat number 3, Light Wave, looking quite strong as well. Way to go, Light Wave. Followed pretty closely by boat number 2, Nothing Dragon Roll, and boat number 6, that's One Dragon. Bringing up the rear, we got boats 1, 7, and 8. That's DZ Grizzlies in 1, Ledger Dragons in 7, and Dragon Zone Trout in 8.
Great racing.
Great racing indeed.
You see too, at this time, because we're accumulating the advancements by points then time, so there's a lot more effort going into the finishes, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Like Here's a great replay.
Exactly, like this slow-mo right here, for example. They're still fighting it out because they know they have to. Yeah.
And because the boys don't necessarily line up perfectly with the finish line, the boys, Matthew, the buoys, the buoy boys.
Yeah.
So they really have to keep driving through the finish line until the tail of the dragon is through.
This is the one Canadianism, the Canadian pronunciation that always gets me, the boys instead of buoys. Here, okay, we have results from race 41, the race prior to this. And first was Team Lifescan. That was a breakaway race. That was pretty exciting.
2:14.
Team Lifescan with the 2:14. Second was Dragonheart's Breaker with the 2:17.8. And third were the Dashing Ducks with the 2:22.939.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really great job. And now a quick word from our sponsors. And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We can see the really nice Cambie Street Bridge right there in our shot. And all those boats are now lining up for the next race. That's race number 43. And this will be the last of the Recreation Division in the Premier Mixed Round 2 qualifiers. Coming up after this, we'll have the Premier Mixed Round 2 competitive qualifier. But in this race, this will be an 8-boat race. Again, race number 43. For those of you here at the festival, we also want to make a couple quick announcements. That drag story time with Acacia Gray will be starting in just 5 minutes at the Concord Community Stage at 3:40. Again, drag story time here at 3:40 at the Concord Community Stage with Acacia Gray. And then a face changer performance will be on stage at 4 o'clock right after, again at the Concord Community Stage. So if you're here on site, please swing by the Concord Community Stage, which is the second stage. It's over by my building where I am in the community, in the Concord Pacific Place building. And here we have race number 43 again coming up. They're just starting to line. Boat number 1 on the far right of your screen will be Beer After. Boat number 2 will be Chinatown Flower Bridge. Boat 3 is Wasabi Burn. Boat 4, Catch-22 Hurricane. Boat 5, Max Storm. Boat 6, the Kraken. Love that name. Boat 7, Quantum Guardian. And Boat 8, Ship Happens. We wish good luck to all of these teams. The camaraderie in the community and the culture, the 3 C's, I suppose, are 3 of the reasons that I constantly keep coming back to this race. It's just such an important and such a special race for the dragon boat community, really. I mean, when I rank or think about the different kind of big dragon boat races in the world, you have World Championships held every other year. You have the Club Crew World Championships, which are held every other year. You have the World Cup, which doesn't happen all that often. You have things like the Breast Cancer Participatory Festival, the IPCPC Festival, which is held every 4 years. And then you have the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And this is, you know, as we constantly say, the flagship race of the entire continent of North America. One of the only other races that really compares, in my opinion, is the Hong Kong Carnival, or the Stanley International races, also held in Hong Kong, which were held just maybe about a month ago, at the end of May, or maybe it was June 7th, something like that. But here at arguably, unofficially, the world's largest dragon boat festival, 222 entries this year, we are now off with race number 43. This is the 9th qualifier in the Premier Mixed round, Premier Mixed division so far. With a fairly even split among the teams right now, little bit of fanning out here going on. But really out in the lead, we have boats number 3, 4, and 5. 3 is Wasabi Burn from Wasabi Paddle Club down in Portland, Oregon. We have boat number 4, Catch-22 Hurricane from Vancouver, Washington. We have boat number 5, Max Storm, also looking quite strong. And honestly, right next to them too, the Kraken looking quite strong too. There's a really great shot of boat number 6. That's the Kraken. You can see them starting to lengthen out. You can see how they're using, again, a lot of their big muscles. They're not just using their arms, right? They're rotating. They're using their cores. They're using their legs. They're pushing off with the legs underneath. They're cleaning up that timing. Yep, there it is. They just had one stroke, but they're fixing it up. Nice job. Good job. Good job. For some newer folks who maybe don't know Dragon Boat all that well, we do divide, informally, the different parts of the boat up by the different paddlers. So the front couple rows, maybe the front 2 rows, maybe 3, typically are called the timing box or something like that. And the first row are generally called strokers or pacers or stroke pair or something like that. And those folks are the ones who set the rate. They set the rate, they set the rhythm, they set the tempo of the rest of the boat, and the rest of the boat follows them. Boat number 4, that's a great zoom in. Thank you very much, cameraman, of the front of the boat. Then the middle of the boat. Generally, we call that the engine room. That engine room, that's where you tend to see the bigger folks. Tends to be bigger guys, but not always. Where they really, really have a lot of power that they can use to propel that boat forward and move it forward. Wow, this is nice and tight. We've got boat 4 and 3. Only about 1 or 2 seats of difference. Nice job. Boat 4 was Catch 22 Hurricane, and 3 was Wasabi Burn, followed by boat 5, Max Storm over the line, and then boat number 6, the Kraken. Boat 2 is coming over the line now. That's Chinatown Flower Bridge. That's a local team here in Vancouver. Boat 7 is Quantum Guardian. And we have the final 2 crews in this heat. Boat 1, Beer After. Fun name. And Ship Happens up in boat number 8. Well, we got a paddle up in the air. Hope they're okay. Probably just cheering, but sometimes that also means help. And here's a nice replay of those first 2 boats over the line, boats 4 and 3, Catch 22 Hurricane and Wasabi Burn in boat number 3. I see my friend Brian in boat number 3. And now all these boats are getting ready to go back. And here we have results from the prior race right before this one. In first, with a 2:14.287, was UCI Elements, UC Irvine. Nice job, University of California, Irvine. In second was Gig Harbor Storm with a 2:22.045. And Lightwave with a 2:30.687 took third. Really nice job to everybody.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We're just setting up for our next race, which will be race number 44. That'll be the Premier Mix Round 2 competitive qualifier number 1. There will be 2 of these comp qualifiers. So there's this one and then another one, and then we'll move into the juniors division.
This is great. So here's where we see the competitive teams certainly are more evenly matched. And this is where it all shakes out here.
That's right. This is going to be a pretty good race, with a good smattering of U.S. and Canadian teams.
And we are going by time now.
Yes.
So correct. Because we have the 2 qualifiers for the second round here. So now the advancements all are by time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And if you're here on site, just another reminder, drag story time is starting, it may have started actually already, with Acacia Gray over at the Concord Community Stage. And then right after that, around probably 4:10 at this point, is going to be a face changer performance on stage, again at that Concord Community Stage. That is the slightly smaller stage, not the TD main stage. This community stage is also where all the medal presentations have been happening, which is great. It's always fun to have a second stage that serves a bigger purpose too.
Absolutely.
Like you said, the one last year was mostly just medals, I think.
That's right. Yeah, with a few performances, but like Rice Cake is usually they do their performance on the smaller stage. But yeah, this is great having drag story time. If you've never been, it's really fun.
Oh, it's fun.
Face changing is phenomenal, so definitely check it out.
Definitely. So lining up now again, as we said, we had race number 44, competitive qualifier number 1 in the Premier Mixed Round 2. On the far right of your screen will be lane number 1, and then the far left is lane number 8. Traditionally in Dragon Boat, that is how it goes. Lane 1 is closest to shore, and then lane 8 is the furthest away. So here we go. Far right, we have South Bay Synergy from the South Bay of San Francisco, or the Bay Area, so like I think around San Jose, somewhere around there. Boat number 2 is EDBRC Premier from Edmonton. They came a little ways away.
A little ways away.
Boat 3, Juice Box. This is one of the sister teams to Juice. Boat 4, FCRCC Premier from here, False Creek.
Down the creek.
Boat 5, Rising Tide from Long Beach. Go Annie.
Your team.
Boat 6, UBC Current Blue from University of British Columbia. Boat 7, Starbucks Wave Runners, a corporate team, also here. And then boat number 8, DH Swordfish from Dragon Hearts.
Starbucks is from here, and they are sponsored by Starbucks, but they do have a lot of non-Starbucks employees or non-Starbucks people that paddle for them as well. Yeah. More of a community team now.
Gotcha.
But very competitive for a long time.
I was just going to say, very, very competitive. Yeah, very impressive. Now, as we mentioned, in Boat 3, Juice Box is a sister team to Juice, and Juice Box was 4th. They pulled 4th at Vesey. We're excited to see how big of a mark they can make here at Concord. They were in the C division last year, and they were 1st in that division, actually. So hopefully they pull another medal this year.
That's right.
We shall see. And now we have results from race number 43. This was 2 races ago. In first place was Catch 22 Hurricane with a 2:16.186. Pretty darn close behind was boat number 3, which was Wasabi Burn, 2:16.669 with just barely half a second of difference.
Wow.
And then boat number 3, Max Storm, with a 2:22.325. So a little bit further back, 5-6 seconds back. But nice job. Still a pretty close spread here.
That's right. And the Kraken, who came in 4th in that race, were also in the 2:22s there.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a very close for 3rd.
Yeah, only 0.6 away. Nice job, the Kraken. I like all the teams with the in it.
Yes, yeah.
The worst thing I ever heard of, though, and I think I told you this last year, were a couple teams who thought it'd be funny to play around with the host and the announcers, and they named their team Lane 1 and Lane 2.
No.
So it would be Lane 2 is in Lane 3, and then Lane 1 is in 2. And then Lane 1 and Lane 2 took 1st, and then Lane 2 and Lane 4 took 2nd.
So mean.
It was very mean.
Why you gotta be like that?
I know. So just lining up now, it looks like they're all pretty much... Are they all lined up?
It looks like it. It's interesting because the digital start line, like I said, the boys, they move. So it looks like the boys are halfway down the boat.
That's right.
But the start line is not. It's at the Dragon's Head. Here they go.
So we are indeed off. Ooh, look at the really fast start out of... Is that Juice Box?
Yes.
Oh, it's FCRCC Premier. Okay. But Juice Box in 3 is still looking pretty fast, too.
Absolutely. And 4. 5.
And UBC Current Blue. Oh, and Rising Tide, of course. Yeah.
And UBC Current. Wow.
This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
Buckle your seatbelts, people.
And that's one of the reasons, honestly, this is by time.
Yes.
You know?
So they are absolutely trying to burn through because they know that they are also competing against the next qualifier.
Exactly. They're not just competing against these other 7 boats. Each of these crews is competing against the total 14 crews that'll be, 16 crews that are in this division.
Oh, it's going to be a very tight race, so we can see the middle 3 boats there are neck and neck.
And again, I constantly talk about it, but you're going to hear me talk about it a lot. Rising Tide in boat number 5 has that really nice quick recovery. They're long in the water. It's water, air, water, air. 2 in the water, 1 in the air. You'll see the exact antithesis of that in someone like FCRCP Premier in boat number 4 right next to them.
That's right.
And even here on screen, Boat number 6, you can see short in the water, longer in the air. You know? That's
so
that Canadian
1, 2,
stroke.
3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right?
Exactly.
So that's, you kind of count it like a waltz. And then you can tell what the cadence is, like you've talked about before.
Yeah, exactly. The tempo, the rhythm. And they're right there, actually.
There they are.
Boat number 5, yeah. Let's go rising tide.
I think it also sometimes depends on the team and the coach, like you've said.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Coming into the final 50 meters now. Woo.
Oh, close.
This is still a 3-boat race.
Gosh.
Four almost boat race. This is exciting. That's very exciting. Boat 4, 5, and 6 all fighting it out. Boat 4, FCRCC Premier. Boat number 5, Rising Tide. And UBC. Oh, 4, 5, 6.
Too close to call.
Unofficially 4, 5, 6.
You think so?
FCRCC in first.
Okay.
Rising Tide in second. And UBC Current Blue in third. Unofficially, we will have to go to the photo finish for that later and see what the official results are.
What a race.
Man, that was close. Whew.
See if the replay will help us out here.
Let's see. I think it's boat. I mean, we also don't know where the finish line is.
That's true, but I think you're right. 4, 5, 6. If we go by numbers,
yeah,
right?
I think
if we look at where the numbers are placed.
Yeah, so it looks like Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club Premier took first in that. Rising Tide took second, and then UBC Current Blue took third.
Wow.
It's a Canada-U.S. sandwich.
Canada-U.S. sandwich. I like
or
it.
U.S.-Canada sandwich.
Yeah,
I don't know.
More. Yeah.
Nice job. Whew.
Beautiful racing. And this is the inspiration for the recreational teams too. When we watch, you know, when the rec teams watch the competitive racers.
Oh yeah.
It's what we aspire to be. And you know, we've talked about this being a lifelong sport, but it's also as competitive as you want it to be. So if you want to practice 2-3 times a week and do dryland training, etc., you can. There are clubs that do that. You know, every club seems to have competitive and recreational teams, so you can find one for you.
There are a lot of clubs I know that also, in terms of dryland training, do a lot of perging too.
Yes.
A lot of dry land using a rowing machine or an erg, and we'll usually attach a paddling attachment to it so that we can actually paddle.
Yes.
And sometimes it's very not fun. Sometimes it's painful.
Yeah.
You're sitting there for a long time.
That's right. And time trials are often done, you know, there are some time trials that are done on the erg. So it's actually good for the competitive paddlers to practice on those because they are going to be assessed on the erg.
And oftentimes the perg feels a bit heavier than the dragon boat itself, and even heavier than an OC1 or an Outrigger Canoe 1, which is often what other teams use for trialing.
Right.
So the perg is often a very good metric to use for that.
Yeah, again, not just the physiology, right? So if you're doing something that's harder and then you get into the boat and it's easier, you're going to be better.
Exactly, exactly.
I don't know the technical term, but I know what it happens.
Yes, it makes you better.
It makes you better.
Makes you better. Coming up will be the second of the competitive qualifiers. These are the other half, the other 8 crews. And here in boat number 1, we have VIP Gorging Dragons Black, again from Vancouver Island. Boat 2, Limit Breaker. Boat 3, Fire Truck. Boat 4, Juice. Boat 5, Vancouver Va'a. Boat 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. Boat 7, Cal Dragon Boat from UC Berkeley. And Boat 8, the Hong Kongers. This is also going to be a really exciting race, I think. These are a lot of really fast teams.
Definitely.
I mean, Juice and Fire Truck, would you call that a rivalry?
That's a bit of a rivalry,
yeah.
No, absolutely, I would call it that. Yep. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, they're paddling out of the
same water,
but yeah, absolutely, they are. And you know, they've had Juice Truck in the past, so they've collaborated and combined.
Truck?
They had Juice Truck.
I love that.
Yeah, in the past, but they haven't had that for I think a year or two. So I think they've got you know, they all want to win.
And one of the other fun things I always love is multiple of the same club in the same race.
Yeah, VIP
Gorging Dragons Black and Gold.
Yep.
In the same race.
Amazing.
That'll be fun. I am really excited to see if Vancouver Va'a can pull something off here too.
I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, I'm wondering, you know, because as you said, they did so well in their first heat.
Yeah,
let's see how they do.
Well.
I really want to observe what they do in the middle section, like in the race pace part of the race.
Same. Vancouver Va'a, I'm just looking on their website now, is the largest competitive OC club or outrigger canoe team in Vancouver. They were officially formed in 2017. They race everywhere, locally, internationally, and actually many of their paddlers have represented Team Canada at the International Va'a Federation, or the International Outrigger Canoe Federation, sprint championships and world distance championships. So this is really exciting to see these outrigger paddlers now in a dragon boat.
For those of you who don't know what an outrigger is, it is a type of canoe, but it's either a single, so one person, two people,
or a six, or a three.
Or three. So you have different configurations. It's a Polynesian style canoe, and it's very long and skinny, and it has a big arm called the ama that sticks out the side. So it's
pontoon.
an ocean-going, exactly. It's more of an ocean-going vessel. So that's why when Matthew was talking about the distances that they can go, so they actually race out at the very end of the mouth of False Creek. They don't really race in here. They practice in here, but then they really do their races
in the ocean.
They do, and they go out to Stanley Park. They go out to the big tankers that are out there. You'll see the tiny, tiny little boats, big tankers.
Yep. It's very fun. If you get a chance, highly recommended.
Absolutely.
Super, super fun.
They are lined up, ready for this race.
They are pointing, and they're going. They're off. As a reminder, here we go on the, the picture's flipped now.
Yes.
But the far right of your screen is the Hong Kongers in lane number 8. Then Cal Dragon Boat in lane number 7. Lane 6 is VIP Gorgon Dragons Gold. Lane number 5, Vancouver Va'a. Lane 4, Juice. Lane 3, Fire Truck. Lane 2, Limit Breaker. And lane 1, VIP Gorgon Dragons Black. Currently, that's on the far left of your screen. It looks like, as expected, Fire Truck and Juice are looking pretty close, although Juice is a bit out in front. Looks like Juice is currently fighting with Vancouver Va'a, which is right next to them on the right side there. It looks like Fire Truck and Juice are actually getting kind of close.
They are. I know. Who's drifting?
I was going to say.
Oh, somebody's really drifting.
Yeah, they're a little close there.
I feel like it's Fire Truck might be.
Yeah, Fire Truck pulling in Juice. It's okay. I mean, Juice is throwing up a pretty big wake.
As long as they're in their lane, it's okay.
Yeah,
but as long as they don't impede, right? They can't impede anybody else.
That's right.
There are rules about staying in your own lane.
Yeah, making sure you're not wake riding or anything like that, especially in a straight race like this.
That's right.
Correct. They don't appear to be in that, which is fine. So it's still Vancouver Va'a over in boat number 5 and Juice fighting it out, it looks like, for first. I think Juice is in front still, maybe 2 or 3 seats.
It looks to me like they are, based on our angle here.
Yeah.
Yes, I think when we were looking at the side shot there, definitely looks like Juice is still out in front. But Va'a, this is so interesting.
I know, this is so fun.
Right? Outrigger paddlers that are just killing it in dragon boating.
Yep. Well, that's what we say is when you can race at 12 and 13 miles at full pressure, you can probably do it for 500 meters.
This is nothing.
Yeah, right.
This is nothing. Just your starts and your finishes. You have to work on that.
Exactly.
And then otherwise, you're okay.
The sprints, exactly. Coming into the final 50 meters now, it does look like it is still Juice out in front, boat number 4. Putting up a really good fight is boat 5, Vancouver Va'a, only about 3 seats. But
honestly, I think they might be overtaking.
Juice is widening it. Look at that.
They are.
Look
okay,
at
there
that.
they go. Wow, the last push.
And as expected, boat number 2, Limit Breaker, beat Fire Truck.
Whoa, upset.
Okay, a nice upset there from Limit Breaker. Really nice job.
Wow. That was some racing.
I want to go back to that instant replay because that's pretty exciting. And just finally finishing over the line is boat number 8. That's the Hong Kongers. Really great job. Gay ho. Ho ho. Okay, here we go. Boat number 4. Juice.
Yeah, they surged at the last 10 strokes or so.
Vancouver Va'a on boat number 5. And upset. Look at that. Boat 2, Limit Breaker.
Wow.
Limit Breaker in third, unofficially, followed by Fire Truck.
I'm going to watch that race again and put my eyes on Limit Breaker and Fire Truck to see what on earth happened there.
I know. We missed a lot of that.
Exciting.
Wow, that's exciting.
This is what happens when you're only watching for first and second. You miss third and fourth. But that's often where the real fight is.
The excitement is happening sometimes. And here on your screen, you can see this is part of I think this is the
Storyteller.
Yes, thank you. Drag Story Time.
Story Time, yeah.
I believe that's Acacia Gray, yes. And then immediately after their performance, we'll have the face changer performance around, I would say, probably 4:10, 4:15 at this point. What a terrific race, though. That was a really exciting and unexpected.
Yes.
I got to say, I kind of thought, no shade to Limit Breaker, but I kind of thought Fire Truck was going to take that.
Well, and the reason I would say that is that Limit Breaker does not paddle together all the time.
That's
this
fair.
is a composite team. So, I mean, that's amazing, right?
So here we go. Oh, with some race results from the prior race. In first, FCRCC Premier, False Creek with a 201.720. That's the fastest time so far from mixed. In second, Rising Tide with a 201.737, a difference of 0.17.
Crazy.
0.17. Woo.
Dragon's Whisker.
And then third, UBC Current Blue with a 201.954. All these, the top 3 crews within 0.3 of a second.
That's a photo finish.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's like a dragon's breath.
Absolutely.
Right?
And that's the excitement of watching races of this caliber, is you get to see stuff like that happen. Stuff where it's 0.3, 0.4, barely even of a second between first and third.
Sometimes it's the difference of where they are in their stroke when they when they come across the finish line. So if they're surging and the other team, if you're surging and the other team is recovering, the team who surges is going to take it.
Well, so it's funny you say that, because that's one of the reasons why my team spends so much time working on our exits. That's something that I feel like we've really worked on, is making sure we push out of our exit really fast.
Off the wall.
Exactly. So that when we're exiting and the paddle's out of the air, the boat is still moving forward smoothly.
That's
it's not
right.
falling back.
Yes.
Traditionally, you'll see a lot of older teams doing exactly the old traditional technique of you just pound it and you exit. And so after you're exiting, the boat falls.
Yeah.
So it pushes forward and falls, forward falls, forward falls. Whereas a lot of other teams that focus on the different parts of the stroke that you haven't traditionally focused on, like the exit and the recovery and things like that, the boat is smoother.
Yes.
And so it matters slightly less where you are in your stroke.
Right.
For the surge part, for the finish, exactly for that reason.
Good technique.
Yeah, it's a little different. So here we're seeing a little bit of drift from the buoys like we talked about, but we have that laser line, we have that fixed point on land that we're using as our actual finish line.
Yeah, sometimes we try to call it. It's difficult.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. You can see there's a little white mark on the shoreline there. That's basically underneath the seawall that we can't walk on, to the left of the docks. So that's where the laser line is.
Now, I was saying to Suzanne before that she sometimes scares me when she talks about all the boys in the water, because in Canada...
What's happening? Why are all the boys drowning?
I constantly think you're talking about boys, not buoys.
Buoys. Seem to be gaining some time here again on the water, so just a few minutes behind schedule, but they're doing pretty well today.
Not bad at all. Yeah, not bad. As a reminder, this is the mixed division, and the top crews in this division, so the top 18 crews, are going to qualify for the 2,000-meter Guts and Glory Grand Final, and that'll take place tomorrow evening. I think 7 o'clock is when it's going off.
That's right.
And that'll be based on overall festival standings to close out the festival. And as we said many times, it is the largest 2K in the world of this kind.
It's amazing to watch. The pursuit races are so different from what you've been looking at today. So the women's and open divisions will be racing together tonight, even though they'll be on the water at the same time, but they'll actually be timed separately, of course, in the different divisions. And then the mixed team. So you'll see a lot of these same paddlers in these competitive divisions will be in the open.
That's right. Exactly.
And in the women's as well.
Now, the other thing that's fun is a lot of these teams here, especially the really competitive ones, have raced at World Championships and National Championships before, and other large, races of the sort. Coming up in October, actually, is the U.S. National Championships, and we're going to see many of these teams here. Rising Tide will be there. San Francisco Dragon Warriors, I think, will also be there, and a couple others as well. And all of them will be, they will all be competing for berths to go to the Club Crew World Championships, which takes place the year after. And in 2026, it'll be in Taiwan.
Amazing.
Which is pretty exciting.
I will definitely go. I went to Hungary a number of years ago, 2018. I wasn't able to make it to Italy this last year, but I definitely want to go to Taiwan. It's just amazing to watch. These are the best teams in the world, best clubs in the world that are there.
Yeah. And so for those of you who maybe are a little newer, we have 2 types of World Championships in Dragon Boat. They take place every other year. They alternate. There's the World Championships, which is what you traditionally think of. It's like Olympic style, we always say.
Yeah.
It's Team USA versus Team Canada, and it's cherry-picked individual people. Whereas we have the Club Crew World Championships, which is the fastest existing clubs within Canada versus the fastest existing clubs from the UK, from the US, from whatever country.
So those are great because you get to see clubs from all over the world. So a lot of European clubs, and it's pretty incredible. And boy, do you get a different sense of the styles.
Oh,
the paddling
absolutely.
styles can be so different when you look at, and then just the builds of the people who gravitate towards dragon boating is very different as well.
That's always the thing. You'll look at a lot of Team USA or Team Canada athletes, and they tend to be my stature, a little bit shorter, a little smaller, but relatively strong and fast.
Yeah.
And then you'll look at Team Sweden or Team
God.
Germany, and they're
Ginormous.
they're 6'5", large, burly guys and ladies, and they're strong.
Yeah.
They're strong.
In Hungary, the German team sunk their boat in, I think it was a 1K.
Because they were heavy.
Because they were so heavy, and they just, on the turn, they just could not stay above water. All right, we're going into juniors now here, Matthew. So junior round 2 qualifiers, the first race in this division.
Woo! Youth paddling.
Yay.
So this will be youth qualifier number 1. There are 3 youth qualifiers total. And this race is going to be a 6-boat race. We'll talk about them in just a second.
You can see it's a little windy out there. You can see the water is really shimmering and the flag is really moving. So it'll be interesting to see again how people are able to load into the start line. Sometimes that affects their ability to load. Junior teams are really light, so they get pushed around a bit by the wind.
They do indeed.
To have a good strong steer to keep them on course.
Yeah, they're getting blown around a little bit.
And so, Matthew, you are the Team USA junior coach.
I am one of the coaches, yes. Our head coach is Nathan Salazar out of Los Angeles, and I'm one of his assistant coaches. This will be my 3rd cycle. And we actually have a number of other assistant coaches, too. One of them is here. His name is Preston. And one of our other steerers here, who is actually my roommate in Germany, his name is Jackie. So he's here, too. Yeah.
Wonderful.
We're hoping to take lots and lots of gold medals away from Canada.
I hope you don't.
And away from some other countries, too. And here's race number 46. Again, the junior round 2 qualifier number 1 in lane 2, the Rough Riders. In lane 3, Lowell Red Tide. In lane 4, Eternal Dragon. Eric Hamber, right?
Yes.
Yes. Lane number 5, Killarney Torpedo Turtles. In lane 6, Atlas Quantum. And in lane 7, MHK Manta Rays.
So we have mostly local teams with the exception of one there.
Yep, Lowell.
We were talking when Park Board Commissioner Scott Jensen was here. He is a teacher. We were talking about the commitment that the teachers make to coaching. And in Dragon Boat, it's a lot because every team has to have a teacher sponsor, or every school that has a Dragon Boat program has to have a teacher sponsor. And they have to be at the practice.
Yep.
So even if they're not the coach, sometimes they are the coach, sometimes they're not. But they commit a lot, and they have to be here with the kids. On all the regattas, all the races and everything. So they are like the parent.
Yeah.
They're this, the sport parent of the team.
It's a very large commitment, absolutely. We see that with Lowell. Lowell's actually one of the, as I said, most well-known and most kind of storied and historied teams in San Francisco, especially in the youth scene. And so it's been really great to watch them perform all of today. And it looks like they're off. And in fact, it's not Lowell, it's Eternal Dragon, which is doing really well right now in lane number 3.
Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, they do have a good start. I mean, Eternal Dragon is the more senior team from Eric Hamber, so they do have a couple of teams. They have newer paddlers as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure that you found the same in the States, that the junior teams really suffered when the pandemic was on, because they couldn't practice. And so then they just couldn't recruit students and paddlers. And so they've had to take some time to rebuild. But it's happening. It's really great to see.
COVID was tough, especially with the turnover and graduation of a lot of people.
Yes.
And then the new freshmen who came in didn't obviously know what the sport was because they just weren't there. And so you had maybe 3-ish years of actual students on the team at any given time during that time. And they're trying to recruit people, and it's really tough because they missed a year, basically,
And often the senior paddlers will help to coach and they'll mentor the younger paddlers. So it's really wonderful to see. So they're seeing that happening. And actually, I love this when you see the junior teams, because their style is so distinct. Like, they're exaggerated whatever their style is, right? Because they're learning and they're smaller. And so generally speaking, right? So you really see this, like the hinge and the rotate and the dig from the Hamber, the Hamber team.
They have to. And like you said, they're smaller. That's even when I paddle, sometimes I find that I exaggerate what I do because I'm pretty small myself.
You're high on the water.
I'm high on the water, and I have to just use as much of my body as I physically can, just to push that boat forward. Yep, there we go. That's the Eric Hember team.
That is.
Eternal Dragon boat number 4, looking quite strong. They're out in front by about, what, a full boat length at this point?
Absolutely, yep.
Behind them are the Killarney Torpedo Turtles out in boat number 5. And then on the other side, we have Lowell Red Tide in boat number 3. There's no boat number 1, mind you, so we're starting with lane 2.
Yes.
Oof, and there they are, Eternal Dragon.
Pretty clear race here.
Pretty nice, clear win.
Ooh,
Good
beautiful
job.
driving. Oh, they stopped a little early, guys.
You're good.
They knew they had it. However, the advancements are based on time, so it's total times for the first 2 rounds now for these junior teams. So they do definitely want to keep pushing through the end.
That's right. That's right. And there's boat number 6. That's Atlas Quantum. Boat 2's coming over the line. That's the Rough Riders. And rounding this out is the MHK Manta Rays. The MHK
They are missing a couple paddlers there.
Yeah, they're racing 18.
Oh, gosh.
They're missing a row 5.
Yep.
There was another crew earlier that was missing 2 rows.
Really?
Yeah, they're racing 16. I felt bad for them.
That's the minimum that you're actually not allowed to race with fewer than 16 paddlers.
It just hurts.
It just hurts. It's not fair.
It's not fun to anybody. And we have results from race 45. This was the Premier Mixed Round 2 Competitive Qualifier 2 that we saw a couple races ago. This was the super exciting upset.
So exciting.
This is exciting. I think this is the first sub 2 of a mixed team.
Yeah.
That's terrific. Juice in first with a 159.653. 159.653 for a mixed team. That's terrific.
Wow.
In second, Vancouver Va'a with a 2 flat .135, and then Limit Breaker with a 201.463, and in fourth, Fire Truck was a 201.766.
Wow.
Barely 0.3 of a second between Limit Breaker and Fire Truck. Limit Breaker taking third there. Nice job to all these teams.
Wow.
And we'll be right back.
And we're continuing on with the second round of qualifiers for the junior division here. Junior round 2, qualifier 2, race number 47. They are loaded into the start line, looking pretty good and ready to go in just a moment. We have a front-facing shot here coming around, and I'm liking these shots when we can see we're kind of traveling with them down the race course as well. Gives us a great perspective on the boat placement. And they are off. In lane 1, we have the Hastings Hydras. Lane 2, Trout Lake Fishies. Lane 3, Breaking Bad from the Bay Area. Lane 4, CYC Lightning. Lane 5, Ouroboros Platinum. Lane 6, Richmond High School Flying Colts. Lane 7, FLCC Flash Dragons. 7-boat race here. And we have a bit of competition going on between CYC Lightning and Ouroboros Platinum in lanes 4 and 5 so far. They've had a good start, and they should be out of their start. Now they're into their race pace. You can see their rate has slowed down, but they want to keep those boats moving forward. So far, it looks like in lane 5, Ouroboros Platinum in lane 4, it looks like CYC Lightning out in front a little bit. And as we were saying, you know, the juniors, they're higher up on the water because they're lighter. So they really have to dig those paddles deep into the water in order to get the purchase so that their catch, which is the front, the initiation of the stroke, is nice and deep. They can pull back in that deep and heavy water, make the most of it, and surge forward. And then really rip off the back so that it's like they're hitting off a wall, and it keeps the boat moving forward so that they don't sink down. But these lighter teams, they have a better chance, of course, of staying high up on the water. We have a really good competition on our hands here, just approaching the 100 meter, the final 100 meters of the race. In lane 5, that is Ouroboros and CYC Lightning are definitely having a great battle here. Their stroke rate is actually almost matched at this point. Oh, we can see in lane 5, Ouroboros Platinum has picked it up just a little bit. They're maybe going to do a bit of an early finish here. Let's see who is going to make it across the finish line first. This is going to be a really tight one between CYC Lightning and Ouroboros Platinum. Another nail biter. Lane 4, CYC Lightning has managed to surge ahead. They've got 4 seats now. See if they can hold on to it as we approach the finish line. I think they're going to do it. Unofficially, CYC Lightning coming across, followed by Ouroboros Platinum. And here is Breaking Bad from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. Lane 6, that's RHS Flying Colts from Richmond. And here comes lane 1, Hastings Hydras. Lane 2, that's Trout Lake Fishies. And over in lane 7, we have FLCC Flash Dragons. Great racing by these juniors. So as we've been saying, the advancements have changed a little bit. In the first round of qualifiers, it was all by placement. And now we're actually looking at the total times for the first 2 rounds. That will advance everybody to the semifinals and determine their placements. We have results from race number 46, the junior round 2 first qualifier here. In first was Eternal Dragon with 214.488. In second was the Killarney Torpedo Turtles with 218.459. And Lowell Red Tide was in third with 221.512. We have one more junior qualifier round here. That's going to be race number 48 in just a couple minutes. And then we're going to move on to the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Round. They have their qualifiers coming up. Races 49 and 50.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events, such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
But it might be news to you. I'ma let my
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
We're back with race number 48, the junior round 2 qualifiers. This is the third of 3 for the junior second round of qualifiers today. Their semifinals and finals will be tomorrow. We have a 7-boat race here for this third and last qualifier of the day for the juniors. And after this, they get to go home and have a good rest. They're still on the on-water marshalling area here. And they'll be making their way up to the start line. It looks like we actually have a 6-boat race here. Lane 2 is not going to be racing. And they're making their way, loading into the starting buoys. So the junior teams, they have all junior paddlers, of course, but they also have junior callers and junior steers people. In this qualifier, we do have Lincoln High Dragon Boat. They actually are, they're a youth team from San Francisco. And when they were here in 2022, they came up and they won the junior mixed division. That's the first ever American team that was able to clinch the junior mixed crown here at Concord. They also raced at Club Crew World Championships in Italy last year, and they took home 2 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. Amazing. All right, here we have a 6-boat race. So in lane 1, RHS, Richmond High School, Too Good. Lotus Juniors is not going to be making this race as far as we know. In lane 3, we have Swashbucklers. Lane 4, I just mentioned Lincoln High Dragon Boat, very competitive team. Lane 5, their fellow paddlers from San Francisco area, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. In lane 6, Pacific Thunder Dragons. And in lane 7, Jumpstart Quantum, another local team. Lane 4, Lincoln High, looks to be out ahead a little bit, but Lowell is definitely giving them a run for their money, if not actually inching ahead already. They're just all settling into their race pace or going through their transition into their settle. So this is a great shot of the 2 American teams. You can see their stroke style is a little more similar. When we look at the other Canadian teams in the mix here. Yeah, definitely. So there's boat 5, that's Lowell Cardinal Cruisers. And you could see with the previous junior heats, when we looked at Hamber and the other Canadian teams, they really have a lot of body movement in their stroke. We see here Lowell is doing longer in the water, a little higher recovery, not a lot of hinge from the hips here, but doing a bit more rotation. But they're sitting nice and high on the water, so this is definitely working for them. They are going to be challenged by Lincoln High Dragon Boat as well. This is a very competitive race. All right, here we go. We're getting a much better shot of the competitive nature of this race. Oh, you can see in lane 4, Lincoln High has picked up their rate. Already at the 100-meter mark here, the final 100 meters, they want this.
Lincoln's pick it up. I mean, Lincoln, like I said, was a gold medal winning championship team at the Club Crew World Championships in September.
They can do this.
They're a darn fast team.
They're proving it right now.
They're proving it right now why they're the fastest youth team in the country. Way to go, everybody. Keep pushing.
Got a couple seats already. See if they can take a couple more, or one more maybe by the time they cross the finish line. Here we are.
Ooh, I think Lowell walked up maybe 1 or 2 seats, actually.
I think you're right.
Followed by boat 3, the Swashbucklers. If I recall, I think the Swashbucklers are actually the Balboa high school team.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Also from San Francisco.
Also from SF, known as the Balboa Buccaneers typically. I think that's who that is.
Okay, Buccaneer Swashbucklers.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Boat 1's over the line. That's RHS Too Good.
That's a second boat from Richmond High School.
Nice, Richmond High School. There's boat 7, Jumpstart Quantum.
Also Quantum, another local club. And so
okay.
they have, that's their second boat as well.
And here's our instant replay. Yep, there we go. Boat 4 and 5, Lincoln and Lowell fighting it out. 2 NorCal teams.
Beautiful. So their advancement will be based on the total times for these 2 rounds of qualifiers that they have paddled in today.
That makes me really happy. I'm actually, this is new since we last spoke.
Okay.
But I'm on the board of the Pacific Dragon Boat Association, which is one of the governing bodies that runs Dragon Boat on the West Coast. And it just makes me so happy to see the West Coast youth presence is so strong here.
It really is.
Like our competitive level, our just pure numbers, it makes me so happy to see us doing really well.
It's fantastic. A lot of people might wonder why we don't see more American teams from other parts of the States here at Concord. I mean, I think probably it's proximity.
Yeah,
I think the Eastern teams probably go to Toronto, Montreal, maybe.
Exactly,
if they're going to come up to Canada.
Correct, yeah. I always tried to convince my old team in New York, Catch 22, to come out to this race, but it's the distance. It's so difficult.
So far, yeah.
You know, and so for example, this year, a lot of East Coast teams are going to Montreal for the Montreal Challenge on July 4th weekend. There are some other teams who have gone to the Toronto Islands race or the Toronto Regatta because it's just closer.
Yes.
You know? Does it compare in terms of quality and excitement to this festival? Arguable. I don't know. But
we might be biased.
Yeah,
maybe.
but you know.
Yeah. Well, we're going to head into the Abreast in a Boat. AIAB breast cancer paddlers are going to do their first round of qualifiers for the day. So we've seen them racing in other divisions in some of the women's races, but they are in round 2. I'm sorry. This is round 2. I'm like, why have I seen them before? It's race number 49. So we have 33 teams participating in 2 races today, of course. And then after the grand final tomorrow, there will be the traditional flower ceremony.
That's right. Yes, indeed. As we said before, too, a lot of these ladies cross over also into the women's division. And so you'll see some of these ladies are double rostered, maybe even triple rostered to some others, too.
Some of them might be on mixed teams also. I've seen some of them jump in a mixed boat here and there.
Yes. Oh, definitely. Definitely.
So Breast in a Boat is actually originated here in Vancouver. Yeah, it's the original organization that was formed by Dr. Don McKenzie, who we spoke with last year.
Yes.
And it was really to bring together women that have battled breast cancer. So he found basically that the movement of dragon boating is really good for circulating lymph and other fluids and blood, obviously, in the upper body. So it was really important for them to keep their upper bodies moving to help with that circulation. Also keeps them strong, obviously. But, it's also the social component.
Oh, absolutely.
We've been talking about that so much today. But with the juniors, with the, all of the adult teams, like really what most of them talk about is not always just the competition. It's really the camaraderie and the friends they make, especially when you talk with, the juniors, for sure. Nobody's left behind in a boat. Everybody's equal. And with the breast cancer teams, they share stories and they share a bond, right? So it really brings people together.
Most definitely, yeah. And like we were saying too, it's great because it's often a lot of breast cancer survivors' first entries into the dragon boat world, into the paddling world. They start with a BCP crew. They often then join maybe another women's team, then they join a mixed team, and then maybe they join a more competitive team, and then they're doing outrigger. It's such a great gateway into the paddling world. If they want to stay with just a BCP team, that's perfectly all right, of course. If they want to expand and join some other teams too, or meet some more people, they do that too sometimes. And it's great because it's such an easy way into the dragon boat world.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well, they've been nice and efficient in race 49 about getting up to the on-water marshalling area. Looks like they're getting ready to load in.
Yep, and we're just a touch behind, just maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Not too bad.
I think we're ahead.
Oh, ahead, excuse me. The other way around. Yes, ahead
we're
of schedule.
5 minutes ahead.
Look at that, 5 minutes ahead.
It's amazing how that happens.
So this is race number 49 coming up, like we just talked about. We have 58 total races, so we're almost there. We're getting close.
We have the breast cancer paddler rounds right now, round 2, and then we have the women's.
That's right. So in this race, number 49, we have in lane 1, the Coburg Survivor Thrivers. In lane 2, Abreast in the City. Lane 3, Pink Phoenix Heart. Lane 4, Silver Lining Montana. Lane 5, Chemo Savi Pink Thunder. Lane 6, Abreast and About D's Divas. And in lane 7, International Pink Sisters. And in lane 8, Abreast Up the Creek. And they're off. Very nice.
Very close race.
I was going to say, it's a very close race so far.
Maybe boat 3 is a nose ahead.
3 is a touch ahead. That's Pink Phoenix Heart. Maybe tied with boat 4, Silver Lining Montana. But honestly, boats 1 and 2 are pretty darn close too. And that's Coburg Survivor Thrivers in 1 and Abreast in the City in 2. Wow, they're really close.
They really are. We have a lot of breast cancer teams that have not been up here before as well. So we're seeing some new names. It's really great to see everybody out. But of course, some that are very familiar to us. And of course, they all know each other.
Yeah, like you said, we have 6 Abreast boats, I think. Yeah. Including Abreast, Dragons Abreast Toronto. I don't know if I've seen them. And then Dragons Abreast Australia.
Yes.
The furthest traveling folks to race here.
Amazing. That is a long haul.
That is a really long flight.
So last year, the day after the festival, I got on a plane to Australia.
I remember that.
I can't imagine getting on a plane and then dragon boat racing and coming 15 hours and then getting racing in a dragon boat, the reverse, right? So pretty impressive. Wow, they're really packed together here.
Yeah, starting to separate out a little bit is boat number 4, and that's Silver Lining Montana. Let's go USA. Woo.
Woohoo. My hometown is just north of Montana.
Right, yes, we were talking about that. And it looks like second place is likely boat 2, which is Abreast in the City. Only maybe 4 seats down, 3 seats down.
Can always tell a lot of the breast cancer teams, they have pink uniforms or jerseys. Often they'll have pink paddles or blue paddles. So you can tell when they're coming down the race course. All right, they're in their last 100 meters here. And they are actually racing in the art boats as well. So we have it's kind of a double special race.
Yeah, the art boats are always really pretty, and we'll talk about that in just a second. First over the line unofficially is boat 4, then 2, 3. So that's Silver Lining Montana in first, Abreast in the City in second, and Pink Phoenix Heart in third unofficially.
6 and 1 coming across together, 5 just before them.
6 is Abreast and About D's Divas. Then 1 was Coburg Survivor Thrivers, who fell back just a little bit during that race. They started out fairly even and then started to slowly creep back as the other boats pushed up forward. And finally over the line was boat number 7, which was International Pink Sisters.
Fantastic.
So boat 8 in that, oh, excuse me, let's look at the replay first. Boat 4 over the line first, again, that was Silver Lining Montana. Then we had Abreast in the City, and Pink Phoenix Heart was boat 3. Chemo Savi Pink Thunder was over the line. Very, very nice, very nice.
I think it's very fitting that boat 4 was the one that came in first because their boat is called Bedecked with Pearls and Glimmering Jade. It seems very fitting.
It does. Boat 8, which I don't think we've talked about too much in that fleet, was, and again, this is the art fleet. Boat 8 was by an artist named Chairman Ting, and it was called Billion Buns. Here's the little bio we have for the Billion Buns. This is a fun one. I like this one. The Buns are a race of highly inquisitive creatures that have left their home planet to visit Earth. Every bun on the boat is one of a kind with a unique life story and life experiences just like us. And while they may be very different, on the Dragon Boat, these individual buns all become one as they work together to achieve their splishy, splashy goal. It takes a team to power a Dragon Boat forward, and this Dragon Boat wouldn't move an inch without each and every single bun. Something truly special happens when we realize that we are all in the same boat, and that's the magic of Billion Buns. I like
Love
that.
it.
Like that.
Whenever I'm in that boat, it hasn't happened often, but whenever I am, we pat the bunny. So there's a baby's book called Pat the
nice.
Bunny. So we pat the bunny.
Love
Give
that.
us a little Billion Buns power.
Heading out now, also dressed in all pink, we see on our screen, that's one of the boats coming up in our race number 50. And this is the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Round 2 qualifier number 2. And as a reminder, there will be 4 total BCP qualifier rounds, or qualifiers of round 2.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info.
And we're back here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Now, Suzanne, it looks like luckily the weather has held out pretty well today. Yeah.
We had some wet paddlers this morning, but since about 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's been not raining. It's not exactly warm and sunny, but it's been drier, which is really great.
Much drier. And tomorrow is going to be a much better day as well. Hopefully no rain at all. Should be fairly warm, too.
Yes.
High of something like 66-ish degrees, which
Translation.
is... Yeah, I'm looking. Hold on.
It's about
18.
I was going to say 18.
Almost 18, 19.
Nice.
Very nice. And here we go. This is race number 50 coming up, which is the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Round 2 qualifier number 2. Remember, there will be 4 qualifiers so far in this round number 2. In lane 1 on the far right of your screen, we have Pink Champagne Breast Cancer S. In lane 2, Sister Ship Dragon Boat Association. In lane 3, Survivorship. In lane 4, Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope. In lane 5, Catch 22 Ospreys. In lane 6, Abreast at Rocky Point. In lane 7, Chemo Savi Pink Lightning. And in lane 8, woo, LA Pink Dragons, which was a team that formed as part of my team, actually, LA Racing Dragons.
No kidding.
So we love a lot of our Pink Dragons. They're really great.
Fantastic.
Now, where's Rocky Point?
That's out in Port Moody.
Ah, Port Moody. Gotcha.
You remember how long it takes to get there?
Is that the 45?
So I kind of say everything takes about 45 minutes. It's not entirely true, but yeah, it's about 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah, if the traffic's good.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes.
So all these teams are lining up nice now. Nice and easily.
So at the starting line, of course, they do have to hold the boats dead still. And so they do put their paddles in the water. Of course, the paddlers are told, to hold hard, which means put their paddles in the water nice and deep so that the boat doesn't move anywhere. But they have to go from that. So they're kind of sitting up with their paddles in the water to this race ready position when they're, basically more aggressively sitting forward. So in order to not make the boat move, you do have to be careful how you move your paddle in the water, because if you do it wrong, you might have to be told to reset.
Yeah, and you do not want that. You don't want false starts or anything like that.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty rare to find a totally false start in dragon boating.
Yeah.
They'll usually send them back before that can happen.
We are off, and it looks like lane number 5. Maybe
There we
even
go.
1.
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
4 and 5. There we
Again,
go.
so
4 and 5.
even.
They're really even. Boat 4 is Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope, and boat 5 is Catch 22 Ospreys. They're looking pretty close actually here. Barely even a seat up is boat number 5, Catch 22 Ospreys, but that could easily be taken up by Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope in 4. We'll have to see who's got more in the tank in this race. They know that they're racing for time. They know that they need to perform well here. It's not just by placement anymore. We have our safety boats falling behind to make sure everybody is okay. Sometimes people are not okay. Have you ever capsized in a boat, Suzanne?
I have not myself. Have you?
I haven't capsized, but I have swamped a couple times.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe once. I think once. And we did actually have to jump out of the boat and be saved. It was not that fun.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, it was in Hong Kong. Here we have boat 5, like you said, in the front. That's Catch 22 Ospreys from Washington. Looking strong. They're starting to separate a bit more out from boat 4, Dragon Divas of Minnesota Hope. There may be 3 or 4 seats up on them now. They were only about 1 or 2 before.
Still have a little time to make some gains if they really push through.
But we also can't discount boat 3 either. That's Survivorship. They're looking pretty strong too. Really consistent and smooth, I will say.
Yes.
Coming into the final 100 meters now, we have still in the front, boat 5. That's Catch 22 Ospreys.
Their form looks really nice.
Look at that drummer, really wailing on that drum.
Yeah. Keeping them in time.
Keeping them very excited and motivated.
Absolutely.
And it's working. I mean, look at them.
Yeah.
They're really pushing past the rest of the pack now. I think they're about a boat length ahead almost.
They are not letting up. Looks like they're beginning their finish.
Yeah. Squarely into all these teams' finishes now. They're definitely going to come out on top in this race.
There they go across the
there
line.
They are. Woof. 9 seats ahead.
Wow.
And then we have Dragon Divas of Minnesota Hope in 4, followed by Survivorship in boat 3 over the line.
Surviveship tried to hang on and gain a little ground, but couldn't quite make it.
Couldn't quite make it. Dragon Divas of Minnesota were dropped by Catch-22 Ospreys. I saw them trying to hang on, and unfortunately for them, Catch-22 Ospreys just took off at that finish, which was really, really impressive to watch. That's often what it is in 500 meters, is it's biding your time in the body, in the 500, in the settle, before at the very end, that's when you really push it, and that's when you actually, throw on and do a really nice big finish and move forward.
Yeah, it's important to, obviously you don't want to gas yourself while you're in sort of the body of the race.
Exactly, but you don't want to take it too easy either.
No.
Don't
get complacent.
Exactly.
We can see actually a great shot of the Racers Village. So those are all the tents. That's where the athletes are staying during the day for the most part. And there are a couple things to do. There's an acupuncture tent. There's a massage tent.
Which is where you were.
Which is where I was.
Working hard.
And they have food trucks nearby, so they can get some sustenance. They are right near the main stage now as well.
Yeah, if you're here on site, we really highly recommend you go over to those food trucks. The largest food truck gathering in all of Vancouver.
That's right.
Is right here, right now. So go check it out, see all the different diverse cuisines they have. I was just walking over there too. A lot of the food looks really delicious, gotta say.
Great diversity.
That's right.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
are the underdogs,
the ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are
And here we have race number 51 coming up. This is a Breast in the Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Round 2 qualifier number 3. And they are off. On the far right of your screen, you have Waves of Hope. Boat 2, North Shore Dragon Busters. Boat 3, Breast Friends Edmonton. Boat 4, Dragons Abreast. Boat 5, Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia. Boat 6, Pink Phoenix Soul. Boat 7, Sky Dragon Assisters. And Boat 8, River Winds.
Great to see a team from Nova Scotia out here.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty far.
It's really far.
It's probably the furthest you can get, actually.
Almost.
In Canada.
In Canada, almost. PEI.
Newfoundland? Oh, PEI, okay.
Another very even start here.
Yeah, it looks like boats 3, 4, and 5. That's Breast Friends Edmonton in 3, Dragons Abreast in 4, and Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia in 5. Starting to sit out in the front a little bit, but not by much. Now the BCP division, of course, the breast cancer paddler division, is the division where all athletes in the boat are breast cancer survivors or breast cancer patients. And the BCP division was founded right here in Vancouver on these waters many, many years ago, 30 years ago. That's one of the reasons we see so many BCP teams here this year, is it's the 30th anniversary.
A lot of the time when I talk about dragon boating, if people are not dragon boaters, they still know about the abreast division.
I will say that's a uniquely Canadian thing. I don't think that's. I don't think down in the U.S. that's a thing.
Could also be a uniquely Vancouver thing, honestly.
That's
because,
likely.
Yeah. Coming up to the last 100 meters of the race here.
Still sitting out in front, having pushed ahead of all the other crews. We still have Breast Friends Edmonton in 3, Dragons Abreast in 4, and Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia in 5. They are like pretty
5,
darn even.
Yeah, they are. 5 might be.
5 is a little ahead.
Like a 1 seat, half a seat.
Wow. But especially from this angle, it's really tough to tell.
Here comes 4.
4 is starting to surge.
Dragons Abreast.
That's Dragons Abreast. They're looking stronger.
Oh,
yes.
Having a great
look
finish.
At that. Dragons Abreast with a really nice strong finish in first, followed by Breast Friends Edmonton and Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia in 3rd.
Really tight.
That was very tight. North Shore Dragon Busters coming in boat 2 now. Then we have boats 7 and 6. That's Sky Dragon Sisters in 7 and Pink Phoenix Soul in 6.
Waves of Hope, followed by River Winds.
Yep, there we go. That's Dragons Abreast in 1st, followed by Breast Friends Edmonton and Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia in 5. Woof. That is close.
Very fantastic finish for those teams. That was
really
wonderful play at the end there.
That's super fun. And that's another reason I love this race, is it's more than just the competition. It's more than just the racing, right?
Absolutely.
Things mean so much more. So now we'll get some race results from the previous races prior to this 51. We have race 47. This was the junior round 2 qualifier number 2. In first was CYC Lightning Community Youth Center down from San Francisco with a 216.317. In second was Ouroboros Platinum with a 217.601. And third was Breaking BAD, Bay Area Dragons with a 221.238. Very nice job, juniors. Then we had junior round 2 qualifier number 3, the one right after, race 48. In first, with a nice, strong, fast time, was Lincoln High with a 213.363.
Wow.
That's a good time.
That's a really good time.
Very close behind, though, was Lowell Cardinal Cruisers with a 213.68. And in third, the Swashbucklers with a 216.850. Now, the Swashbucklers are made up of paddlers from the Balboa Buccaneers Dragon Boat team and the Washington Dragon Boat team, both from the SF area, both from the Bay Area.
San Francisco sweep of the first 3
there. That's right.
there.
I was going to say, very nice job, USA. Race 49. This was the first qualifier in the round 2 for the BCP division. In first place is Silver Lining Montana with a 240.347. In second was Abreast in the City with a 241.431. And then barely 0.3 of a second behind was Pink Phoenix Heart with a 241.765. Not even 1 or 2 full seconds.
Unbelievable.
Between first and third. Very nice.
We love to see that competitive racing.
I know, that's right.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent, plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
We are back in the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Paddler Round 2 Qualifier 4, race number 52. The paddlers are at the on-water marshalling area, getting ready to load into the start line.
This is a pretty exciting race and one of the most geographically diverse I think we've seen all day. We have Dragons Abreast Australia, which is a composite team from across the entire nation of Australia. We have Latino America and Rosa. They're from one of the Latin American countries, which is pretty exciting. Indie Survivors from Indianapolis down in the U.S. We have Chessmates Kingston from Kingston, Ontario.
Amazing.
Which is pretty cool. So this is a nice, diverse race.
Minnesota.
Minnesota represented as well. This is pretty exciting. Along with 2 abreast boats.
Yes. This is the last of the second round qualifiers for the AIAB Breast Cancer Paddler Division.
That's right. And so in lane number 1, we have Save Our Sisters. Lane 2, Dragons Abreast Australia, that we were just talking about. Lane 3, Abreast in a Boat Fortitude. Lane 4, Paddles with a Purpose. Lane 5, Latino America and Rosa. Lane 6, Indie Survivors. Lane 7, Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage. They had a Hope boat before as well.
Love that.
And lane 8, Chessmates Kingston from Ontario. And lane 9, Abreast of Life. So these boats are just lining up now. They're taking their time. They're all aligning together. They're making sure that they come together as a fleet, right?
Yes.
They all approach together slowly into the starting blocks. Now this race only has starting buoys. There are some races out there in the world that have buckets, as we call them, which hold the head in place, which is really great. So all you have to do is position, as a steerer, all you have to do is position the head so that it goes into that little bucket in the front. It's like a cage almost, or a bowl, honestly. So you put the head in there, and then that prevents your boat from drifting forward or back at all. So it's great. You just keep some pressure going forward, and then all you have to worry about is left and right drift. But you have your pivot point because that front head is on the bucket the whole time. So it makes it a heck of a lot easier to maneuver around.
Do you find that's really used mostly in purpose-built flatwater courses?
Exactly. It's only usually in places where they can install it because it goes underwater, obviously. Yeah. It's all pneumatic, and so, at a push of a button, boom, the buckets go down and the races start. Exactly, a little psh. So typically, that's only at world level events, at the World Championships, the Club Crew World Championships, or the World Dragon Boat Racing Championships. We have a set down in Florida. I think to my knowledge, it's one of the only places in the U.S. that still has buckets. We used to have them down in Long Beach, but I think they were damaged or they're working on them or something like that, so I don't recall if they're still there. But we're now off with this race number 52, abreast in a boat breast cancer paddler round 2 qualifier number 4. On the far right, again, we have Save Our Sisters. In boat 2, Dragons abreast Australia. In boat 3, abreast in a boat Fortitude. In boat 4, Paddles with Purpose. Boat 5, Latino America and Rosa. Boat 6, Indie Survivors. Boat 7, Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage. Boat 8, Chestmates Kingston. And boat 9, Abreast of Life.
Big race with 9 boats.
Very big race with 9 boats. I don't know many races that race with even 8 boats these days.
This is true.
9 is impressive.
Starting to see a little bit of spreading out of the boats here.
A little bit of separation. It looks like boat number 4, that's Paddles with a Purpose, is going a little bit out in front. They have maybe 2 or 3 seat lead over the boat that's right next to them, Latino America and Rosa. It's boat 5. We see a nice shot of boat 7 and boat 8. Boat 7's Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage. And Chestmates Kingston right behind them, followed by Abreast of Life and boat 9 on the far outside.
I find the names of the breast cancer teams are great. They're either very inspirational or very funny.
That's right.
And again, taking a great look at a side view of boat 7 and 8. Oh, and here are the others coming into the mix.
Boat 6 also. Boat 6, that's the Indie Survivors from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Well, this could be a little bit of a close race again in the finish.
This is starting to look like a really interesting race. We have 2 main packs here. We have the front 4 and the back 4. The front 4, we have Paddles with a Purpose, Latino America and Rosa, Indie Survivors, and Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage. Then we have the 2 outside boats on the far side, Chestmates Kingston and 8, and Abreast of Life on the far outside 9. As well as on the right side, Save Our Sisters in 1, Dragons abreast Australia in 2, and Abreast in a boat Fortitude in 3. They've fallen back a little bit, but they're pretty even with boats 8 and 9 actually, so it's like 4 racing 4.
Yes. Paddles with a Purpose has been really consistent just through the race. I think their stroke rate and everything has just been really consistent. It's helping them out here.
And in terms of their prior performance too, they won their first qualifier with a pretty good length. So here we can see they're even widening the gap more. They have, it looks like 8 or 9 seats on boat 5 now. That's Latino America and Rosa.
Ooh, 6 and 7 neck and neck.
6 and 7 neck and neck. That's Indie Survivors in 6 and the Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage in 7.
The rest of the pack is following.
That's right. And rounding it out on the very, very, very top of your screen, we have boat number 9. That's Abreast of Life. Great job, ladies. Great job.
Amazing.
And that's the final qualifier for the BCP division. Let's look at a nice quick replay here.
6 and 7.
6 and 7 fighting it out for 3rd.
Maybe 6 by a
whisker.
By a whisker.
Yeah, that's the Indie Survivors, followed by the Dragon Divas Minnesota Courage in 7. And the Dragon Divas, if I remember correctly, are out of the Twin Cities area, which is St. Paul and Minneapolis over in Minnesota. And now we have results from a different Dragon Divas Minnesota team, actually. Race number 50, which was the qualifier number 2. So we had in first, Catch 22 Ospreys with a 239.232. In second, we had those Dragon Divas Minnesota Hope with a 242.835. And in third, Survivorship with a 244.087. So just a spread of just about 5 seconds between first and third. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
And now we have results from the last race prior to that, qualifier number 3. Dragons Abreast was in first with a 238.927. Second was Breast Friends Edmonton with a 239.1. And in third, the Bosom Buddies of Nova Scotia with a 239.528.
Nova Scotia showing up.
That is a cute name, the Bosom Buddies.
The Bosom Buddies, I love that.
There are a lot of different, puns and fun names you can come up with bosom and chest and...
It's nice to not have to use dragon in the name.
Not always, not always.
Not always, right?
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
We're back with the last of the qualifiers for the Premier Women's Division. First qualifier is race number 53.
This is going to be a 7-boat race. In lane 1, on the far right of your screen, the Pink Piston Paddlers Society. Lane 2, Willamette River Dragons. Lane 3, New Salon Dragons. In lane 4, the False Creek Masters. In lane 5, VIP Gorging Dragons White from Vancouver Island. Boat 6, Wasabi Impact from Wasabi Paddle Club down in Portland, Oregon, USA. And boat 7, Hope Floats. This is going to be a good race. The Premier Women are always one of my favorite divisions. You see a really nice different, spread and breadth of paddler performance here.
Absolutely.
Which is fun to watch. Mm-hmm.
We will still see, even in these qualifiers, in this second round of qualifiers, some diversity. So we're not going to see as evenly matched races as we've just seen in the breast cancer division.
That's right. Not yet. We'll see that in the semis tomorrow.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. But the exciting thing is that the Premier Women division, this division right now, are going to be doing the Guts and Glory later today at 7:20. So we have, this is qualifier round number 1. Mm-hmm. Then we'll have 4 more. There are 5 total. And then the top ladies cruise from there, along with the open cruise as well, will be doing the Guts and Glory at 7:20 p.m. tonight.
Away they go.
And they're off. Here we go. Out in first is boat number 4. That's the False Creek Masters. Next to them, we have VIP Gorging Dragons White in boat 5. Also quite strong. Looks like they're matching them for now. They're a little bit behind.
Mm-hmm. Just coming into their transition.
Coming into their
body of the race.
Nice settle into that 500-meter pace, their race pace. They're making sure that they have enough power that the boat doesn't fall with each stroke, but they're also making sure that they can serve enough so that they have enough to last the entire 2-3 minutes and that they have enough to give a nice, big, strong finish, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So every boat will have their race plan where they have an outline of what they're going to do. Usually the start is the same every single race. Mm-hmm. And then the body of the race might change a little bit depending on what's happening on the race course, of course. Race course, of course. And so, so if they're neck and neck with another boat, they might call a power so that they're putting a little bit more oomph into their stroke without increasing the rate, right? Power does not come from increasing the rate. comes from exerting more effort.
Exactly, and making sure you exert the effort in a proper way too. As teams get tired, it's so common to see paddlers just starting to pull with their arms or just starting to not rotate as much or not use their bodies or connect with the boat, and that's really what we don't want to see. We want to see people use their what we call big muscles, right, to actually do this. That's one of the reasons why the Canadian stroke is so well known and renowned for its shoulder drop and the use of shoulders. I've also seen a lot of Canadian paddlers with blown out shoulders because of that. That's one of the reasons. And then down in the US, we're very known for using a lot of rotation and a lot of leg push as well. Using all those bigger muscles, your legs, your core, your shoulders, your back, they're much bigger than your biceps. People don't paddle with their biceps.
Absolutely not.
But when you get tired, sometimes you see that tend to happen. So
we have a tight race on our hands.
But this is an extremely tight race between boats 4 and 5. It looks like boat 4, False Creek Masters, is about to edge out VIP Gorging Dragons White here. They're expanding that lead just a little bit. They're
just enough.
They're walking away. Oh my God.
They really are. Gosh.
3 seats now. Whew.
I was just in the last maybe 50 meters.
Way to go, False Creek Masters. That was an impressive performance.
Beautiful.
Over VIP Gorging Dragons White. And here we have boat number 3, New Salon Dragons, coming in third. Strong third still over their next competitor, boat 6, Wasabi Impact from Portland. We'll see who takes this one, the Willamette River Dragons or Hope Floats. The Willamette River Dragons have taken it by about 3 or 4 seats. Followed by Pink Piston Paddlers Society in boat 1.
So here we have an example of a breast cancer team that is also in the women's division.
Exactly. Now the Pink Piston Paddlers were formed in 2006 on, is that
Shuswap?
Shuswap Lake, thank you, here in BC, which is 45-minute drive away?
No,
this is the further
like
one.
4.5 hours.
This is the really
4.5 hours, yeah.
Yes, this is the far one.
This is the far one.
Gotcha. And here we have some race results from race 52. This was a couple races ago. This was the Breast Cancer Paddler Round 2 Qualifier 4. In first was Paddles with a Purpose with a 240.511. Then in second, we had Latino America and Rosa with a 243.48. And in third, the Indie Survivors with a 247.2. A really nice job to all these ladies.
And there's the south side of False Creek here.
Look at how beautiful Vancouver is.
Isn't it nice?
So pretty.
We're pretty lucky.
The Vancouver skyline is short but mighty.
Yes, it's getting taller.
Getting a little taller?
Yeah. When you look at downtown now, there are definitely a lot more very tall buildings in downtown Vancouver.
Well, you know who else is building sometimes? Concord Pacific, the title sponsor of this festival.
What a coincidence.
What a coinky dink.
What a coinky
Concord Pacific is is our title partner and more importantly one of the founding partners of this festival actually. 37 years ago they were one of the founding partners and they've just hit their 10-year mark this year as the title partner of this festival, which is really a huge achievement, honestly.
It really is. We're so grateful.
It's really a great job. And not only are they a sponsor, but they also have fielded 2 teams here, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
So really great job to CP.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
We have results from race number 53, the Premier Women Round 2, first qualifier here. So this was one of those tight races. So we have in first place, False Creek Masters with 220.733. In second place, we have VIP Gorging Dragons White with 221.233. And New Salon Dragons were in third with 234.113.
Nice job to all these ladies.
We're going to continue on with race number 54, the Premier Women Round 2, qualifier number 2. And as Matthew said, we have a few more races before the Women and Open Guts and Glory, starting at around 7 o'clock. Worth sticking around for if you're on site. It is quite something to see. Very
really
exciting,
is.
and we love calling that race.
That's right. It's the most fun. We always call it the NASCAR of dragon boat.
That's true. The pursuit.
The pursuit race.
I myself have never been in a Guts and Glory because I am not a competitive paddler. I'm a very recreational paddler.
Well, it is very fun. As someone who has steered and paddled and called all in the race, it is pretty darn fun. You're losing your voice screaming.
I was going to say, even calling, sitting in the caller seat for that would be terrifying because you're turning. You're not really supposed to turn in dragon boats, and it's pretty high up in the caller's chair.
So that'll be later today. That's the last race of the day. That's Open and Premier Women. And then tomorrow is the mixed 2K.
Yes.
Also the last race of that day.
One of my favorite things is to see the teams who are vying for this race, as some of these women's teams are.
They're strong.
And in this second qualifier for the Premier Women's Round 2, we have in Lane 1, Dragon R Assets. In Lane 2, SDBA Chawanda from Squamish. Lane 3, Killer Dragon Guppies. Lane 4, Rebels USA. Lane 5, Off the Edge. Lane 6, and they are off in this Round 2 qualifier number 2. In Lane 4, Rebels USA have an early lead here right out the gate.
Very strong team here in Rebels USA.
Killer Dragon Guppies are making a bid for second place at least and fighting for that with Off the Edge on the other side in Lane 5.
Way to go, Killer Dragon Guppies.
Wow, Rebels are shooting out the course here.
Rebels USA, very, very strong. Comprised of a lot of really strong women.
I was going to ask you if you know the mix of paddlers on that team.
I do not, but I know that a lot of them are Team USA paddlers.
Okay. So there's a reason they're out ahead right now.
Yeah, they're strong. They're great.
Beautiful to watch. So this is really interesting because if you look at their uniforms too, you can see even their arm position is really well matched, which not often something you see.
They're all very strong paddlers. The cameraman is zooming in. Thank you. Makes it much easier for us to talk about. These are new, I was just down talking to them before in the Athletes Village. These are new jerseys as well.
Beautiful. You can really see actually on the right side of the boat, in the stroke in seat 1, how much rotation's going on. It's hard to see sometimes when you're looking at their backs, but when you see the front and the internal rotation towards the inside of the boat, you can really get a better sense of how much they're rotating.
That's right. And of course, Annie's in that boat.
Hi, Annie.
Ooh, go, honey.
Go, honey.
So as we said before, Rebels USA is really taking the field.
They have a 3-boat lead
three
right now.
4 boat lead at this point.
Oh my gosh.
Behind them, it looks like we have Killer Dragon Guppies in boat 3, and off the edge, they're fighting it out for second. We'll see which of those 2 boats takes second. And here again, a nice, beautiful shot of Rebels USA, looking nice and strong.
Gorgeous. They look so relaxed, but we know they're working really hard.
They're working very hard, especially knowing that now we're up to time mattering a heck of a lot more.
That's right. They're going by points then time total for the first 2 rounds.
That's right.
We'll definitely see the Rebels in the Guts and Glory.
That's right. And here we have boat 5 off the edge. I think they might be edging out Killer Dragon Guppies here in boat number 3. Oh, just kidding. Hold on. Move cameras. Killer Dragon Guppies clearly out ahead now by 4 or 5 seats over off the edge.
So deceiving.
That's right. So it was Rebels USA first over the line, then Killer Dragon Guppies, and then off the edge in 3rd. In 4th, it looks like it's going to be SDBA Chawanda. Followed by Atomic Furies in boat 6. The Alouetters in 7 close behind.
Good job, Miss Way.
Woo! Suzanne's guidance, counselor.
That's right.
And Dragon RSets in lane number 1 have just crossed the line. I like the matching yellow hats. Very cool.
Love it.
Oh, there's one person without a yellow hat.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
Well, that was a really beautiful display by the Rebels USA.
That's right. That was a really great race. The Killer Dragon Guppies are comprised of the San Francisco Dragon Warriors from Northern California and Killer Guppies from SoCal, and it reminds me of another great composite California team from early in the early 2010s, you may or may not remember, California United, CAU, which really took the West Coast by storm. They were a response to a couple other teams that were really strong at the time. And I wasn't around at the time, but I had heard of California United, of CAU, and I know that they were really strong at the time too. And honestly, out of CAU was birthed a lot of college teams too. That's really when a lot of the big, strong 2-4U teams in California were born, in much the same way that the breast cancer scene here in Vancouver was born because of one team. A lot of the 2-4U and youth divisions were born out of that team in California.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which is really great. So it looks like the buoys have shifted back to more or less a line now, but keeping in mind that always we have a fixed point on land that we use as our finish line.
Definitely less windy out there. The trees aren't moving so much. The water looks calmer. Tide is definitely higher.
So it's 5:48 right now, and coming up, oh, actually, there they are on stage right now. We're seeing
amazing.
That's the Concord Community Stage. And on your screen, that is the Quill Dance Collective.
They are killing it, these kids.
They are killing it. Look at them.
Woo. We can hear them out the door here, too, and we're wondering what was happening. So now we get to see a little of the action.
That's pretty exciting. Much better dancing than I can do, I'll tell you that much. So that's that Concord Community Stage. The other main stage, the TD main stage as it's called, we're about to have some other really big guests. There are 2 headliners, Felix Cartal at 6 o'clock, so in just about 10-15 minutes maybe. And then after that at 7:30, Lights.
Both Juno Award-winning groups here, bands, and or performers. And I heard their sound checks sounded pretty fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. We always pull some really awesome talent. It honestly blows my mind sometimes of who Dragon Boat BC and the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival are able to pull for this event. Always impresses me.
Well, it's a great venue, beautiful place to come down for a concert. It's free.
Yeah,
right?
it's free.
So people love it, yeah. And I know that the fan bases of the performers are out in full force every year.
Absolutely.
Race number 55 is coming up, just lined up. Premier Women Round 2, qualifier number 3. In lane 1, we have Saints Preserve Us. In lane 2, LMOCC Women. Lane 3, VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. In lane 4, FCRCC Senior C Women. In lane 5, FLCC Sea Dragons. In lane 6, Gig Harbor Fire. And in lane 7, Paddlers Anonymous Da Wave Women.
Da Wave.
Da Wave.
They have Da Wave and they have Da Boat.
Da Boat. Beautiful close-up shot here of the teams. So we might get a look at what they're actually doing when they're waiting to start and when they start to hold hard.
Yeah, they're breathing deep. They're usually staying pretty quiet, staying focused in the boat.
Yeah.
Getting ready, making sure that everything is secure. They're nice and locked in. Their seat position is all good, and making sure they're ready because see, look at how quick that start was. Exactly. Sometimes it's that quick, and sometimes, as you know, it is not that quick.
Not that quick. Yeah. No. That was beautiful. Beautiful quick start.
That was nice. We all appreciate when that happens. So here, as we said, on the far right side, we have lane 1 Saints Preserve Us, in lane 2 LMOCC Women, in lane 3 VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt, in lane 4 FCRCC Senior C Women, in lane 5 FLCC Sea Dragons, in lane 6 Gig Harbor Fire, and in lane 7 Paddlers Anonymous Da Wave Women. I was also just told lane 2 LMOCC Women is the Lake Merced Outrigger Canoe Club. They're based out of San Francisco, and it's a combo of multiple juniors crews. These are all juniors from Balboa High School, Washington High School, and CYC, or Community Youth Center.
Amazing.
So that's pretty great. So as we've said before, they're doing quite well. As we said, we've had juniors versus senior sea paddlers.
Yes.
This is pretty exciting. But yes, sitting out in the lead, as perhaps expected, is FCRCC Senior C Women. Look at how smooth their stroke is, too. The boat is surging forward with each stroke, but the technique is nice and smooth.
Right beside them, Fort Langley also has a pretty strong paddling community out there.
And they're both senior C crews, it looks like, 16 up.
Very experienced. Well, not necessarily. I mean, these are competitive teams, so they are probably more experienced, but just because they're 60 years old or above doesn't mean that they've been paddling since they were 20.
Correct, yes.
So we do want to point that out.
They're taking big strokes. Big setup at the front. Nice berry at that entry. Pulling it back to their hips. And as they come into this final 100 meters, they might shorten that stroke a little bit, bring it up to a sprint. They may up the rate, but more importantly, they're going to up the power and up the speed. Boats 4 and 5 really fighting it out right now. Boat 4 FCRCC Senior C Women and Boat 5 FLCC. We have False Creek and Fort Langley fighting it out right now. I think False Creek is going to take this one.
I think they have the edge.
I think they do by about 3 seats. And their drummer's looking over and saying, we're going to win, and they did. 2 or 3 seats. Oh, and you saw the steerer take the oar out of the water there. Again, reducing as much drag as physically possible.
Get you through the line.
So that was False Creek, Senior C Women over the line first, then Fort Langley. Then it looked like Boat 2, LMOCC Women. Oh, it was 3 VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. Very nice, ladies.
I think 2 came in third. I think they did make it in third.
Okay, Lake Merced Outrigger Canoe Club, very nice. LMOCC.
Saints Preserve Us coming through the line.
There they are. Awesome job, ladies.
Here's our replay for this last race. So yes, you can definitely see False Creek took it.
And the drummer's looking, her head is turned. And then there's Fort Langley Sea Dragons in 5.
Let's take a look at that oar coming out of the, oh yes, you can see the oar on boat number 4, FCRCC, out of the water. We have results for race number 54, Premier Women Round 2 qualifier number 2.
So as we said, Rebels USA took first in that with a 2:10.738. That is a really
Nice
fast
time. Wow.
Damn. Then in second, we have Killer Dragon Guppies with a 2:27.888.
Lucky 888.
Very, very lucky
Love
number,
that.
I was going to say. And then in third was Off the Edge with a 2:29.723. So just 2 seconds behind Killer Dragon Guppies, with, of course, Rebels USA 17 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
My gosh, no wonder they're national paddlers.
Go Rebels. Very nice.
Beautiful.
One of the fun things, too, is Rebels has two Marys. There's Mary, the steerer drummer, and then there's Mary, the coach.
Oh, funny.
Yeah. And here's our beautiful course down here. And Suzanne, you were just explaining that that's the Plaza of Nations from Expo 86?
That's right, yep.
Terrific. On the right side, that nice, big, beautiful glass building next to that blue cylinder. And here's a word from our sponsors.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are
We are the underdogs,
The ones who keep pushing.
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
We're back just looking at the lineup for the Premier Women Round 2 qualifier number 4. This is the second to last of the Premier Women Round 2 qualifiers. But first we have race results from race number 55, the third qualifier in the Premier Women Round 2. In first was FCRCC Senior C Women with a time of 2:20.185. Second was FLCC Sea Dragons with 2:20.802, very tight. And in third was LMOCC, after all, Women with a time of 2:31.446. VIP was just behind them, still in the 2:31s, but 0.930. So 5 1,000ths of a second behind. Very close. And here's a shot of race number 56. The paddlers are in the marshal area on the water here. Just waiting to make their way up to the start line. One more qualifier, and then they are going to reset the race course for the Guts and Glory.
And as we said, that Guts and Glory is the largest in the world, 18 boats all on the water at the same time. We'll talk more about the rules a little bit later. Coming up to that start line, they have that pre-marshalling buoy that's set right there. And then they're going to go up to the actual start buoys.
Lane 4 needs to move over a little.
Yeah, come on, lane 4. So in lane 1, we have Twisted Ones. In lane 2, UBC Current Gold Women. In lane 3, Catch 22 Tsunami. Lane 4, VIP Gorging Dragons Red. Lane 5, Dragon Ladies. In lane 6, Cal and UCI Dragon Boat, composite team from California. And lane 7, Dragon Max Women from Northern California.
So we have last year's winners in lane 4 here, VIP Gorging Dragons Red.
We have a 2-4U crew over in UBC Current Gold Women. We have another 2-4U crew with Cal and UCI Dragon Boat. And we have a senior crew in Dragon Max Women. I think it's mostly seniors.
Senior C?
Possibly.
And they are gone.
And they're off. Here we go. Already some separation with boat number 4. That's VIP
fast.
Gorging Dragons Red, as we may have expected. Champions from last year in the Premier Women's Division.
The fight for second is definitely on with 4 boats in the race.
I know, the fight for second is perhaps boat 2, UBC Current Gold, but also I'm not going to discount Cal and UCI Dragon Boat either out on the far side. That's boat number 6.
And we're going with the boats down the course here.
That's
it's
right.
kind of interesting because you get a different perspective, right? Rather than them coming head on at us, we can see what it's actually like to be on the course in a dragon boat.
I say that having never raced this race once. Always announcing.
I've done it many times.
There you go. So that's
Beautiful.
boat number 4, VIP Gorging Dragons Red. Beautifully clean entries and exits. You see them pulling all the way to the hips. See that drummer is pushing them along, making sure they all stay in time, giving them little gentle reminders, maybe not so gentle
Probably
reminders.
not so gentle.
Yeah.
You have to be loud to be heard on the water there, because there's, as we've talked about, there's a lot of noise. Now, they're pretty far out in front, so they probably have a little bit more of an advantage in clarity, but when you're bundled together with other teams, it can be very difficult to hear lane to lane.
I'm excited to see if they can beat Rebels USA's time of 2:10.738.
Let's take a look.
We're
I mean, that
see.
was a lightning fast time, so
That
we will
really
see.
was.
But they are definitely a couple boat lengths ahead at the 100-meter remaining mark here.
That's right. The boats behind them are boats 5 and 6. Boat 5 is Dragon Ladies, and boat 6 is Cal UCI Dragon Boat.
Dragon Ladies paddles out of False Creek as well.
Oh, very nice. And there they are with a strong,
clean
commanding
finish.
lead.
Gosh.
VIP Gorging Dragons red.
Might be saving themselves a little. They didn't quite do much of a push towards the end, but
Dragon Ladies in 5. In second place,
Very
and
nice.
unofficially in third is Cal UCI Dragon Boat in lane 6, with Catch 22 Tsunami taking 4th. Boat 2's coming over the line. That's UBC Current Gold Women. And the final 2 crews of this race are coming down the line. Boat 7 first, and that's Dragon Max Women. Followed by boat 1, Twisted Ones. Very apt name in lane 1,
Yes.
Twisted Ones.
Here's our replay.
For second place, that was the Dragon Ladies first, and then Cal and UCI Dragon Boat together in boat number 6. You see some pretty adept use of these oars. Trying to make sure that the steering oar doesn't get too much in the water, but that you still have enough control.
That's right. You can see them cranking around, so this is a great way to understand what the steers people have to do when they're in a tight space. So this is in order to point the dragon boats back towards the docks. They really have to crank the boat around. You can see the paddlers aren't doing anything, right? That's the steers people doing that.
Yep.
And this is our last in the Premier Women round 2 qualifiers coming up here.
And this will be qualifier number 5. In lane 1, Sisters in Sync. In lane 2, Inlet Storm. In lane 3, Prairie High Performance Women. In lane 4, Dragon Zone Premier Women. I have a feeling they might be a little fast team out of
Probably
here.
the favorite in this pack.
Perhaps. Boat 5 is
Wasabi,
Wasabi
though.
Force Women. Wasabi Strong 2.
Wham.
Wham Women, also a strong team out of Washington. That's boat number 6. And in lane 7, Paddle Queens.
Was just about to get underway with race number 57, the 5th qualifier in the Premier Women's round 2 qualifiers.
Well, and the exciting thing is, like we said, in about an hour after this race starts, we'll have the 2,000 meter, the Guts and Glory for the Premier Open and Premier Women's divisions. And so if there are any top performing women's teams in this heat right now, they will be doing a 2K in an hour.
Oh my goodness, that is not a lot of recovery time before a 2K. They are loaded into the start line here. Again, you can see that the boys look like they're lined up kind of almost 2/3 of the way down the dragon boat, but don't worry, there is a laser line at the start line as well as the finish line.
The buoys, that
The
is.
buoys. The boys.
The buoys. This is a nice smattering of Canadian and U.S. teams also. Prairie High Performance women from Champaign-Urbana region in Illinois. Dragon Zone, of course, local here. Wasabi from Portland. Wham from Washington. These are some...
Sisters in Sink are local.
Oh, local also? Great.
Inlet Storm, I believe, too.
Some good
And
teams.
here they
Some good
go.
teams. Here we go. Expecting good things from Dragon Zone Premier Women. Let's see how they do. That's boat number 4.
Already out ahead.
They do seem to be out ahead, as expected. We'll see who can take second here. Or rather, also, we'll see if Dragon Zone can hold on.
Yeah, Wasabi's strong, as you said. Prairie High Performance, they're new to the Concord Dragon Boat Festival, so they've been doing very well.
They have indeed.
Definitely looks like the battle for second is going to be on.
That's
They're
right.
just about halfway, just over halfway through the race right now.
And now it's between Wasabi Force Women in 5 and Prairie High Performance Women in 3. We'll see which of the two can take second and third. Again, knowing it is by points and then time, though. And here's a nice shot of our Dragon Zone Premier Women, again based here in False Creek. Club run by us here at Dragon Boat BC. And that's lane number 4. There's a little bit of a steering situation to me, it seems, with Wasabi Force Women, the bottom of your screen in green.
They're
boat
really
number 5.
drifting.
Yeah, drifting over a little bit. So again, I'm imagining the safety boat behind them right now is yelling to them, hey, get to the center of your lane.
Absolutely, yeah.
Things happen, it's okay, you just gotta creep back over there.
I don't see the safety boat, but I think you're probably right. If they've noticed it, they are probably getting told.
And coming into the final 100 meters now, with a strong lead of about a boat and a half, if not 2 boats at this point, is Dragon Zone Premier Women. Over the next boat, which appears to be boat number 5, Wasabi Force Women. Followed by Prairie High Performance. And over the line, that's DZ Premier Women. Very nice, Dragon Zone. Oh, boat 3 is taking it. Okay, all right. Prairie High Performance over the line first, followed by Wasabi Force Women.
Well done.
We'll have to take a look at the instant replay again to see how that happened. Boat number 6 is coming over the line now. That's Wham Women from Washington. Known for their neon blue and yellow. Boat number 2, Inlet Storm, is coming over the line now, too. And rounding out the final women's qualifier rounds, we have boats 1, Sisters in Sink, and boat 7, Paddle Queens.
Great end to the Premier Women's Division qualifiers round 2.
That's right. Here we have second and third place. Boat 3, Prairie High Performance Women, followed by Wasabi Force Women. In boat 5, Wasabi, of course, always known for their green.
Like Wasabi.
Wasabi Paddle Club, based out of Portland, Oregon. That's right. Awesome job to all of these ladies. Now you can see there's Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Look at how big that crowd is. That's pretty exciting.
Having a great time with this DJ.
I was going to head over there, but it's kind of a lot of people, so. Felix is getting pretty excited here.
The party is just getting started.
So it looks like we have results from the previous race. As expected, in first, VIP Gorging Dragons Red with a 2:11.307. Rebels USA had a 2:10.
2:10.
Just saying.
Oh my goodness.
In second, the Dragon Ladies with a 2:23.436. That's a 12-second lag in between there. And then in third, Cal UCI Dragon Boat with a 2:24.17. 2:11.
Less than it. That's
close.
Really close. But it's not 2:10.
But it's not 2:10. Rebels USA.
We will have to see what Dragon Zone Premier Women came up with. I don't know that they got close, to be honest. It looked like they were kind of pacing it a little easier.
I agree. I would tend to agree. Which, if you're still in the final, That's great too.
Yeah. They know where they are. They
Yeah.
know which final they're going to be in, or which semi-final they're going to be in. So.
Really great performance from these ladies, though.
So we have a little bit of time. They're going to reset the course out in front of us here on Falls Creek for the Guts and Glory. These paddlers get a very short break, as you said. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so when we come back in just a little bit of time, we'll have the 18-boat race, which is the Guts and Glory, the combined Premier Open Division and Premier Women Division. So we'll see you all again soon.
Scheduled start time is 7:20 p.m., but they might be a little bit ahead of schedule, so definitely keep your live stream on, and we will be back with you soon.
That's right. Thanks, everyone.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Falls Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Falls Creek.
are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
My name is John Gao. I'm the co-founder of the club Dragon Hearts DB Racing Club. Dragon Heart was a team that was formed 25 years ago from the Chinese Cultural Center. At that time, I was one of the directors, and they wanted to have a team in their own name, so they asked me to form one. And 25 years later, even though we're not with them, but we're still going. Yes, the first year we raced, we were squeezed by the eyes of the dragon, and we rear-ended someone else, and that was kind of hilarious. And we were penalized a restart with one boat behind everybody else, and that was embarrassing. Everybody was laughing at us, okay? But at the end, we didn't come in last, so we're not that bad. Okay. Well, because I've been lucky to be in Vancouver, right? And I earn my living here. And the only thing I could think of paying back to the community is to volunteer for community. So I first started with volunteering for Success and then Chinese Culture Center. And once I got hooked on dragon boating, this is almost like my life now. So I help with organizing teams. I also help with the dock maintenance, things like that. And whenever I can, we will also contribute financially to the Dragon Heart Society. Well, you know, dragon boating is not just a sport; it's a social sport. Okay, for the years I've been, I've come in contact with people. The first generation of my pals are still friends. There are a lot of people are actually very shy when they come into a group to paddle 20 in a group. They come out of the shell, and and they're better people, and they are, probably more successful if they not, come out of their shell and meet people. Like I said, lots of good friends are made, marriage happened, and also, like I said, you're used to interacting with people, and all these familiar strangers makes you very comfortable among people. And that's my take as a leader of a group and as a participant as well. We welcome everybody, and one year we was taking a poll where people from 16 nationalities or ethnic backgrounds, and we had people as young as 17 years old, which is I'm about 4 times as old as them, okay? And my oldest team member is 76. And we're grateful that intergenerational and interracial interaction has been very great for us, okay? This is what Canada is all about.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Hi there, my name's Karen Dogstetter. I am a current member of Sisters in St. Dragon Boat Team and a previous member of Eye of the Dragon Boat Team, which was a visually impaired team. When I started paddling in 2009, I was looking for some kind of an exercise program that I could do where my blindness wasn't going to be an issue. That's when I came to Eye of the Dragon, and it was actually what I needed. It was an overall good workout. It was a very meditative place for me. I love being on the water and paddling with my peers. Eye of the Dragon was there, and we were in a visually impaired category, but we were pretty good at that time. So we were paddling on the courses there and just doing the turns and coming down the finish line and actually crossing first was amazing. You know, you do a 500 meter, but then a 2,000 is just so completely different. That was one of the most unique dragon boat experiences for me. So Sisters in Sync, why I came there is it's a lesbian team. And for me, that was a part of my life that isn't always available to me. It ended up being a really good fit for me. I love the sport now and don't really want to give it up. I remember when Dragon Boat first came to Vancouver in the 80s, and it was such a foreign concept at that time. But it grew and it grew, and it's become a very large part of our Vancouver experience, from bringing tourism and different cultures together to school kids and seniors. It spans all ages, it spans all abilities. I think it's just a really good fit for our city as a coastal city. First and foremost, it makes me understand that I can do anything if I choose to, and whether that's being an out paddler or an out person, but also as a visually impaired person. It's an inclusive community. That means a lot, just to be able to do what I want to do.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
My name is Judy Chan. I'm a teacher at Eric Camber Secondary School, and currently I am the founder and teacher manager of the Eric Camber Eternal Dragon Junior team. Eric Camber was asked to form one of the first junior teams when juniors were allowed to race in dragon boat races in Vancouver. And I had been a member on the first committee of the Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver in 1986, which at that time had cotton t-shirts. I looked at what the sport was all about, and I thought, Expo 86, transportation, these people all over the world had come in to do racing, and I thought high school kids could do this, right? And so I said, why don't we get some high school students or junior teams in it? And they say, no, it's too dangerous. We're not too sure what, how that would work out, liability issues. And then about 4 years later in 1990, I get a phone call saying, get your team ready. We're having juniors. So I gathered up some kids, and we had about a team and a half of kids, and we practiced in Voyager canoes because at that time, high school students weren't allowed to practice in the real dragon boats until a few weeks before the dragon boat races. So we did Voyager canoes, and then we got a chance to get into dragon boat. And at that year, because it was so new, we lent out our extra paddlers to various teams who were short in order to make the race happen. So it was quite an exciting time to be part of that first year. And the students that started that first team, of course, came up with the name Eternal Dragon. And they wanted it to sound good in English as well as in Chinese. And so at that time, they came up with this. They got someone's uncle to do the calligraphy because it had to be perfect. And of course, they drew the dragon boat with all the paddlers in it. And I thought that was kind of interesting, and not realizing that the word eternal was going to mean that I was going to still be doing this sport 3 decades later with a high school team. I think Dragon Boat has played, I think, a very critical part in youth development because it's given youth a chance to work as a team, set goals, and try to reach them. And the closer they get, I think the better they feel about themselves. So I think it really improves their self-esteem. And then I've also had former paddlers who graduated into adult teams or U24 teams, and they've traveled around the world and made friends all over the world. And I think when they meet another dragon boat paddler, no matter where they are, there is that sense of instant connection and camaraderie. And I think it builds a lot of understanding that that all people, regardless of their cultural background or ethnic background or racial background, we're all the same. And we enjoy, I think, succeeding in reaching our goals and just having the support of people around us.
My name is Adriana Bartoli. I joined my team abreast in a boat in 2012. I am a paddler of the team. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2012, and I knew about abreast in a boat that support breast cancer survivors through sport. So I joined, and I think it was the best choice I ever done. I was born in Argentina and immigrated here in Canada in 2004 with my husband and 2 twin daughters. And in spite of not having any risk factor for breast cancer or any family history, I was diagnosed in 2012. When I stepped on the boat, on the dragon boat, I felt so well. I was touching the sky with my hands, right? And I said, oh, let's see who's doing this in Argentina or in South America. And to my surprise, nobody was doing this. So it came to me like a passion to show ladies over there all the benefits we have by dragon boating together. Abreast in a Boat is a society that supports breast cancer survivors through sport, through dragon boating. And it was a result of investigation, a research that Dr. Don McKenzie did here at UBC. At the time, and this was 20 years ago, the traditional medicine told people treated to breast cancer that had the lymph nodes removed not to move the arms. And he had a suspect of why this is happening. Is it real? And he defeated these concepts of the medicine at that time and started a research with 24 courageous breast cancer survivors that got onto a dragon boat to do this research. And the use of dragon boat was because of the strenuous and movement of the upper body, and they do the exercise in a controlled way all together or at the same time. As a result of that research, this group of ladies raced and they became abreast in a boat. And they said, we will continue doing that because we feel good. And here we are after 25 years, spreading the message of hope around the world because abreast in a boat was the inspiration for other teams to imitate and to have breast cancer survivors on board. Each time I get on board of the dragon boat, it's an unforgettable experience. So what I can tell people is I encourage them to join, to be assured that they can do it. If they will be able to do it. If they dream, they will be able to do it too.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story.
Inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info. Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
My name is John Gao. I'm the co-founder of the club Dragon Hearts DB Racing Club. Dragon Heart was a team that was formed 25 years ago from the Chinese Cultural Center. At that time, I was one of the directors, and they wanted to have a team in their own name, so they asked me to form one. And 25 years later, even though we're not with them, but we're still going. Yes, the first year we raced, we were squeezed by the eyes of the dragon, and we rear-ended someone else, and that was kind of hilarious. And we were penalized a restart with one boat behind everybody else, and that was embarrassing. Everybody was laughing at us, okay? But at the end, we didn't come in last, so we're not that bad. Okay. Well, because I've been lucky to be a Vancouverite, and I earn my living here, and the only thing I could think of paying back to the community is to volunteer for community. So I first started with volunteering for Success, and then Chinese Culture Center. And once I got hooked on dragon boating, this is almost like my life now. So I help with organizing teams. I also help with the dock maintenance, things like that, and whenever I can, we will also contribute financially to the Dragon Heart Society. Well, dragon boating is not just a sport; it's a social sport. Okay, for the years I've been, I come in contact with people. The first generation of my pals are still friends. There are a lot of people are actually very shy. When they come into a group to paddle, 20 in a group, they come out of the shell, and and they're better people, and they are probably more successful if they not come out of their shell and meet people. Like I said, lots of good friends are made, marriage happened, and also, like I said, you're used to interacting with people, and all these familiar strangers makes you very comfortable among people. And that's my take as a leader of a group and as a participant as well. We welcome everybody, and one year we was taking a poll where people from 16 nationalities or ethnic backgrounds. And we had people as young as 17 years old, which is I'm about 4 times as old as them, okay? And my oldest team member is 76. And we're grateful that intergenerational and interracial interaction has been very great for us, okay? This is what Canada is all about.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing, to to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Hi there, my name's Karen Dogstetter. I am a current member of Sisters in Sync Dragon Boat Team and a previous member of Eye of the Dragon Boat Team, which was a visually impaired team. When I started paddling in 2009, I was looking for some kind of an exercise program that I could do where my blindness wasn't going to be an issue. That's when I came to Eye of the Dragon, and it was actually what I needed. It was an overall good workout. It was a very meditative place for me. I love being on the water and paddling with my peers. Eye of the Dragon was there, and we were in a visually impaired category, but we were pretty good at that time. So we were paddling on the courses there and just doing the turns and coming down the finish line and actually crossing first was amazing. You know, you do a 500 meter, but then a 2,000 is just so completely different. That was one of the most unique dragon boat experiences for me. So Sisters in Sync, why I came there is it's a lesbian team, and for me that was a part of my life that isn't always available to me. It ended up being a really good fit for me. I love the sport now and don't really want to give it up. I remember when Dragon Boat first came to Vancouver in the 80s, and it was such a foreign concept at that time. But it grew and it grew, and it's become a very large part of our Vancouver experience, from bringing tourism and different cultures together to school kids and seniors. It spans all ages, it spans all abilities. I think it's just a really good fit for our city as a coastal city. First and foremost, it makes me understand that I can do anything if I choose to. And whether that's being an out paddler or an out person, but also as a visually impaired person, it's an inclusive community. That means a lot, just to be able to do what I want to do.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
My name is Judy Chan. I'm a teacher at Eric Hamber Secondary School, and currently I am the founder and teacher manager of the Eric Hamber Eternal Dragon junior team. Eric Hamber was asked to form one of the first junior teams when juniors were allowed to race in dragon boat races in Vancouver. And I had been a member on the first committee of the Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver in 1986, which at that time had cotton t-shirts. I looked at what the sport was all about and I thought, Expo 86, transportation, these people all over the world had come in to do racing, and I thought high school kids could do this, right? And so I said, why don't we get some high school students or junior teams in it? And they say, no, it's too dangerous. We're not too sure what, how that would work out, liability issues. And then about 4 years later in 1990, I get a phone call saying, get your team ready. We're having juniors. So I gathered up some kids, and we had about a team and a half of kids, and we practiced in Voyager canoes because at that time high school students weren't allowed to practice in the real dragon boats until a few weeks before the dragon boat races. So we did Voyager canoes, and then we got a chance to get into dragon boat. And at that year, because it was so new, we lent out our extra paddlers to various teams who were short in order to make the race happen. So it was quite an exciting time to be part of that first year. And the students that started that first team, of course, came up with the name Eternal Dragon. And they wanted it to sound good in English as well as in Chinese. And so at that time, they came up with this. They got someone's uncle to do the calligraphy because it had to be perfect. And of course, they drew the dragon boat with all the paddlers in it. And I thought that was kind of interesting, and not realizing that the word eternal was going to mean that I was going to still be doing this sport 3 decades later with a high school team. I think Dragon Boat has played, I think, a very critical part in youth development because it's given youth a chance to work as a team, set goals, and try to reach them. And the closer they get, I think the better they feel about themselves. So I think it really improves their self-esteem. And then I've also had former paddlers who graduated into adult teams or U24 teams, and they've traveled around the world and made friends all over the world. And I think when they meet another dragon boat paddler, no matter where they are, there is that sense of instant connection and camaraderie. And I think it builds a lot of understanding that that all people, regardless of their cultural background or ethnic background or racial background, we're all the same. And we enjoy I think succeeding in reaching our goals and just having the support of people around us.
My name is Adriana Bartoli. I joined my team abreast a boat in 2012. I am a paddler of the team. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2012, and I knew about abreast a boat that support breast cancer survivors through sport. So I joined. And I think it was the best choice I ever done. I was born in Argentina and immigrated here in Canada in 2004 with my husband and two twin daughters. And in spite of not having any risk factor for breast cancer or any family history, I was diagnosed in 2012. When I stepped on the boat, on the dragon boat, I felt so well. I was touching the sky with my hands, right? And I said, oh, let's see who's doing this in Argentina or in South America. And to my surprise, nobody was doing this. So it came to me like a passion to show ladies over there all the benefits we have by dragon boating together. A Breast in a Boat is a society that supports breast cancer survivors through sport, through dragon boating. And it was a result of investigation, a research that Dr. Don McKenzie did here at UBC. At the time, and this was 20 years ago, the traditional medicine told people treated to breast cancer that had the lymph nodes removed, not to move the arms. And he had a suspect of why this is happening. Is it real? And he defeated these concepts of the medicine at that time and started a research with 24 courageous breast cancer survivors that got onto a dragon boat to do this research. And the use of dragon boat was because of the strenuous and movement of the upper body, and they do the exercise in a controlled way all together or at the same time. As a result of that research, this group of ladies raced and they became a Breast in a Boat. And they said, we will continue doing that because we feel good. And here we are after 25 years, spreading the message of hope around the world because a Breast in a Boat was the inspiration for other teams to imitate and to have breast cancer survivors on board. Each time I get on board of the dragon boat, it's an unforgettable experience. So what I can tell people is I encourage them to join, to be assured that they can do it. If they will be able to do it. If they dream, they will be able to do it too.
We are the underdogs.
The ones who keep pushing.
Even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits Concord Pacific Place June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races in the world on False Creek. Soak in the sun with Lights and Felix Cartal, plus local artists on the TD main stage, cultural pavilions, and Vancouver's biggest food truck event. Summer starts June 20th to 22nd at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place. Supported by Concord Pacific and TD. Visit concorddragonboatfestival.ca for info. The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival hits False Creek June 20th to 22nd with the biggest races on the continent. Plus, Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at Concord Pacific Place.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $700. Start by opening a new eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
My name is John Gao. I am the co-founder of the club Dragon Hearts DB Racing Club. Dragon Heart was a team that was formed 25 years ago from the Chinese Cultural Center. At that time, I was one of the directors, and they wanted to have a team in their own name, so they asked me to form one. And 25 years later, even though we're not with them, but we're still going. Yes, the first year we raced, we were squeezed by the eyes of the dragon, and we rear-ended someone else, and that was kind of hilarious. And we were penalized a restart with one boat behind everybody else, and that was embarrassing. Everyone was laughing at us, okay? But at the end, we didn't come in last, so we're not that bad. Okay. Well, because I've been lucky to be a Vancouverite, and I earn my living here, and the only thing I could think of paying back to the community is to volunteer for community. So I first started with volunteering for Success, and then Chinese Culture Center. And once I got hooked on dragon boating, this is almost like my life now. So I help with organizing teams. I also help with the dock maintenance, things like that, and whenever I can, we will also contribute financially to the Dragon Heart Society. Well, dragon boating is not just a sport; it's a social sport. Okay, for the years I've been, I've come in contact with people. The first generation of my pals are still friends. There are a lot of people are actually very shy. When they come into a group to paddle, 20 in a group, they come out of the shell, and and they're better people, and they are probably more successful if they not come out of their shell and meet people. Like I said, lots of good friends are made, marriage happened, and also, like I said, you're used to interacting with people, and all these familiar strangers makes you very comfortable among people. And that's my take as a leader of a group and as a participant as well. We welcome everybody, and one year we was taking a poll where people from 16 nationalities or ethnic backgrounds. And we had people as young as 17 years old, which is I'm about 4 times as old as them, okay? And my oldest team member is 76. And we're grateful that intergenerational and interracial interaction has been very great for us, okay? This is what Canada is all about.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Hi there, my name's Karen Dogstetter. I am a current member of Sisters in Sync Dragon Boat team and a previous member of Eye of the Dragon Boat team, which was a visually impaired team. When I started paddling in 2009, I was looking for some kind of an exercise program that I could do where my blindness wasn't going to be an issue. That's when I came to Eye of the Dragon, and it was actually what I needed. It was an overall good workout. It was a very meditative place for me. I love being on the water and paddling with my peers. Eye of the Dragon was there, and we were in a visually impaired category, but we were pretty good at that time. So we were paddling on the courses there and just doing the turns and coming down the finish line and actually crossing first was amazing. You know, you do a 500 meter, but then a 2,000 is just so completely different. That was one of the most unique dragon boat experiences for me. So Sisters in Sync, why I came there is it's a lesbian team. And for me, that was a part of my life that isn't always available to me. It ended up being a really good fit for me. I love the sport now and don't really want to give it up. I remember when Dragon Boat first came to Vancouver in the 80s, and it was such a foreign concept at that time. But it grew and it grew, and it's become a very large part of our Vancouver experience, from bringing tourism and different cultures together to school kids and seniors. It spans all ages, it spans all abilities. I think it's just a really good fit for our city as a coastal city. First and foremost, it makes me understand that I can do anything if I choose to. And whether that's being an out paddler or an out person, but also as a visually impaired person, it's an inclusive community. That means a lot, just to be able to do what I want to do.
Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, June 20th to 22nd. Catch Lights and Felix Cartal on the TD main stage and the continent's biggest dragon boat race, the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival at False Creek.
My name is Judy Chan. I'm a teacher at Eric-Hamber Secondary School, and currently I am the founder and teacher manager of the Eric-Hamber Eternal Dragon junior team. Eric-Hamber was asked to form one of the first junior teams when juniors were allowed to race in dragon boat races in Vancouver. And I had been a member on the first committee of the Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver in 1986, which at that time had cotton t-shirts. I looked at what the sport was all about and I thought, Expo 86, transportation, these people all over the world had come in to do racing, and I thought high school kids could do this, right? And so I said, why don't we get some high school students or junior teams in it? And they say, no, it's too dangerous. We're not too sure how that would work out, liability issues. And then about 4 years later in 1990, I get a phone call saying, get your team ready. We're having juniors. So I gathered up some kids, and we had about a team and a half of kids, and we practiced in Voyager canoes because at that time high school students weren't allowed to practice in the real dragon boats until a few weeks before the dragon boat races. So we did Voyager canoes, and then we got a chance to get into dragon boat. And at that year, because it was so new, we lent out our extra paddlers to various teams who were short in order to make the race happen. So it was quite an exciting time to be part of that first year. And the students that started that first team, of course, came up with the name Eternal Dragon. And they wanted it to sound good in English as well as in Chinese. And so at that time, they came up with this. They got someone's uncle to do the calligraphy.
As Canada's largest developer of complete communities, we at Concord Pacific understand that scale matters. Our innovations are changing the way people live, within and outside of the home. Beyond better living, amenities save time and money for our residents. We also invest for the long term, continuing to support public events such as dragon boat racing to ensure our communities remain strong and vibrant indefinitely. Robust, dependable, transformational. We are Concord Pacific.
Welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We're very excited to welcome everyone back as we get ready for the final race of the day. This is race number 58, the Concord Pacific Premier Open Guts and Glory and Concord Pacific Women's Guts and Glory final 2,000 meter race.
This is bound to be very exciting.
This is always the most exciting. This is not just a straight distance race. It's kind of like a rectangle shape or like an oval shape, and so the boats will go down 500 meters down one way, turn left, always turn left, do another 500 meters, turn left again, do another 500 meters, and then turn left a final time. So that's 3 turns and 4 straight legs of 500 meters each way, totaling.
That is definitely not a sprint.
2K. It is definitely not a sprint. It is very much an endurance piece.
And it's also a pursuit, so there's a staggered start. 1 boat every 10 seconds or so.
And that's what makes it extra fun, is we have 18 boats all on the water at the same time, staggered. Starter is telling them, hey, this is exactly how it's going to go. Please line up properly.
So I believe the open teams will run first.
That's right.
Followed by the women's teams.
The opens crews, it looks like there are, only 5 of them. And then we have 12 ladies crews. 13 ladies crews, excuse me.
So because of the staggered start, it's sometimes very difficult to tell who's actually in first because it is a timed race.
That's right. So don't pay attention to who crosses the line first. If the boat if the boat passes the boat that's in front of them, generally that means they're probably faster than them because it means they've made up that 10 or 12 second stagger. But we always also go from slowest to fastest. That's how they're seated. So again, open is first and then women's. So we have here, starting with the open division, which we'll flip to in just a second on your screen. 5 open crews. Here we go. Killer Guppy Warriors in Boat 1. Boat 2 is Wham Neon Open. Boat 3, LMOCC, Lake Merced Outrigger Canoe Club. Boat 4, Dragon Zone Premier Opens with the Z. And then Boat 5, Dragon Zone Premier Open. Now that's the 5 open crews, again, from slowest to fastest. Then we start the women, again, starting from slowest to fastest. Wham Women in Boat 6. Boat 7 is Killer Dragon Guppies. Boat 8, Prairie High Performance Women. Boat 9, Catch 22 Tsunami. And then we'll wait until it flips. It's on an automatic loop. There we go. Boat 10, Wasabi Force Women. Boat 11, FLCC Sea Dragons, that's Fort Langley. Boat 12, FCRCC Senior Sea Women from False Creek here. Boat 13, the Dragon Ladies, also from False Creek. Boat 14, VIP Gorging Dragons White. Boat 15, False Creek Masters. Boat 16, VIP Gorging Dragons Red, the reigning champs from last year. Boat 17, Dragons on Premier Women. And Boat 18, Rebels USA.
So interesting to see multiple teams from the same clubs racing against each other.
This is super exciting. Yeah, we were just saying that means they have to make sure they have enough steers.
Yes, that's right. All the steers to go around.
That's right. There are never enough of us to go around.
Never. So the starter is actually now on the water, so as opposed to being on the shoreline. And they are having their safety talk and rules talk right now,
That's
it looks
right.
like. And you'll hear a horn about every 10 seconds, and then you'll know that a new boat is going to start.
Now on your screen, so another thing you'll notice on your screen is that there are no heads or tails.
Right.
And we deliberately take the dragon heads and tails off for safety reasons. There occasionally are crashes or hits or scuffs and skids in these 2,000-meter races because it is just chaotic sometimes, so many boats on the water. So just in case, to make sure everybody is safe and to make sure the boats are not too damaged, we always take off the heads and tails.
Yeah, safety first.
That's right.
It's also because this race involves turns, and dragon boats do not turn very easily. So there's a very high chance there'll be a little bit of tapping, collision / jostling going on. So you don't want those heads and tails to get damaged.
It sure can happen. That's right.
Boat 1 is looking ready.
Yep, and that's Killer Guppy Warriors. Again, that's Killer Guppies down from SoCal, combining with Dragon Warriors from Northern California. They're sister teams, and this is the open boat. So it's their 10 men from KG and 10 men from Dragon Warriors.
But in the open division, there are no rules about the number of men or women that you need to have on a boat, and the age restrictions also go away.
Yes, that is a very good point. Open boats tend to be mostly men, and so that's what DW and KG have pulled from each of their boats. And you'll notice that we have 3 lines here, basically, and that's boats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the first row.
There you go.
6 boats across, and then we have the next 6 and then the final 6. So there we are now off. This is the final race of the day. That's Killer Guppy Warriors out in boat number 1. We'll see how long they can fend off the boat right behind them. That's Wham Neon